The sun is starting to shine in our 8 o'clock hour, giving many without power a little bit of help. Good morning and thanks for staying with us. I'm Sonica Donge.
And I'm Sheldon Dutez alongside traffic expert and anchor Megan Mackey and first warning meteorologist Kellyanne Klass. We're going to check in on the roads in just a little bit. We know that they are a bit of a bear this morning.
Yeah, they are. We are seeing some flooded roadways still, but our main interstates and highways are open, so not a lot of problems there. But if you are, traveling in your neighborhood, there could be some problems.
All right. And Kellyanne, the big question everyone is wondering about this morning, if they do have to go out to get supplies, if they have to start cleaning up their neighborhoods, how's the weather cooperating?
So honestly, it's beautiful. It's like a nice treat after Ian has left. It's cool, it's comfortable, low humidity, like a natural AC that we all went to bed with last night. So for those of you who didn't have power, most likely opened up your windows, and really just a true relief. It's refreshing. And now that Ian's moving out of the way, our winds will not be as windy, as gusty, and we'll see a beautiful afternoon. Right now, 8 a.m. advisory with Ian is out. It is still a hurricane. It has winds of 85 miles per hour. It has slowed down a bit, that movement. It is now at the north at about 9 miles per hour. It was moving to the north-northeast at 10, but now because it's switching the movement from the north-northeast to the east, it has slowed down just a bit, but still expected to make landfall later on today. All of that heavy rainfall still moving across the eastern seaboard up towards the mid-Atlantic. Latest track from the National Hurricane Center takes it away from Florida, eventually becoming a tropical depression by early tomorrow morning as it moves from the Carolinas up towards the Appalachian Mountains. There, in some locations, they could receive 3 to 5 inches with some locally higher amounts, about 7 to 10 is what we're starting to look more like. Back here at home, no rain to talk about. First warning radar is nice and quiet, although we still have flood warnings in effect until further notice. Still dealing with that heavy flooding from all of that rainfall over the past 24 to 48 hours. Most of that's along the St. Johns River into Seminole County and Orange County as well. Dry air is moving into the system, so with that, it means that we're sunny and we're comfortable this morning. We're waking up to temperatures into the 60s this afternoon. We'll be into the 80s. We'll talk much more about today's forecast and have a look at that 7-day coming up in a few minutes. But first, let's get over to Megan with the check on the roads.
Kellyanne, good morning. I have been tracking a lot of those flooded roadways this morning. I do want to show you this depression that has formed here along one of the exit ramps. This is I-4 if you're traveling westbound in Sanford towards Highway 17. It's hard to see here in the camera, but FDOT does have this blocked off here at the exit ramp because of that depression, that dip in the road that is formed after the rain. So these are just some of the hazards we are seeing this morning. If you are traveling I-4 near Maitland, no issues to report here. Here is a live look. Looks like smooth drive eastbound and westbound. No one using those express lanes this morning. Coming up in just a couple minutes, I'll have a look at those live cameras, including what it's looking like on the turnpike. Sheldon and Sonica, back to you.
All right, Megan, thank you. We want to get a look at all of the conditions right now all across Central Florida. We have a team of reporters checking on those conditions and bringing us updates throughout the morning.
Yeah, let's check in with WESH-TV's Marley Martinez at this hour. Marley, where are you exactly and what have you been seeing this morning?
I'm in the Riverside subdivision of Oviedo, and you can see right now this street looks more like a river. The water is definitely rising, so now time is of the essence. Families are making the decision about if, when, and how they should evacuate. Look at how high this water is. Back there, you can see that mailbox. That gives you some perspective of how deep the water is. It's about knee deep, about 3 feet high for some other people. If you look past it, there's a car across the street. The front end is submerged underwater. Homes all the way down there that we've heard from families waist high in their homes. And so now people are making the very difficult decision about whether or not to stay or to leave. And take a look at this video that we shot just moments ago. A couple families decided to pack up and leave. They made the decision overnight to move their cars to higher ground, hoping that the water would go down, but now it's approaching their doorsteps. Back out here, see how folks put out sandbags? They were doing that until 10 o'clock last night. The city of Oviedo is opening up a sandbag site at 10 o'clock this morning on Evans Street, and the water is quickly encroaching. People are just keeping an eye on their homes, hoping it doesn't reach their doorstep. Now, an interesting thing that we've also seen this morning, it's not just people leaving, but moments ago we actually saw a family of bears taking off across the street too, coming out of the woods. Folks who live here say they see the bears often, but never during the daylight. In Oviedo, Marley Martinez, WESH-TV News.
Oh my gosh, we're talking creatures of all kinds, from gators to bears. They're all coming. We know we share the space with them, but
Yes,
that is
it's
incredible.
their space before it was ours, but yeah.
Yes. Marley, thank you so much.
All right, we know that things are slowly starting to reopen today, but a lot of businesses are still staying closed to assess the damage.
Let's get over to WESH-TV's Jason Guy, who's joining us in studio now. Following all of the reopening of, Jason, a lot of people are waiting for this, theme parks.
Yeah, I mean, that's why so many people visit our area, and locals love it too. Some of our major theme parks will be reopening in the day ahead. Now, there are some that will be closed as well. So take a look at this. We want to show you some of the flooding seen out at Walt Disney World. We have video of this, but officials are saying the parks can reopen today, and they're going to stagger the opening times, starting with the Magic Kingdom at 10 a.m. Epcot opens at 11. Then it's noon for Disney's Hollywood Studios and Animal Kingdom at 1 o'clock this afternoon. Now, if you were planning to go to Mickey's Not So Scary Halloween Party and you have a ticket, it is going on this evening as scheduled, but the event is sold out, so no tickets are available at this point. As for Universal Orlando, they are reporting damage to Islands of Adventure, and the theme park will be initially opening up to guests only of the hotels. And this also applies to Halloween Horror Nights tonight. Universal Orlando says more information is going to come out soon. Those pass holders and people who have frequent fear tickets to Halloween Horror Nights are wondering what this means for them after missing 3 nights of the event. We'll keep you posted as we learn more. Fun Spot Orlando and Kissimmee are opening up today. That's at 10 this morning. And we want to let you know about SeaWorld Orlando and Legoland. Both of those theme parks are closed today. All tickets for SeaWorld dated September 28th through the 30th have now been extended through December 31st. And tonight at SeaWorld, Hallow Scream is also not happening. Tickets for the event have been extended through October 31st. And for Legoland, if you've got tickets dated September 28th through this Sunday, which is October 2nd, those automatically are being extended through the end of the year. Now, crews at both of those theme parks are going to begin looking at all of the rides, the other attractions there, and the property to assess if there's any damage, any cleanup that needs to take place, and then they plan to reopen when it is safe to do so. We're going to stay on top of all this theme park news, and we will let you know the latest right here as we continue our coverage of what has been the impact of Ian. Guys, back to you.
All right, Jason, thank you. We're certainly going to see and have seen a lot of crews out there, both helping assess situations and rescue people from these high waters.
And we want to get right to Bob Hazen. He's at the Arden Villas apartment. We know that this has been the site of a rescue. Bob, what can you tell us about this latest one?
Yeah, dozens of people who live in this apartment complex had to be rescued by Orange County firefighters yesterday. And I want to show you why. I mean, right now we got this the entranceway here where the water is still flooded over the entry, but people are able to drive through it right now. But if you look at some video that we shot yesterday from the chopper, you can see just how bad the flooding was inside this apartment complex. Of course, this apartment complex is very popular with UCF students and Valencia students, and it's very close to campus. So there's a lot of people here, and that water came in and literally covered cars with the rising waters from the creek nearby, as well as a number of retention ponds that are close to here. All of those combined together basically with the water from Ian filled up and overflowed their banks. And so that is what went into this apartment complex and made a very critical scene for a lot of people who had to get out with very little notice. The water rose so quickly. And we talked to one young woman who lives in this complex this morning. She came back to get some of her stuff, and she says that after going in there this morning, it looks a lot better than it did yesterday.
It's pretty flooded. The roundabout's fine, so there's cars up there, so they're pretty safe. But everything is like a pretty level layer of water right now. It doesn't look like it's up to anyone's porches right now.
So again, dozens of people rescued from Arden Villas apartments yesterday. Then around the corner on Rouse Road, There's also a life care center there, a nursing home with a number of elderly people who had to be rescued by firefighters as well. We were on the ground there as that was going on. A lot of those people had to be brought out on stretchers or in wheelchairs and didn't have time to grab anything before they had to leave because of that rising water. We are told a lot of them were taken to a sister facility of Life Care, where that facility being in Altamont Springs, where they were able to find a place to stay for the night after that really scary situation. But right now, all these operations, the rescue operations, at least here at Arden Villas and at the Life Care Center, are over after happening pretty much all night last night. And no word yet from any officials about whether there were any injuries or not. Back to you guys.
All right, Bob, thank you. And if you do live in Orlando, we do have some housekeeping tips for you. The city of Orlando will have debris pickup on Friday. Residential and commercial trash pickup will be on Saturday.
And you can put that debris at the curb. Don't put it in the street. Bag and bundle that yard waste and make sure to separate the yard waste from building materials. And we're seeing the flood damage in the Central Florida area. We're seeing some of the cleanup that is soon about to get started, but it is nothing compared to what they're dealing with in Southwest Florida, specifically in Fort Myers.
Yeah, utter devastation. It's hard to even fathom. Fort Myers Beach City Councilman had this to say.
As far as I've walked today, I made it about 2/3 down the island, and I'd say 90% of the island is pretty much gone, unless you have a high-rise condo or a newer concrete home that is built to the FEMA standards today. Your house is pretty much gone, as well as businesses. It's pretty devastating.
It's just so difficult to take it all in, and I'm sure even being there in person is 100 times worse. You've vacationed there near that area many times.
Yeah, so between Sanibel Island, there are little barrier islands south of Fort Myers. A lot of people in our area have been down that way to vacation. It's a beautiful place to get away and to vacation, but you think about just how remote and quiet a lot of those areas are. There are seasonal people or seasonal residents who are coming and going between different locations, and that contributes to like that nice sleepy feel to it. But I read somewhere that the causeway connecting Sanibel to the mainland washed away, so it's going to take some time to be able to access that point. So when you think about some of these more remote vacation towns, it's more than just the damage. It is just even like rebuilding to start that renovation and rebuilding.
Yeah, we don't even know the extent of the damage just yet. All right, we're going to take a quick break. Continuing coverage of the impact of Ian continues after this.
It's our Kia inventory reduction sale at Boniface Tires Kia in Melbourne, Florida, where you can get brand new Kias 0 down or $189 a month, and we're the only Kia dealer to give you a warranty forever. BonifaceTiresKia.com, Melbourne, Florida, home of warranty forever. Thank you.
Meet the Reeds. They just went solar with Skymark. They got tired of utility payments that just kept going up. Now they locked in their power cost. That means no more paying a power bill that feels more like a never-ending adjustable loan. And with a power wall installed by Skymark experts, they have power when their neighbors don't. Now's the time. The federal tax credit has been increased and extended, and you get 1.9% financing. When you're looking for superior quality and service, reach for the sky. Skymark.
My crypto's down.
No coiner.
Trust. This'll move.
Dude, they're fragging C. Rez, hit me. I got my ult.
That's 472 horsepower and 395 pound-feet of torque.
Well, what's up with this team sheet? Inverted fullback and a false 9?
The limited slip diff lets you hammer the throttle.
You don't get it till you go all in.
Poggers.
Stick it in the onion bag.
The Lexus IS, all in on the sports sedan.
Getting injured on the job caused me to lose control of my life.
What medical benefits am I entitled to?
Will we get compensation?
I want to take back control.
So do I.
Our family wants to take back control.
I'm Glenn Levine from the law offices of Anajar and Levine. If you've been injured on the job and believe you're not receiving the proper compensation you're entitled to, call us at 1-800-747-FREE for a consultation and take back control of your life.
My husband and I were hit by a texting driver. We were both hurt and didn't know what lawyer to call.
After much research, we called Dan Newland. Dan's lawyers were 5-star all the way.
Dan won my case and got me $250,000.
And Dan won my case and got me $250,000.
Winning $500,000 for Gray and David was a great honor. Involved in a car accident? I'll fight hard to win big for you too. Call me at 407-888-8000.
Thank you, Dan.
Thanks, Dan.
It's our Kia inventory reduction sale at Boniface Tires Kia in Melbourne, Florida, where you can get brand new Kias 0 down or $189 a month, and we're the only Kia dealer to give you a warranty forever. BonifaceTiresKia.com, Melbourne, Florida, home of warranty forever. Thank you.
All right, welcome back. It is 8:15, and as we continue tracking the impact of Ian, we know that the storm itself is out in the Atlantic. It has re-strengthened into a hurricane, and it's making its way up to the Carolinas. So they're under advisories there. And in the meantime, we are just starting to understand the damage that it has left behind.
We are checking in with crewers all over the state of Florida who are showing us that damage. But we do, in the meantime, want to get a check of our forecast here in Orlando. Even just yesterday, walking around yesterday evening, it was noticeably cooler. Got up this morning, it was cooler than it was even then. And Cam, what can we expect throughout the day if anybody has to run to the grocery store or Home Depot or Lowe's to start cleaning up?
Well, we can expect drier conditions, that is for sure. In fact, we can tell you that we are going to see conditions improve, almost fall-like out there as we go through the rest of the day and into the weekend. But want to give you the latest on Ian here. Winds of 85 miles per hour. It's still Category 4 storm, or Category 1 storm, excuse me, moving off to the north at 9 miles per hour. Millibar pressure about 984. And you can see it is churning out in the Atlantic right now, and we are expecting to continue to move north as it goes towards the Carolinas. Here's a look at the latest track. It is expected to make landfall across coastal South Carolina as we go through the afternoon. Still is a Category 1 hurricane there, so Ian is still maintaining its intensity. Then it is expected to weaken as it moves farther inland here to a tropical storm by the time we wake up on Saturday morning, and then it continues to fall apart as it moves over the Carolinas, especially into the mountainous terrain there. Back here at home, we still have coastal flood advisories in effect through Saturday morning because coastal flooding is still occurring. It's going to take quite some time for the waters to clear, and the only tropical advisories we still have left from Ian are mostly for the offshore waters here. You can see offshore of the Volusia County as well as Flagler County, because again, on the back side of that system, we could still see some of those really strong tropical storm strength winds, but again, that is mostly offshore. Flood warning in effect for Seminole County and the St. Johns River until further notice in parts of Osceola County as well. We also have a high surf advisory for the coastal waters offshore there for Flagler Beach through Saturday morning, because we are expecting some pretty large swells still. Back here at home, it feels very fall-like there, very comfortable conditions right now in the middle 60s as we start off your Friday morning. So it is a nice start out there. And finally, our first warning radar not tracking any rain at all at the moment. So that is good for those who are just trying to clean up this morning. And as we look ahead for your weekend planner, it's actually looking pretty nice. We are going to see temperatures climb though as we go into the weekend. We're expecting highs in the low 80s today, but we are expecting those temperatures to eventually climb into the mid to upper 80s as we go towards late week. Here's a look at that extended weather forecast. We are looking at just beautiful weather as we go into the upcoming weekend. Thankfully, really no huge rain to talk about to allow people to finally clean on up and clear all that debris as we go through the weekend. Now let's take a look at traffic this morning with Megan. Hey, Megan.
Yeah, good morning, Cam. So following that flooding on our roadways, you can see chopper is now flying over University and Rouse Boulevard. You can see all these cars just submerged in water. This has likely happened yesterday. You cannot even see the road here. Just devastating to see surrounding this neighborhood and these homes. So this is what could happen if you drive through flooded roadways. We're seeing several cars. I've counted at least 5 here along University and Rouse in this community and even in this neighborhood as well. So just devastating to see here. Even as you head out today, we are still seeing those flooded roads. So just make sure you turn around, don't drown. It is best to just drive a different direction if you're not sure just how deep the water is. I want to give you a live look now at the turnpike. We are seeing this exit here just blocked off because of that flooding onto some of these on and off ramps. The turnpike is open in both directions if you're heading out for your morning drive. But again, just be mindful of that this morning. Sheldon and Sonica, back to you.
That's unbelievable. Yeah. That shot of University and Rouse, I mean, that is right near where I grew up in middle and high school, and I can't even put a map to what I'm looking at over there, which is
how
just
submerged
crazy.
everything is. It's crazy.
Yeah, got to be careful. Okay, speaking of major flooding, Osceola County is one location where we saw very high levels of water all day yesterday.
WESH-TV's Megan Mulatto continues our team coverage from Pebble Point.
We're on the corner of Pebble Point Way and Hawthorne Lane here in Osceola County. This is the Pebble Point community that dealt with significant flooding yesterday. If you take a look, I'm standing on top of a storm drain that clearly is clogged up with either debris or just an overload of water. Slowly but surely, it does seem to be receding. As you can tell, these vehicles driving through are able to make it through the floodwater, but it's still pretty deep near their tires. Yesterday, that wasn't the case. There were no cars coming through here. There was only boats coming through here. The Osceola County Sheriff's Office, Osceola County Fire Crews, they teamed up with FHP, that's Florida Highway Patrol, and Florida Fish and Wildlife to rescue families that were trapped in their flooded homes in this neighborhood. Osceola County Sheriff Marco Lopez says more than 200 people were picked up by airboat in this neighborhood alone, then taken to appropriate shelters. Some residents did choose to stay, and those are the ones that are kind of making their way through the neighborhood. Now, today is all about recovery. We've seen some Toho water crews coming through here to try to assess the damage. Damage assessment is going to be done throughout the day from both utility crews, professionals, and the residents that are coming back to their homes to see how they are spared. And we'll bring you the latest on the conditions out here in Osceola County as soon as we get more details from the sheriff and any emergency officials. We'll, of course, bring those to you on air and online. But for now, back to you in the studio.
All right, Megan, thank you. One of the best parts of Central Florida is that when there is a need, we always rise to the occasion. No matter what has happened in our own homes, we always seem to find ways to give back. And St. Cloud right now is asking for a little help.
They are in need of just emergency items to help out some of these people who are not in their homes right now. They've been displaced or they're dealing with the aftermath of this storm. If you have shirts, pants, shorts, shoes, diapers, kids' clothes for newborns and up, maybe baby formula, you can drop those off at Home Commons in Kissimmee until 2 o'clock this afternoon. They're going to start accepting those donations at 9 o'clock this morning. They are grateful for what they can get, but just keep in mind you want gently used or maybe new products for some of these things that you're donating to help these families.
A lot of people are going to be in need over the next couple of days, weeks, possibly months. All right, it is closing in on 8:22. We are going to take a quick break and we'll be right back.
Save time and money with this wood fence in a box from Fence Outlet. It comes with everything you need to easily install it yourself with 0 down and 0% financing. For quality fences at the best prices, go to fenceoutlet.com.
As Central Florida recovers from Hurricane Ian, we are here to keep you informed, letting you know where it's safe, where to avoid, and what's next. Stay with WESH-2 News for Ian's impact.
WESH-2 First Warning Traffic, helping you get from here to there with ease. Warning you of delays and giving you the best route. Watch Megan Mackey weekdays on WESH-2 News Sunrise.
Meet the Connors. When they needed a new roof, they chose Skymark because Skymark understands that a roof covers so much more than just a house. It covers all the moments that really matter. That's the reason a Skymark crew will never have subcontractors. That's the reason a Skymark roof is backed by a real warranty. And that's the reason at Skymark, we take pride in the work we do. When you're looking for superior quality and service, reach for the sky. Skymark.
I was driving home from practice and I remember seeing this car coming right towards me and a huge loud, I knew with my injuries that I wasn't going to be able to play. Having my career cut short by a drunk driver was the worst part of my life. I knew if there was, one firm to get me justice and to get me compensated for that, it was going to be Morgan & Morgan. Morgan & Morgan has definitely really helped me in the toughest, darkest moments of my life. Those guys were there for me. I'm Chandler Parsons and I chose Morgan & Morgan.
Our middle son left to go to work and he twice deported illegal. Ran into him and he killed him. This is what happens when we have open borders. We were able to go and meet with Governor DeSantis. He said, I want to hear your son's story. And to see the compassion in his eyes, he wanted to make sure other lives were protected. He's been very strong on safety. He's been very strong on law and order. He has made our state one of the safest states to be in. There's no greater leader than Governor DeSantis.
Fence Outlet has the largest assortment of vinyl, wood, aluminum, chain link, and steel fences in Florida. That means we have the style you want at the guaranteed lowest price. Right now, put no money down and get 0% financing on any fence. For quality fences at the best prices, go to fenceoutlet.com.
All right, it is 8:24. If you are just joining us, we are continuing to follow the aftermath of Ian.
We're finally starting to see the sun come out. Water levels are starting to recede, so we're getting a better picture of the damage. And we are also learning a little bit more about the deaths and the devastation out of southwest Florida.
7 people were confirmed dead in Charlotte County, and we know that one person in our area in Volusia County, a 72-year-old man, also died.
2 reported dead in Sarasota County, 2 in Sanibel. Now, we do want to note the state of Florida and the Department of Emergency Management, they are still working to get exact numbers. And as you look at your screen here, we know it's going to be a long process, so we'll probably continue to see those numbers filter in, but it is going to take some time to really understand the extent of damage and the loss of life in this area.
And the Biden administration says that there will likely be substantial loss of life from the storm. They're also standing by to help Florida.
Yeah, NBC's Bree Jackson reports.
A revived Hurricane Ian makes its way north this morning after tearing through parts of Florida and causing catastrophic damage.
I literally watched my house disappear with everything in it. Right before my eyes.
Officials are assessing the aftermath, estimating 250,000 Floridians were displaced. At least a dozen have died. That number only expected to rise in the coming days.
This could be the deadliest hurricane in Florida's history.
President Biden pledging full federal support for Florida during his visit to FEMA headquarters, approving a major disaster declaration that includes funding for temporary housing and home repairs. Mr. Biden also vowing to work closely with Governor Ron DeSantis on what's expected to be a long road to recovery.
However long it takes, we're going to be there. That's my commitment to you.
As Floridians take stock of the damage, Hurricane Ian is now on track to make a second U.S. landfall, bringing damaging winds and torrential rain to South Carolina.
We know there's going to be water, a lot of hot water through Charleston.
Georgia and North Carolina are also bracing for fierce impacts.
So for North Carolinians, I want to be clear. This storm can still be dangerous and even deadly.
President Biden urging those in impacted areas to heed the warnings from emergency officials, stressing the dangers of Hurricane Ian will continue throughout the weekend. In Washington, Bree Jackson for NBC News.
It is just remarkable to see all of that devastating damage. It's going to be a long road to recovery. So many people in our area have relatives who live down there. They have vacationed down in the southwest part of the state. We're dealing with our own cleanup efforts up here, fully acknowledging that it's not as bad as what happened down there, but it still doesn't make it any easier.
No, and it is hard to find the words, quite frankly. All right, it is 8:28 at this hour. We're going to take a quick break.
At Napleton Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram, we're tripling your rebates. $2,000 off is now $6,000 off. $3,000 off is now $9,000 off. Up to $12,000 off. And Napleton has no payments for 90 days. Napleton Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram.
Looks like we could get some bad weather today across Florida, but it's just a routine day here at the Safe Touch Central Station.
The Safe Touch Central Station was built to be disaster resistant and features the industry's most advanced technology, backup systems, and standby power generators. When the storm comes, Safe Touch will still be there for you.
Good news for you, bad news for the crooks.
At Safe Touch, we've been preparing for the storm for over 30 years. Safe Touch security systems are powered by Alarm.com.
Ready? It's happening now through Monday at Rooms to Go.
Pick from 100 beautiful rooms, each under $1,500. Picture it, your home, fully furnished in your style, with living rooms under $1,500, dining rooms under $1,500, bedrooms under $1,500. So many stylish options, each under $1,500. And it gets better. Finance for $30 or less per month, interest-free for 50 months. Now through Monday at Rooms to Go.
It's an incredible 4-day sale at Bears Furniture. Save up to 50% or more, including 50% off all Tommy Bahama for one final weekend. Own this customer favorite for 50% off. Want genuine leather? All Natuzzi editions, including special order, now 50% off. We have thousands of items in stock and ready for immediate delivery. All the name brands, all the style, all marked down this weekend, only through Sunday. Wear Bears.
I'm Marco Rubio, and I approved this message.
Val Demings. She'd be Florida's most liberal senator ever. Demings votes with Pelosi 100%. She supports amnesty and gave stimulus checks to illegal immigrants, supports taxpayer-funded abortion until the moment of birth. Demings even voted to allow transgender youth sports and teach children radical gender identity without parental consent. Val Demings. She's not just liberal, she's dangerously radical.
Can health insurance speak your language? ¿Y tu idioma?
Inalangu?
With agents fluent in 20 languages, it can. What else can health insurance do? Come find out.
All right, welcome back. We are continuing to cover the impact of Hurricane Ian, and we are expecting to hear from the governor. So when that happens, we will bring that to you live. Thanks for staying with us. I'm Sonica Donge.
And I'm Sheldon Dutez. We want to get right to first warning. Meteorologist Kellyanne Class to help us plan for this day now that Ian has moved off of our coast and is set its sights north.
Yeah, and you know, it is a very nice treat after what we've been dealing with over the past several days for Ian to move out of the way and cooler and refreshing air filling in behind it. Right now, Hurricane Ian is moving up the eastern coastline. It is starting to switch from that north-northeasterly direction to the north, so it is going to make landfall later on today in South Carolina. But you can see as we take that wider perspective, it does not look that impressive. It's starting to get into that comma shape. What that means is it doesn't really have a lot of tropical characteristics, although it is still a hurricane, but it's really just dry air being pulled into this system, so it doesn't have a definitive eye anymore. So it is still certainly, though, packing very strong winds of about 85 miles per hour. Again, expected to make landfall later on today along the South Carolina coastline and then move up into the Appalachian Mountains. Back here at home, it is a very breezy but yet comfortable start to our morning. Winds out of the west-northwest for most locations at about 10 to 15 miles per hour. So we won't be dealing with gusty conditions today, especially as Ian begins to lift up towards the north. One thing, though, that we are going to be watching for at least our coastal locations in Flagler County is high surf. So a high surf advisory is in effect through tonight and into tomorrow morning because seas are right around 10 to 14 feet with breakers at 9 to 13 feet. Some of those live shots that we've been taking from the Flagler Pier out into Flagler County have been impressive. But great news is Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, those swells are going to go down. A couple of other coastal concerns. We have a coastal flood advisory in effect through tomorrow morning for Volusia and Brevard counties. So just watch out for that coastal flooding. So here's what you need to know, at least for Hurricane Ian. We are still watching those lingering coastal effects, but it will gradually improve throughout the day today. Out the door right now, some cloud cover, but overall not a bad start. 60s are on tap at 8:32 this morning. Most locations anywhere from about 62 to 65 degrees. And we're on the pleasant scale for our muggy meter. So as you step out the door, open up those windows, it's wonderful. We will stay dry throughout the day today with temperatures anywhere from about low 80s to mid 80s. Winds will still be breezy out of the west-northwest at about 10 to 15 miles per hour. We are going to talk much more about today's forecast. We also have the 7-day forecast that we are going to break down for you, let you know if we could see any precipitation on the way. But for now, things are looking pretty good today. So as we begin that cleanup process, no need to worry about any additional rainfall. So we're going to continue to kind of comb over the numbers from Ian. We're also going to have a look at that 7-day forecast coming up in just a few minutes.
Kellyanne, I'm also tracking that flooding on the roadways. We did have some flooding over near University. Right now, chopper is flying over towards Orlo Vista, that region, so we will show you live pictures once they arrive. Right now, I do want to let you know of some other hazards. If you're traveling I-4 westbound, this is near Sanford, Highway 17. There is a depression here on the road. We're seeing this with some of those on-ramps and off-ramps, some issues, that flooding, those depressions. So be mindful of that. I-4 is smooth sailing, though. Again, coming up in just a couple minutes, I'll have a look at more of that flooding. Sheldon and Sonica, back to you.
Okay, Megan, thank you. And we do want to get as many vantage points as possible because some of the flooding is hard to take in, hard to describe unless you're right there and you're seeing it for yourself. No one knows that better than WESH TV's Greg Fox.
And it is affecting a lot of main roads all through our area, including Orange Avenue. And that's where Greg is live this morning, just outside of downtown. Greg.
Yeah, we are at the spot at Park Lake Street where this depression formed during the storm. And it is a huge depression in North Orange Avenue in a 3-lane road that is normally very, very busy on a normal workday. So fortunately, we don't have that right now. Let's give you a closer look and show you what it is. It's right there centered around that manhole cover. And again, they've been coning off 2 lanes here, so you've got 1 through lane. You can still get through, headed down toward Colonial and the rest of downtown. Let's show, you know, the 3-lane traffic pattern here. Don't forget, this is also an area that's got an awful lot of new apartments, an awful lot of people living downtown now. So this is a critical street you want open. They've been working on it now for the past while this morning. They are assuring me that they are going to be able to get this fixed by Monday morning rush hour traffic. And again, as we continue to show you this area right here, we'll also say that they think they'll get it done by today, if not, possibly by tomorrow. Other bit of interesting news for Orange County that is critical for the people that ride Lynx buses. They're going to be resuming what they call weekend and holiday service beginning in less than an hour. So at 9:30, Lynx buses will be rolling again, but in that limited holiday and weekend schedule. And of course, they'll be doing that through the weekend and back to a full regular schedule coming up on Monday.
All right, Greg, a good update there that they are hoping to get that work done on hopefully by the end of today. When you were a little bit further south, or I should say north on Orange Avenue earlier this morning, that whole area by the on-ramp to get on I-4 at Magnolia was also flooded, going all the way up towards Princeton. In your travels around that general area, just how bad were the flooding even on the side streets around there?
Well, it is receding, but I mean, it's bad enough that there are some cars that are stuck. Okay, so in other words, you have a couple that are near that entrance ramp to I-4 eastbound and the express lanes there, and then you've got another car that's stuck at the exit ramp to I-4 westbound, and there was a police officer there earlier. And we've obviously seen other cars stuck along the Lake Ivanhoe areas of Orange Avenue and Ivanhoe. So you really need to avoid that area today. But if you're going to go out, you need to do it slowly because besides the water, a lot of stuff fell down from the trees. There are palm fronds, there's debris, a couple of branches, and that can get stuck underneath your car. So you want to be careful about that too. Most of the vehicles we see trying to go through are the bigger pickups and trucks and work vehicles.
Okay. And Greg, when you were there along Antique Row and that stretch of Orange Avenue earlier today, did it look like from your vantage point that the water was making its way, like, was it at the businesses' door fronts or was it like above it?
So the troubling thing for people who enjoy using that recreational park there on Lake Ivanhoe is that there's no way you can get to the restrooms if you wanted to get there. The benches and the seating are surrounded by water. The restaurant, which is called Russell's, which is on the lake side of Orange Avenue, closer to the lake, that looks like a problem point to get in there, but it also looks like it's receding there too, so they could be in good shape as early as today. We don't know. And fortunately for most of the businesses that are on Antique Row, they are in an uphill, kind of an uphill slant there as they get closer toward Advent Health's main campus, and so the water seems to be staying away from their doors.
I know you don't have a crystal ball here, but just based on what you have seen so far, we've seen some places in Central Florida that are starting to drain pretty quickly, and other areas where that water just sits there. Based on the rate of receding water that you've seen this morning, how long do you think this process is going to be for that particular area?
I'm going to answer that by saying I don't have a crystal ball.
So, I mean, it's certainly not a today kind of thing.
You know, it's impossible to say. Yeah. Well, in some places that were not drivable as recently as 2 or 3 o'clock this morning, they might be by this afternoon. It just depends.
Okay, yeah, just a lot of question marks, I guess. So if you're out and about driving around, you got to be very careful and be prepared for some delays. Greg, thank you. We want to bring in WESH-TV's Megan Mackey now. Megan, you were driving around everywhere yesterday. What were your thoughts on the situation out there?
Yeah, I mean, you know, there was lots of flooding and pretty much all across Central Florida. I was near Lake Davis in the downtown area, Winter Park, and right now we're actually looking at the Orlo Vista area. This is actually near University Boulevard, and Rouse Road. Chopper was flying over this about 30 minutes ago. I mean, and it's just devastating to see how many cars got stuck in those roadways. I mean, we, you know, get out there overnight, and I can tell you driving around, it's really hard to tell, you know, just how deep that water is. So we saw, you know, a lot of them stuck there. A lot of people start driving through, and then it's too late. You know, we saw Tony rescue a woman. Sometimes that you realize it too late. And so even today, as people are heading out, you know, it's just best to avoid any road that is flooded, because you never know how deep it is.
And when we're talking about water levels, like, I mean, this video in particular, I'm glad that we have this video, because I didn't even recognize the area, and I used to drive around this area all the time, and water levels are almost, I mean, that car is almost completely submerged.
It's hard to even fathom. Like, if anybody lives in that area and they can get in touch with us, I'm so curious about this, because we haven't heard from people in this area. This elementary school, Riverdale, is submerged as well. So many of the buildings there. So it's more than the cars and the roads in that area. It's also going into the residential subdivisions in the neighborhoods. And we're looking at this video, and it's a lot to take in.
And if you're not familiar with this area, so this is just north of Alafaya, north of Waterford Lakes, which is, of course, an incredibly popular location around there, right by UCF. So, you know, a lot of students also venture around that area. That's going to take a while to recede, no doubt about it.
Yeah, and even when I was, you know, near Lake Davis, a lot of people had their cars either in their garages or their driveways and started to try and pull out, and but then they realized the water was just, you know, too deep there. So they got out their kayaks, you know, started kayaking to, you know, get some of their belongings out of their homes. They don't know when this water is going to come down. So a smart move by those people. But again, some people, it's just an unfortunate situation and ended up driving through the water. So just sad to see.
Megan, you're kind of new to the area here.
Yes.
And so what a way to get you introduced to the roadways. You've now seen them clear of water, and you've now seen them submerged. Were there any areas in particular that really struck you when you were driving by?
I would say just downtown. You know, I live in that area, and I've never seen it like that. Even coming into work this morning, I mean, the Ivanhoe exit ramps and on-ramps, it's just shocking to see them still blocked this morning. And it's no telling how long it's going to take for that water to recede. So it looks totally different than when I moved here a month ago.
Yeah.
It's surprising even for those of
us who grew up here, and people who have drive through, you know, a lot of the places that we're seeing are, you know, we've got favorite restaurants or running routes or neighborhoods that we've known for just various reasons, and seeing them like this, it's just a lot to take in. Megan, we appreciate that. We know that the submerged roads and the waterways have kind of been one aspect of this storm, but the power outages was another one.
Yeah, let's bring in WESH-TV's Jason Guy here, who, no, excuse me, it looks like we have some numbers here.
Yeah, we got some.
Oh, apparently we have video of Orla Vista flooding, and this is an area that you were also driving near?
Yes, I drove by this. It looks like Chopper is actually flying over that right now. Maybe we can take that live picture, but we see several vehicles are submerged in the water in this area just by these homes. It looks like, if we're able to pull that video, Chopper is flying over it right now. But yeah, it's just devastating to see.
Yeah, it should be the traffic source if people in the back.
There we go. Yeah, links 3. You can see. It looks like these cars were just, you know, parked in their driveways. So
that is so unfortunate. That is unbelievable.
This is new video coming in. We see 3 vehicles there. And, you know, I was even near Lake Wekiva yesterday, Lake Wekiva Road, early in the morning, and we saw that flooding just continuing to rise and rise and rise as that flash flood emergency was happening and people trying to get their cars out. But there's really nowhere to go in a situation like that. You know, it's unprecedented rainfall. Again, this is in the Orlo Vista area.
Yeah.
And where we saw a lot of those water evacuations yesterday. Megan, thank you so much for all of that perspective. We appreciate it. We also do want to get everyone caught up on the power outages because so many folks across Central Florida and across the state, Sonica, are dealing with that this morning.
Yeah, Duke Energy has more than 10,000 active outages right now, 491,000 customers without power. Florida Power and Light has more than 200,000 customers without power in Central Florida, and about 112,000 of those customers are in Volusia County.
OUC says that they've had about 26,000 customers in the dark right now. At its peak, there were up to about 97,000 customers who did not have power. The Kissimmee Utility Authority has about more than 2,500 customers who are still in the dark this morning. And Seco Energy has about 2,800 customers waiting for their lights to come back on. In total, there are 2 million outages statewide. If you are waiting for power to be restored, be patient. We've said it over and over throughout the last few days. It's going to take some time. We do have crews coming from out of state to help our Florida crews get the power back on, but some of the utilities, state leaders, they've all acknowledged that it will take some time.
Yes, and those power outages are affecting traffic lights in our area. It's making it very difficult to get out onto the roadways. We just heard from Greg Fox, who said, some roads might be clear by today, other roads, it's sort of hard to tell. We want to bring in WESH-TV's Jason Guy now to talk about how can we stay safe out on the roadways?
Well, keep in mind that big tip that authorities have been saying, don't drown, turn around. If you see water like this, do not go into it. You just don't know how deep it is. And in really a matter of about 6 inches, your car can be swept away, authorities are reminding you. Now, the power outages means there are no traffic lights in some of these intersections. And when that happens, you're going to want to do this. It becomes dangerous, so turn it into a four-way stop. It's just like if you went through the neighborhood and you hit the stop sign. That's what this will become if there's an intersection, a four-way intersection with the traffic lights out. The first car to get to the intersection goes first, just the same rules that you would see at a four-way stop. And keep in mind, if 2 vehicles arrive there at the same time, the driver on the left yields. So the driver on the right has the right of way. Just a good way to kind of remember that. Be extra cautious, put your phone down, use a lot of attention on those roads today as you were driving, and be very aware that if you're just blowing down, let's say 1792, and you're not even paying attention about lights, those could be out and you could run into a very serious crash. So just use a lot of caution today. Officials are saying if you don't have to be out, that's the best thing. Don't get out on those roads right now. Sonica and Sheldon.
All right, Jason, thank you so much. And not to mention, not just the lights that are out. Even on 1792, there are patches of 1792, Orange Avenue, OBT, these main roads in our area that have areas that are underwater.
Yeah, and those roads will just be impassable. It is 8:46. We want to get a check of our forecast. Kellyanne, the good news, the silver lining, I should say, in all of this is even as people start their repair work, as they try to navigate the damage left behind, it's not steaming outside.
No, that's exactly right, Sonica. It is very nice. It is a very nice change and truly feels like fall this morning. Out the door, we are seeing some cloud cover, but overall been checking radar, not seeing any sort of precipitation. It is a little bit breezy, though. That camera is bouncing up and down. Wind right now about to the west-northwest at 9 miles per hour. But check out that temperature, 64 degrees. It feels wonderful as you step out the door this morning. Winds right now are beginning to slow down back towards our west, but still a little bit breezy in our central and our eastern spots. Most locations in the 10 to 12 to 15 mile per hour range. Then we have Ian lifting up towards our north. Behind that, we have dry air filtering on in, and that will help to keep us dry and quiet over the next couple of hours. As we take a look at the afternoon and evening, really not a cloud in the sky. I do think that most of that cloud cover will clear out as Ian lifts towards the north. We'll be on the sinking air side of that system, and that means sunny conditions this afternoon and also this evening. So again, just starting off with some cloud cover. Then as we look towards this afternoon and evening, mostly sunny conditions with temperatures today topping out right around 83 degrees here in Orlando, 84 in Bithlo, 82 degrees in Kissimmee, and the lower 80s for the rest of Central Florida. So it is truly going to feel refreshing. As we look towards tomorrow, Ian begins to move up towards the north. We have sunny conditions, and the stretch of sunny conditions are still going to continue over the next couple of days. Week trough tries to slide through, but really just going to be working with sunny and comfortable air, and also those morning temperatures will also be good as well. But obviously we are still looking forward to the weekend. Going to be watching for temperatures right around the mid 80s, but morning temperatures, I think that's the sweet spot. We're in the mid 60s all across the board for the morning, so it's going to feel comfortable outside. Low rain chances over the next couple of days. Do have a 10% chance of rainfall in the forecast for this weekend. However, I still think we'll have a lot more dry air rather than sunshine. Same thing all the way through next week. Megan, good morning.
Good morning, Kelly. And I am still tracking that flooding across central Florida. I do want to pull up links 3 if we are able to on this monitor. As you can see, this is footage from last night, but chopper is flying over an area in Orla Vista. There we go. This is in a neighborhood that is completely underwater. As you can see, we've been tracking this. I've counted at least 15 cars submerged in water in this neighborhood this morning. Just really sad to see. We're still seeing that flooding in many areas this morning. So if you are heading out, we've seen some boats here trying to get people out to get supplies and things like that. So just a lot of devastation. Also, if you're traveling along some of our interstates, they are open. I-4 is looking great. The Turnpike. Here is a look at one of the problem spots I am following though, near Sanford. There's some depression here off the exit ramp to Highway 17. So just be mindful of that if you're traveling in that direction. Sonica and Sheldon, back to you.
All right, Megan, thank you. And we've just found out that, yes, Ian has left our area. It is headed up the coast and toward the Carolinas. We just found out that President Biden has declared an emergency declaration for South Carolina and has ordered federal assistance for response efforts after Ivan eventually hits that area. So we're seeing some of the images from there. Also, Flagler County officials, a little bit closer to home, they want to urge you to limit your water usage to emergency needs only. They say it is very important to allow this overwhelmed sewer system to catch up. So if you can hold off on doing that load of laundry, if you don't need to run the dishwasher, maybe cut down on how much water you're using during the shower just until they can get back on track. Just something to keep in mind today as so many people are at home and sorting through everything.
We're starting to see businesses step up and reach back out to the community. Crunch Fitness is offering free showers to people without power. That will last until Monday or until power is restored. All you need to bring with you, in addition to your towel and your change of clothes, is your valid Florida driver's license. A list of locations can be found on Crunch's website. Crunch Winter Springs, however, will not be open because they have no power.
All right, if you're wondering about Sunday's NFL game, this is what we know. After consulting with local and state agencies, they are ready for Sunday's game. And the Bucs will play the Kansas City Chiefs at Raymond James Stadium as originally scheduled. So there was some uncertainty ahead of that game because Tampa was expected to take that direct hit from the storm, but it is still going on as originally scheduled.
All right, we've got some good news. If you have a flight sometime soon, Orlando International Airport is expecting to reopen in about an hour and a half. Their official opening time is 10:30 a.m., where they will be continuing with their commercial flight operations. Melbourne Airport said it plans to reopen at 6 a.m., so should be open right now. Orlando Sanford International Airport is still closed, as is Daytona Beach International. We are told that that airport will remain closed until Wednesday, October 5th. Remember, Volusia County took quite the beating. And some other key things to note this morning. Lynx hopes to return to a modified bus service today. We just heard from Greg Fox. I think they call it the holiday and weekend schedule. Sunrail service still suspended and will reopen after crews are able to finish all of their safety inspections. And all toll roads are still, all tolls rather, on toll roads have been suspended. That is still in effect and until we hear otherwise from the governor.
All right, so that's an update on some of the items here in the Central Florida area to help you plan over the next couple days or so. Sonica, we're also seeing some of the devastating images that are coming in from South Florida. Fort Myers area, hard hit by this storm. We're taking a look at some of the damage in that area, and it is a lot to fathom. It's a lot to take in. These are people's homes. They might be their seasonal homes, resorts are down there, business owners, and you think about everything that they are dealing with and a lot of them, Sonica, can't even access some of these places.
Yeah, you know, we are, relatively speaking, so lucky with the damage that we sustained. I mean, we've got a lot of flooded roadways, and homeowners are going to have quite a road to recovery ahead of them. But when you take a look at what happened in Southwest Florida, where this very strong Category 4 hurricane hit, it is just devastating. The aerial views from the Lee County Sheriff's Office that were released yesterday tugged on so many people's heartstrings. When we're getting ground footage like this one that we are showing you, where we just see boats and streets destroyed. This is in Lee County as well. Look at these boats. I mean, they're up against people's homes. These are images that you never, ever want to see. And even when you're looking at them, Sheldon, they're just so difficult to take in. And
it's just a testament to just how strong that storm is. You know, we heard the meteorologist saying all this week that this was just shy of a Category 5 storm. And, you know, we're hearing all of these different high wind speeds for this storm, but looking at this video and seeing the destruction and the damage that was left behind, it really puts it into context just how ferocious, just how intense Hurricane Ian was.
And all of this damage is part of the reason why we are getting trickles of information in, because first responders are not able to get to a lot of these communities just yet. And we're starting to learn a little bit about the loss of life, 7 in Charlotte County at last check, but we will likely not know for days because this damage is just so extensive. And we know that President Biden has said this could be the deadliest storm in Florida's history. He has expected massive loss of life here, and we will learn more in the coming days. In the meantime, it's just about trying to, get all this water to recede, which is going to be a process. And
we know that the Coast Guard was up yesterday looking for survivors in that area. So we're going to find out a little bit more about some of the rescues that they did. But we do want to see some of the conditions a little bit closer to the Central Florida area in Volusia County and in Daytona Beach. I believe we have some of the damage in Daytona Beach and just how much the water was coming up over the seawall there. Look at this.
These are images, they really are hard to fathom, and I'm struggling to find the words, Sheldon, after 3 days of seeing what Ian has done across our state. This is video where it's just breaching the seawall like it's nothing. And we know that usually water levels are so much lower. We were expecting storm surge, of course, on both of our coasts, but every time we checked in with Volusia County reporter, Bureau Chief Reporter Claire Metz, we saw her and her photojournalist Hutch just get pelted with rain, and it was consistent. We saw, the rain bands moving in across other parts of Central Florida. Every time we checked in with them, they were struggling against high wind. They were struggling to stay dry. And it is no surprise that when you're taking a look at the businesses in Daytona Beach, or Daytona Beach shores in particular, they will likely not reopen for quite some time.
It's going to be definitely a weekend, maybe even a couple weeks or so of just cleaning up and trying to get everyone's footing back on board.
Even as we and first responders are urging everybody to stay home during the storm, we know that rescuers were out there and they were trying to save as many people as possible. We have video also from Volusia County, I believe. Is that right? From the Coast Guard, but right off the coast of Daytona Beach is my understanding of rescue that happened.
Yes, the commander said that they rescued almost 100 people. I believe this was just in various parts of Florida. Let's listen in on what they had to say.
It was a busy day of search and rescue for the Coast Guard yesterday. We had 16 aircraft up in the air throughout the day and overnight. We were able to rescue 95 people, and we're starting again at first light this morning. We've got our aircraft in the air this morning. We're going to get out there. We're going to find anybody else that needs assistance.
All right, let's take a look now from our chopper. It is up above Central Florida, and I think this is the best vantage point to Flagler Beach that we have gotten so far, because many of these streets are flooded, so our crews aren't able to get there on the ground level. So some of these aerial footages are giving us a better perspective and a more in-depth look at the damage that we are now all going to be going through over the next few days as a community.
Yes, and we have a crew up there that has been checking out some of the damage there. People will be having to clean up that pier, that area, and just that part of the beach. Like it's a lot to take in, and we are getting those aerial shots of everything that is happening right now.
This is Flagler Beach right now. We have Chopper 2 live above the scene, and you can see, sometimes when we take these aerial shots, we have to remind you that what you're looking at are streets. And Central Florida in general, of course, we have so many lakes. The lakes have just grown over the last few days. We're waiting for, you know, all of the water to recede. And I believe we have Mike Kirby up in Chopper right now, seeing all of this.
And Mike is one of our photojournalists here at WESH News. He's in the chopper right now. Mike, you're very familiar with Volusia County. You've worked at WESH for a long time. You've covered a lot of storms. Just describe for us what you're seeing right now and where it is.
Good morning, Sheldon. It's bad up here. We're up at Flagler Beach, about a mile, I'd say, south of the pier. Flooded neighborhood, really bad. Those are sheriff's deputies. Those are responders down there. And if you look into the water, you can see what appears to be possibly gasoline or something that is spilled into it. Just one of the many hazards that you could find in flood water. Additionally, you might find what we call a bivouac of fire ants. Whenever there's floods, fire ants can group into like balls, and you get one of those balls of fire ants on you, and it's gonna be a bad day for you. Flooding is very widespread if you look. This entire neighborhood is experiencing a mess, just a mess. Water is going into some of the houses. If you're driving down these roads, if you're out, you shouldn't be out on these roads at all, but if you are, take it slow, because you create a wake that goes into people's houses and just increases the damage and makes their life just a little more miserable. From a chopper too, we're looking around, we don't see a lot of wind damage in this area, which is fairly surprising since we're right on the beach. Here, let me give you a look here. That's our skid. We need that to land, so we're going to keep that there. Anyway, A1A is in pretty good shape at this section. That's usually a problem when the big storms come. The erosion comes and takes part of the highway away. But it seems to be fairly well intact. Not a lot of wind damage, just a lot of water. And this water, if you look, is coming off the intercoastal waterway. It's brackish. And look at this, just the flooding. This one particular street here is experiencing a lot. This looks like another responder vehicle moving in here. But it's bad. It'll go away. These people will rebuild, but just be careful out there in the water. Sheldon?
Mike, yeah, quick question for you. You have been up in the chopper flying. Just kind of give us a little bit more of just kind of like the scope of just how far-reaching all of this floodwater is. Are we talking, you know, miles and miles? Like just kind of a little bit of perspective.
It's big. There's a lot of real estate here covered. If you look, I'd say we're about a mile south of the pier, and it extends probably another mile and a half to the south. And it's moved away from the river. That's the intercoastal waterway right over there. It's moved away from that a quarter mile, maybe more. It's that is 2 blocks from the ocean, so you could do the math from that.
If you're just joining us, it's 9 o'clock. Oh, I'm sorry, Kirby. I don't mean to cut you off. I do just want to get our viewers up to speed here. It is 9 o'clock. We've got Kirby, our beloved photojournalist, up in the chopper right now. And Kirby, I know you've been on the ground. You've been on the ground not only over the last 48 hours. You've been on the ground for multiple hurricanes in the past. You were there on the ground for Michael when it slammed into the Florida's Panhandle. Can you shed some light on how seeing the damage from above compares to seeing the damage that you were driving through yesterday and the day before?
Well, this damage up here is not so bad. Like I said earlier, it's mostly flooding that's causing the problem in Flagler Beach area. Wind damage seems to be fairly minimal, and in fact, we don't see a lot of it up here. Other areas, such as Fort Myers, the wind can be devastating. And it's not so much the wind itself, it's the stuff that's being carried in the wind that can tear things up. In fact, one of my lovely little live trucks that I has a nice dent in it from a tree branch it took during Hurricane Michael up in Panama City, which that area got completely devastated. There's somebody out there in the water right now. There's somebody paddleboarding. That's a good way to get around, I guess, in a flooded community like this. But I really wouldn't advise being out. If you can stay indoors on days like this, it's best just to stay indoors unless you're not flooded. The weather's going to be gorgeous and you can clean up. And it's a good day for surfers. Growing up in Volusia County, I was a practitioner of that hobby for a while. Look at those waves. But yeah, it's the flooding up here in Flagler. It's pretty substantial. I have never seen any flooding like this in Flagler in my years of living in this area.
Was Flagler Beach your first stop here, Kirby? What's the plan for today? Where else are you guys checking out?
Yes, ma'am. First stop is Flagler Beach. We're going to head south from here. We took out a full bag of fuel in Leesburg. Leesburg Airport was open, so we got a good tank of gas. I'm with Pilot Dan. He's the man. Dan's the man. And we're going to head south from here into the Daytona Beach area and then look around and then probably head back over to the greater Orlando area later this afternoon.
All right, Kirby, thank you. And we should also note, too, to our viewers, we are standing by for a press conference from Governor Ron DeSantis, hoping to learn a little bit more about the damage that we are seeing, not just across Central Florida, as you're taking a live look here over Flagler Beach, but also there in Southwest Florida, where we've just seen utter devastation. When we're talking about the flood levels here, Kirby, I mean, just how high are some of these levels? Oh, excuse me. As I said that, the governor did start speaking. We'll check in with Kirby in just a little bit, but let's listen in to what the governor has to say.
Joining Grace a check from FEMA is our FEMA administrator, Deanne Criswell. So we appreciate her coming down, and we really appreciate FEMA's responsiveness to this disaster. So thank you very much, and thank you for being here. You had people immediately descend onto the scene, particularly in Southwest Florida. There's life rescue, making sure people are okay, following up on any type of calls, and there's been really a Herculean effort. There's also the assessment, of what's been damaged that's going to impact the entire community. And of course, the power is a big issue. There are people that are working. I think Lee and Charlotte have about 15% restored. There's going to be able to be some more restored likely in the relatively near future. There is going to be some that's going to require some rebuilds. And so the utilities, FP&L's was down there first thing. They understand that and they're prepared to do it. The other issue with Lee County that they've asked support from is they had a water main break for their county water utility. That means that the county does not have water at this point, and you need that to be able to function in society. They've requested support from FEMA, and then FEMA was able to provide the Army Corps of Engineers, and they were on the ground after Kevin called them, I think at like 3 in the morning yesterday. They were on the ground from Jacksonville all the way down to Southwest Florida in the afternoon. They've been working to assessing that situation. We also have Florida National Guard personnel standing by to help the Army Corps if they need it. But at the end of the day, that is something that will be very, very critical to be able to get that back. And it may require more of a rebuild. Maybe it require some more short-term remediation. They're going through that. But that's clearly a top priority. And we're thankful that FEMA and the Army Corps are there helping out. We have, obviously, there was a lot of folks in affected areas that evacuated. Some did shelter in place. As of last night, we've contacted over 20,000 Floridians that filled out a shelter-in-place survey on floridadisaster.org. Over 10,000 have responded, and all 10,000 said they were safe. And the state sent the first alert late last night and are expecting more responses this morning. Cell phone connectivity is sparse in some areas and sometimes it's easier to get out a text message. So the process has been streamlined. There's now a standalone site to report your location. So if you're having issues contacting your family via phone, and if you're sheltering and want them to know you're safe, there's a website, missing.fl.gov, missing.fl.gov. These forms are triaged by staff here in Tallahassee and dispatched to responders that are on the ground. In addition to the rescues yesterday, rescue personnel have gone to more than 3,000 homes in the hardest hit areas, going door to door to check on the occupants of those residences. There are over 1,000 dedicated rescue personnel who are going up and down the coastline. They all also are going to be doing more and more inland in some of our counties, inland portions of Charlotte and Lee, but also DeSoto and Hardy counties. I think Hardy County is the most without power right now. I think they're 99% without, or they're pretty.
Yes.
Yeah. So you see the really troubling images of a washed out home on the Fort Myers beach, and that really is ground zero and obviously very important. But this was such a big storm that there are effects far inland, and these rescue personnel are sensitive to that, and they're going to be helping. We've opened 2 major points of distribution for food and water this morning. First, Charlotte Sports Park, the spring training facility for the Tampa Bay Rays in Charlotte County. and then the Lee County Sports Complex, the spring training facility for the Minnesota Twins. These are pods that are much bigger than normal pods. There have been over 1.6 million gallons of fuel into Southwest Florida that have been moved in to support the response. I think what we're finding with the fuel is the fuel supply is flowing. It's just a matter of the gas stations need to have power to be able to operate, and if they have a certain number of pumps, they're required to have a generator. I was in Lee County yesterday, actually saw some of the larger gas stations were operating, so that's a good sign. As of 6 a.m., there are about 1.9 million people, our customers, without power. Right now, the hardest hit areas are Hardy, 99% without power as of this morning. Charlotte and Lee both have 85% without, and DeSoto is at 80% without. Sarasota, Collier, Manatee, close to half of the customers there are without power. Hillsborough and Pinellas, 15 to 18% are without power, and these crews have been on the ground since it was safe to do so, and they are working 24/7 to be able to restore power all throughout the state of Florida, and that's over 42,000 linemen and associated personnel that are on the ground. FDOT has had over 1,300 people on the ground. They've cleared more than 1,100 miles of roadway. I was happy to see the traffic flowing in Southwest Florida. Obviously, there's some structural problems in some of the bridges leading out to Sanibel and Pine Island, but by and large, there were toss and clear operations. The traffic is flowing in Southwest Florida, probably better than would have been anticipated so soon after such a major hurricane, so we appreciate that. They've also inspected and reopened 800 bridges across the state, and this includes 67 high priority bridges inspected and reopened in Lee, Charlotte, Sarasota, and Manatee counties. Pine Island, Sanibel, those are going to be rebuild efforts. The Sanibel Bridge had breaks in multiple parts of it. It was not where the water and the pylons were. Those held up very well. It was where you had it on some of the sandbar, and that basically just got washed out from underneath. In the meantime, and Kevin can talk about this, they're going to be running barges to be able to bring more heavy equipment onto the island to be able to help with the response. The first responders that have been there, by and large, coming in via air, they do have some equipment, but they're traveling lighter just to be able to go and get to people as quickly as possible. There have been 6 healthcare facilities evacuated in Southwest Florida. They were having problems with water or problems with power for an extended period of time. We're also prioritizing getting power and running potable water to the rest of the area's healthcare facilities. There have been 117 facilities that had lost power that now have power restored. The ports, Tampa Bay, Miami, Everglades, they are reopened for fueling, and I think between today and tomorrow, all the ports in the state of Florida up and down both coasts will be operational. Food and water, massive amounts, and Kevin is sensitive to the water situation in Lee, so I'd say this is an extraordinary amount of water that has been staged and is continuing to be brought into the area. So FEMA has activated their individual assistance program. So if you're in need of help of recovering in those affected counties, you can go to disasterassistance.gov or call 1-800-621-3362. 1-800-621-3362. 34,000 people have already registered with FEMA. Make sure if you are looking at claims on your property, you document that, take photos, make sure you have it. We want you to be able to be made whole as quickly as possible. There will be, in conjunction with FEMA, the state of Florida, and the local communities, what are called disaster recovery centers. Those will be set up very soon, and that will be a place if you need help with things like individual assistance, you can go, although Gracia will point out you don't need to go there. You can do all this online. There's also going to be insurance villages set up under the leadership of CFO Jimmy Petronas. You're going to have a lot of flood insurance claims as a result of this. You will have some wind claims as a result of this, and it's our view that these claims need to be paid very quickly so that people can get back on their feet. I want to thank the First Lady for spearheading our efforts for Volunteer Florida and Activate the Florida Disaster Fund, where people can donate. If you want to contribute, you will be joining a lot of people who've done a lot of money, and we now have over $12 million with 24 to 36 hours after the storm hits. Pretty incredible that's happened. If you want to go to floridadisasterfund.org, floridadisasterfund.org. More than 12 million has come in, and there's a lot of interest to do a lot more. Why is that important? FEMA has certain things they can do via statute regulation, but if it falls outside of that, they just can't do it. That's not the way it works. And so when you enlist private organizations, they can be a little bit more nimble. They can tailor their response to maybe some of the more unique needs that citizens may have. And obviously, you have people that have been dislocated. You have people that no longer have homes. And so there's going to be a wide variety of things that they're going to need in the coming days, weeks, and months. Volunteer Florida. If you want to volunteer your time, visit www.volunteerflorida.org to find volunteer opportunities. I think this is one way where you can really make an impact, and I know people really appreciate all the outpouring of support. I want to commend the folks that we were able to meet with down in Southwest Florida. This has been a major event, of course, and these people have been working around the clock to be able to serve their constituents and serve their communities. And we appreciate the dedication. We appreciate the perseverance. We know that there's a lot of difficult days ahead, but they've really done a great job standing up for the people of their community. I'm going to let Kevin give a brief on the state response, and then we'll have the FEMA administrator come up and provide some perspective from FEMA.
Thank you, Governor. So I'll obviously thank you, the Governor, but I want to thank the agencies represented here to my left, especially Gracia, FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell, Captain Rooney, and Admiral Brendan McPherson from the United States Coast Guard, others that are not here that are certainly on that floor behind me, Lieutenant Colonel Miller from the U.S. Army Corps District out of Jacksonville, Colonel Booth out of Jacksonville, and many, many other federal partners that have certainly helped us here. Captain, if you can just grab that easel and just put it right back up here for just a second, I'd appreciate it. I wanted to thank them before I covered them up with a sign here in just a second. So, all right, so let's talk. We're right in that 72-hour area of search, secure, stabilize that I talked about yesterday. So everything that I want to talk about right now is about that search, secure, and stabilize. So we continue to have our fire rescue partners, search and rescue, going in there and conducting the what we call the hasty search, and then they're coming back and do their primary search, and then they'll do a secondary search. So again, I think it's very important for everybody to know that as a part of the search and rescue element, over a 72-hour period, there's actually 3 searches that are conducted. That hasty search is just very quick, see if they see any survivors that are alive or in a traumatic situation, and they start to move those individuals to safety. That's been conducted. Now we're back in that primary search area, which is now we're doing a little more detailed search, and then we'll do a second search behind that. Stay safe. I want people to make sure that they are safe. This comes down to personal preparedness, or I should say personal preparedness, but the individual response. Generator safety. We have been talking about it and talking about it and talking about it, but we still get reports of people operating their generators inside of a garage, operating their generators just outside of a cracked window with a cord running through the window, and we're having continued issues with carbon monoxide. All right, I'm not saying we've had carbon monoxide deaths. I'm just saying that we're still having carbon monoxide issues. Please operate your generators in a safe mode. That also includes not having electrical cords actually run through puddles of water. Let's make sure that we got them elevated and not running through puddles of water. Next, as I mentioned last night, chainsaw safety, ladder safety, wire safety. If you don't know what it is, don't cut it. If you don't know how to cut it, don't cut it. Let the professionals come in and do that. We have more than 2,000 resource requests from our impacted local partners, and more than 1,700 are in process or completed. I think there's a very important bullet to note here. A lot of counties put in mission requests for bulk food and water when we had a 45, 50 county disaster. Now we have counties starting to cancel their food and water. So when we say 2,000 and 1,700, we had this 300 gap, I wanted people to understand there were 2,000 mission requests. We're filling 1,700. Some of those are going to be organically canceled because they're not impacted at the county level. We've mobilized more than 14,000 gallons of diesel to Fort Myers for a water plant to provide water to nearby hospitals. We've deployed two for Hernando County fire and two Hernando County sheriff staff to use drones for photography and video of flooded areas in DeSoto County. And I want to make sure that I take this time to say thank you to our restoration crews who have been able to take 500,000 individuals and get them power back. We're down to 1.9 million in the power restoration area that still need to be restored. Again, thank you to our first responders. I want to bring in, we're starting to get some questions about food and distribution points. So I'm going to ask Brian to give me this this graphic that we've made here. And I think this is important for a couple of reasons. We talk about a family personal preparedness plan. So what we've done here, we are in day number 2-3 of the response disaster. This is where your personal family plan is being executed. This is why we've asked, we partner with FEMA on this, have 3 to 7 days of water. We talk, you hear me talk a lot about 5 to 7 in Florida. So again, days 1 through 5, personal family plan. This is the food and water that you had. Now we do have food and water at shelters if you go into a shelter. The next phase of this you'll see is in orange. This moves us from the family plan over into the National Guard and local community level point of distribution plan that will run for somewhere between 72 hours and about 120 hours. So 3 to 5 days. So as we exit that, again, we're way back over here. We will then come in with mass feeding kitchens. Those mass feeding kitchens will be designed to provide those hot meals 3 times a day to the most impacted communities that still don't have food and water. And we're getting some questions, the First Lady is getting some questions, and I want to make sure that we take the opportunity to educate individuals as a part of how everything ties together. So again, personal plan, National Guard food distribution plan, which is water and dry food at our points of distribution, and then we'll move into a hot feeding kitchen plan. So I thought it was important for everybody to understand how that connects, and that as we continue to get questions about that, where is your government? Today, we're in the process of moving National Guard to, the bulk food has gotten to those 2 locations the governor's already mentioned. Now we're moving down to the community plan, which is that local National Guard element that's going to go up and set that up. I'm working with Lee County today, which is obviously the most impacted county. They have 8 community pods that will be opening, hopefully in some form or fashion, moving cars through them later today in 8 locations. I'm going to let Sandra take the lead on announcing those locations at the local level for her staff so that when they're ready, we're ready. But I want to make sure we tie all that together. Last thing I want to talk about now is as individuals start to move debris to their curbside, you must separate it into piles. My communications team will be giving graphics at another update today at the 5 o'clock or this evening update. We will tell people how to separate their debris into piles. But if you're doing it now, vegetation needs to be in its own pile. Structural, this is structural is furniture, building materials, plumbing issues. That needs to be in a separate pile. Then we call it household hazardous waste. These are your cleaning supplies, your batteries, your pesticides, anything that's hazardous goes into its own pile. Electronics, TVs, computers, things of that nature go into its own pile. And the last pile is what we call white goods or appliances. Need to go in a separate pile. So again, recapping, that's vegetation, structural, household hazardous waste, electronics, and appliances. As always, when moving stuff, if it is too heavy, get help. These are absolutely avoidable deaths and absolutely avoidable injuries. Get people to help you. We have many faith-based community groups. We have Team Rubicon, individuals willing to help you to get that stuff to the roadside. So please be safe. Use gloves, use goggles, make sure you're wearing boots, make sure you look for power lines that may be mixed up in all of this debris. Thank you for allowing me to do a little extended briefing today and provide you a little more detail. We'll be back this afternoon with some more information. And as always, Governor, thank you very much for your leadership.
Okay. Administrator, floor is yours.
All right, thank you. Governor, thank you first for allowing me to join you here today. And I'd also like to recognize my regional administrator, Gracia Check. She has been on the ground since before this storm hit, working side by side with Director Guthrie. But it's not just that. Our regional office works with the state of Florida and all the states within Region 4 throughout the year to make sure that we are planning, we are coordinated, and that when we have an event like this, we can seamlessly move in to assist and support the state with their needs. What we have done prior to landfall is we did stage a lot of search and rescue resources to support the great efforts that have been happening here in the state of Florida. We have those resources available as the state needs it. And we've also begun to move in food and water into those points of distribution to support what you just heard from Director Guthrie and the governor. What I want to say is we are here to support. FEMA is here to support these ongoing efforts right now to continue the life-saving missions that are still ongoing, but also to begin to support the recovery mission. As you heard the governor say, the president did declare a major disaster declaration for individual assistance as well as public assistance. Public assistance is going to allow us to reimburse a lot of the costs for the first responders who have been doing an amazing job, allow us to reimburse some of their overtime costs for all of the work that they've been doing to stabilize this incident. And on the individual assistance side, right now there are 13 counties that have been designated for individual assistance, but we will add more. As we continue to do assessments and it has been safe to go into those neighborhoods, we will continue to add more counties so individuals can apply for assistance through FEMA. And I just want to reiterate how you can do that. You can go to disasterassistance.gov, you can go to you can call 1-800-621-3362, or you can go to our FEMA app. I also want to let people know that we are going to have teams of individuals that are going into the shelters to help them register for assistance. Right now, we know that many people are away from their home. They may not have access to the internet. They may not have access on their cell phone. And so we're going to send teams to go into the shelters to begin that recovery process for them. Governor, I just want to commit to you, and on behalf of the president, we are here to support this recovery. We know we're still in a very active response stage. We're going to go into the stabilization, but we've already started planning for what the recovery is going to be, because we know that this is going to be a very complicated and complex recovery. We want to make sure that we have the right resources. So I appreciate the opportunity to join you today so I can see firsthand what some of the needs are. I've brought recovery and response personnel with me to make sure that we are bringing the right resources to support the governor's needs and what his concerns are. So thank you very much.
Okay, any questions?
Governor, I got two quick ones. First of all, do we have an update on casualties? And second of all, obviously you're meeting with the administrator today. What are you asking for? What does the state of Florida need from FEMA?
Well, I think the number one thing that we needed, that they provided, which was the Army Corps to support Lee County and their water situation. Critical to get that infrastructure back up and running. You look at this storm, obviously there was really significant damage, but you also have a lot of folks who had minimal or maybe no damage, and getting them back, make sure they're in their homes, they have the running water, the electrical, all of that is going to make all the other efforts so much better. So we appreciate that, but I think that is probably the number one priority. Kevin, would you say that that's probably the number one priority? And the Army Corps, they're the subject matter experts, and so hopefully they get a diagnosis and then they can plan and the county can go in and fix it. I'll let Kevin talk about the other.
So where we stand right now on fatalities is, I'll break this down by county. We have one confirmed fatality in Polk County. We have 12 unconfirmed fatalities in Charlotte County. We have 8 unconfirmed fatalities in Collier County, and we are still processing through the situation with the hasty search that I mentioned before in Lee County. Now, let me talk about confirmation and unconfirmed. people die in disasters that have nothing to do with the disaster, right? So the medical examiner is the one that makes that determination. They are the lead agency at the local level to determine when they investigate that this is either disaster related or not disaster related. If it is determined to be disaster related, you've heard the governor and I talk about this now for about 3 or 4 days, there is a direct death, in other words, storm surge, rising water, things of that nature, or indirect, the stuff that led up to it after the fact. So with that being said, we have 12 unconfirmed fatalities. In Charlotte County, we have 8 unconfirmed fatalities. In Collier County, we have 1 confirmed fatality. In Polk County. So that brings us up to 21 total. We do have an identified situation that was done during the hasty search of some fatalities. We do not know exactly how many were in the house, and let me paint the picture for you. The water was up over the rooftop, right? But we had a Coast Guard rescue swimmer swim down into it, and he could identify that it appeared to be human remains. We do not know exactly how many. We do not know what the situation is, and before we comment on that, we want to be transparent, but we just don't know that number. And we got a couple of other situations where we had that particular type situation. So right now, the number we're going with is we have 21. We have identified a situation for sure that we know we got something in, but until the water recedes and we get the special equipment, again, we've got to have special equipment to get in there. And as the governor's already talked about, is we can't get that over there. So I'll take just a point of privilege there and talk about that. We've got a 20 by 40 foot spud barge that's now been delivered that we can now start traversing some heavier equipment. In the Search and World Rescue, this is called hackneys. These are basically like beer delivery trucks, soda delivery trucks that have specialized equipment that we can get on that spud barge, get it on the land, the other side, and start doing some really technical type of rescue. Once we get to that point, then we can probably give you some better numbers. But where we're at today is 21, 1 confirmed, 20 unconfirmed.
For clarity on the survey, Governor, you mentioned that there were about 20,000 people that had responded to the survey, 10,000 were contacted, and they were fine. Does that mean that 10,000 have not responded and they're not okay? Or?
No, that's not what that means. So for instance, right now we have about 14,000 people just in Lee County, I believe it is, well, I'm sorry, across the 3 counties. We've got about 14,000 people in shelters. So we are now, we did an automation of collecting data. We are now at a point where in this 10,000 is we're physically having to find people. Do they have communications? Can we get them on the cell phone? In the hardest hit impacted area, we may not have cell phone capability. So we are trying to, it's going to take us some time. If you guys recall back when I was here for Hurricane Michael, we had over 30,000 people. And then we whittled that down to 3,000. And then we whittled it down to 300. And that just happened organically over time. But if you recall, between indirect and direct deaths for Hurricane Michael, I think we only had 77. So that number is going to continue to squeeze itself down, down, down as we have the ability to get into shelters and find people that are registered inside of shelters. People will register via the FEMA app, FEMA website, on the phone with FEMA, person to person with FEMA, and then we'll start to be able to whittle those numbers down between federal data, between state data, between local data, and that number will continue to shrink. But again, we are way ahead of where we were at for Hurricane Michael when I was here on this floor for that. We were 30,000 weeks into that situation. We're down to less than 10,000. We're only day number 2. So that number is going to continue to come down drastically.
Consider that 10,000 number just maybe a combination of whether they're missing, out of contact, out of power, not the location might have changed, or what exactly?
Right.
How would you consider the categories?
All the aforementioned, and for those that didn't hear the question, what categories will we put this into? Those without power, those without communications, those that are just trying to still reconnect with loved ones. At the end of the day, it's all of those categories. But again, we will shrink that. That will organically shrink day by day. That the pod that's right behind me, 30 feet behind me, are human services. There are people that are dedicated to doing nothing but that and take the information that comes from Urban Search and Rescue and connect to that data and whittling that list down.
Have a number of missing people at this point in time.
Right now, so again, missing people is a local law enforcement jurisdiction. All right. So if you want to ask questions about what are the missing person numbers, that's got to be a local county sheriff or a local law enforcement ask.
Governor, speaking of county sheriffs, appreciate the transparency on casualties. Do you think the message that the Lee County Sheriff put out was premature or makes your messaging more difficult?
Look, I mean, I think these are stressful situations. I think that when you have a storm like that bearing down on your community and then obviously hitting the community, the people were going through that, they're working, but you kind of have a lump in your throat because you just don't know what's going to happen. And I think that that was done because there's concern for the well-being of the people of Lee County, and there's a concern of the damage that the storm has done. I mean, clearly, it's packed a big wallop. When you look at some of these things, like you see a house totally washed out, and it's just nothing but a concrete slab on Fort Myers Beach. You just pray to God that no one was in that, because some of these things, these people on Sanibel that have the real big houses, they could hunker down and it'll pass, and their homes are raised, and so the surge they're probably protected from. Some of these others, particularly some of the older construction, didn't stand a chance in that. And so you just hope that those were folks that that had left, or that those structures were not occupied. So I think it was just about the concern for what they were facing, and the fact that you did have people that as the storm was in process, there were people that were really concerned with what they were seeing with the water rising and whatnot. I think and I think Kevin would agree, as the search and the rescue folks have gone to a lot of these areas, fortunately, you're not finding like desperate people waving, saying that it's usually, there's some people that are brought off the island, they're thankful, but many of these people on Sanibel are saying, we're fine, thanks for coming by and doing that. So there's going to be more that happens in the next few days, but I do think the response was very, very quick. I think it absolutely has made a huge difference. And if you just look at where are we at in rescues now, I mean, we're over 700 rescues.
We're over 700,000 rescues, but the CFO's office has over 3,000 touch points. So I think that's an important number. We've made contact with 3,000 people in the field, touch points in the field, and actually rescued 700, sir.
Yeah. So, but this is ongoing. Those guys have worked really hard, and especially you think about who was the first one to get over there, literally driving through tropical storm across Alligator Alley, was Task Force 2 out of Miami. And who was Task Force 2? When did we see them last in a public way? We saw them at the Surfside disaster. We saw the Task Force 1 there, and many other task forces from around the state and the country that came in. So when they're doing this, it's obviously important work, but these are not easy missions to be doing on. I mean, it was not easy for them to be on that pile in Surfside and search for people, and unfortunately, find many people who were killed in that collapse. And so now they're in a situation, where they're looking, and hopefully they find people that are okay, or that the buildings are empty. But you don't want to have to see people that had gone that didn't make it through. And so it's a physical, it's putting yourself out there in harm's way, but it does also take a toll. And Kevin, why don't you talk about the mental health that we're doing in here?
Sure. So in the mental health category, if you recall, very early on in the DeSantis administration, First Lady Casey DeSantis took on the role of providing for first responder mental health, to include of hiring the first ever in the division a state mental health coordinating officer. So Sarah Newhouse is our state mental health coordinating officer. She is housed here in the Division of Emergency Management. Has a bifurcated chain of command, me on a day-to-day basis, but in a disaster situation, she reports directly to the First Lady to help coordinate those disaster mental health services, not only for disaster mental health in general, but even more importantly focused on first responder mental health. So you're going to see already, there are already embedded what we call critical incident stress management teams, or CISM teams for short. Those are already on site, and you're going to continue to see first responder mental health resources come into the area, including FEMA's first responder mental health services, as well as individual mental health services, as well as ours. So again, we have a person, I'm titled the state coordinating officer to coordinate all of these state agencies that respond to a disaster, but we have a person that just takes a subset of mental health and is that state mental health coordinating officer that works under me and underneath the First Lady for disaster mental health.
Okay, thanks guys.
Location of the house where the
All right, we've been listening in as Governor Ron DeSantis, along with some other officials, gave us an update on the situation. One area that a lot of people are concerned about, and you heard the officials and the governor fielding several questions from reporters about deaths. And right now, they are saying 21 is the number. 1 confirmed death in Polk County, 12 unconfirmed, they said, in Charlotte County, and 8 confirmed in Collier County. And they say the unconfirmed means it's still up to the medical examiner to determine how this person died, if it was related to Ian or not.
Yeah, and you heard them talk about surveys. There were surveys sent out, basically asking, are you okay? 10,000 have been received back. There are 10,000 surveys missing, but the way that they explain that is these might be people who just don't have power. These are people who are out of communication, or these are people who are currently in shelters where there are 14,000 people.
Yeah.
And so what they were basically trying to tell us, which is something that I think we expected from the very start, Jason, is this is going to be a very long process. We're certainly not going to know all the final numbers within a day or even certainly a weekend. But they did say that they're ahead of schedule, so to speak. You know, in the aftermath of Michael, it took them a very long amount of time to confirm the 77 deaths that storm caused. And they said that they're ahead of schedule, that they have been able to make 3,000 touch points in some of the worst located areas. Kind of a heartbreaking story there about how difficult it is to get to some of these people. They've just brought in a spud barge because there are homes that are covered in water.
Yeah, they told
kind of a heartbreaking story.
They told that story of they sent a diver in and discovered water up to the roof and beyond of this house and confirmed their bodies inside. But it's they said officials told us that until the water goes down, they can't go in and make any assessment of how many people might have been in there and even determine cause of death. It's heartbreaking to hear this, but that flood water has to recede before some of these efforts can even take place. So we're talking days, maybe weeks.
Yeah, and how many of those situations are there out there? And so they're just now starting to bring the equipment in. They said they made a hasty pass through Lee County. This is Fort Myers that you're taking a look at right now. They did a hasty pass and got the initial lay of the land there, and they will now be going through with a finer tooth comb to get more information there. In the meantime, when we're talking about rebuilding infrastructure, I believe the number was between 60 and 70 high priority bridges have been
67 of those. 67 high priority bridges have been inspected, but they said overall 800 of those have now been inspected and reopened. And that's very important for people being able to move again as the flooding recedes, and it is safe to do so.
As is gas. And we're told that gas seems to be flowing in the wake of this hurricane. It's just about the power. And WESH-TV's Bob Hazen was talking a little bit about that this morning as he was driving around Seminole County. You'll see some of those larger gas stations will be operational. Some of the smaller ones that are without power, you may have to find and search which one works for you in your commute.
No doubt. And right now we do want to say we thank you for joining us for our continuing coverage here of the impact of Ian. I'm Jason Guy alongside Sonika Donge, and we're bringing in our meteorologist. We have Cam Tran along with Eric Burris, and we'll start with you, Eric, to talk about that forecast and where this storm is moving and what it means in its wake for us. Kind of a pleasant start to the day.
I mean, this is just uncharacteristically pleasant on this last day of September, right? The storm system is lifting away, but it's drawing in cooler, drier air. So this morning it feels wonderful, and as a matter of fact, even through the day, 76 by lunchtime. We'll make it to 83 degrees by 3 o'clock this afternoon. That's our high temperature on the day, and notice a mostly sunny sky over top of us. Right now we're already thinning out those clouds. It is a sun shining down on us kind of scenario. 66 in the City Beautiful, 65 degrees in Titusville, 67 in Kissimmee, and 66 degrees in Ocala. Our first warning live Doppler radar is rain-free. There's the storm system now continuing to intensify as it makes its way up to the coastline of South Carolina. Should be making landfall in the next couple of hours' time, but on the backside it is drawing in that drier air. So the forecast then for today, for a walk around the neighborhood, the kids are stir crazy just getting out of there, right? Or maybe you've got some cleanup to do on your property, some damage to take care of. Low to mid 80s. The humidity is still so low, so it feels great. But if you need to take down shutters, if you need to take down plywood, know that we are quite breezy still, 10, 15 miles an hour with higher gusts. So maybe it's a better idea to take down the plywood and shutters tomorrow into Sunday as those winds calm down. But the surf on the shorelines are rough, especially around high tide, which is around lunchtime today. So just keep that in mind, all right? We're going to have much more on that. Meteorologist Cam Tran will join you in just a couple of minutes.
All right, Eric, thank you so much. One of the concerns, as Eric was saying, people are going to start taking down the things, those shutters and boards that they put up over windows, and they begin the cleanup processes. What do we do when it comes to those insurance policies? How do we make claims, and what's even covered?
Yeah, and we're talking to an expert about that. We want to bring in WESH-TV's Sheldon Dutez with more. Sheldon?
Hey guys, yes, flooding has been a big concern for so many of the homeowners all across Central Florida this morning. And joining us this morning is Mark Friedlander from the Insurance Information Institute. Mark, good morning.
Thanks, Sheldon. Glad to join you this morning.
Yes, I think you're in the Jacksonville area. How'd you guys make out with the storm?
Well, certain parts got hit pretty hard. Historic St. Augustine, of course, the oldest city in the U.S., was completely underwater. Parts of Jacksonville were heavily flooded. But fortunately, I live a bit away from the coast. I'm about 20 miles inland. And we lost power for most of yesterday, and that was the worst of it out here. So overall, we fared pretty well.
Okay. Glad to hear that you and your loved ones are doing okay. When it comes to the flood damage that we are seeing all across at Central Florida right now, homeowners need to keep in mind that, this insurance policy is different from home insurance policy.
Correct. A flood insurance policy is always a separate coverage you need to buy in addition to your homeowner's policy. Many people think because they have hurricane windstorm coverage, they also have flood coverage. Well, unfortunately, that is not included. But one of the problems we see here for Central Florida is with the catastrophic flooding in many communities, a very low take-up rate on flood insurance. I ran the numbers this morning, and it ranges from about 5% in Lake County to roughly 9% in Seminole County. So that means more than 90% of Central Florida homeowners do not have flood coverage.
And Mark, I mean, that's what I was going to ask you. I mean, so many of these people who got hit with flooded yards or flooded garages or laundry rooms are in areas that they didn't typically see flooding. So they didn't see it as a necessity, in years past.
Right. Now, one of the things we always stress nationally, not just in Florida, is how important flood coverage is to add for the financial protection for you and your family. Nationally, the flood insurance rate is a very low 4%. So most areas of the country are not protected. And we've seen significant flooding events throughout 2022, historic level events. And certainly in Florida, we are always prone to catastrophic flooding.
Okay, so at this point, if anybody's watching right now, they're seeing all of this flood damage across our area. What should we do? Should we run out and, add a flood insurance policy to our home insurance policy? Should we wait and see, kind of see what's going on? What would you suggest, and how can we best determine our risk level?
Well, we always recommend every homeowner in Florida has flood coverage. So yes, strongly recommend shopping for a flood policy. And in Florida, you have more choices than anywhere in the country. Not only the National Flood Insurance Program, but dozens of private flood insurers sell flood coverage in Florida. So you could shop your coverage just like you shop your auto policy or your homeowner's policy. Of course, that would not apply to the current situation. Typically, it takes 30 days for a flood policy to take effect. Some of the private policies are quicker, but nevertheless, obviously, like any other insurance, it's not retroactive. But planning for the future, we strongly recommend every homeowner watching today's broadcast consider flood insurance.
And Mark, I've talked to you in the past about just how complicated Florida's home insurance industry is. Are we going to run into the same problems trying to get flood insurance for our homes?
No, actually, the flood market is very viable and is not facing any of the challenges that our homeowners market is. So once again, you have a very robust market. These companies are looking for business. They want to grow their market share in Florida, and you could get a great variety of quotes if you shop your home's flood insurance.
Okay, good to know. Just for these families that are dealing with flooded homes and flooded properties here in Central Florida, what can they do at this point if they did not have a flood insurance policy?
Most likely, everybody who's in the same category as not being covered for floods will have to apply for what's called a FEMA emergency grant. These grants will be made available. President Biden has already declared emergency declarations for Florida, so we know the grants will be available. It's unfortunately, a pretty drawn-out process. There's no guarantee that every person that applies will get the grant. But the other news is you don't get that much money from a grant. It's a starting point. It will help you and your family, certainly. But typically, these grants cap out at about $10,000. And say you suffered $50,000 of damage to your home because of flood, $10,000 is only going to cover a small portion. And one thing we always stress is FEMA grants do not replace a flood insurance policy. That's not the way it works.
Okay, a lot of great important information to keep in mind. Mark, we still have about 2 months left of hurricane season. What else should homeowners consider for the rest of this particular season?
Well, once things settle down and now that the storm has moved away, you could talk to your insurance agent and make changes to your homeowner's policy. If there's any gaps, if you need to increase, for example, your replacement cost coverage, because we've seen replacement costs in double digits this year, more than double the U.S. inflation rate. Also, your auto coverage, comprehensive auto, is essential for Florida storms. It covers flood damage to your vehicle, trees falling on your vehicle, anything related to a storm is covered with comprehensive. It's a very low cost addition to your policy. About 80% of Florida drivers carry it. And if you don't have it, once again, we strongly recommend you add it. And now would be the time before the next storm comes our way, Sheldon.
Okay, all great advice to keep along. Mark, anything else to add that we may not have asked or touched upon?
Yeah, important point is, we've talked about the volatility of the Florida home market, but the good news is Florida's insurers are acting as a financial first responder to Hurricane Ian. They have the reserves to pay claims despite all the troubles we've been talking about all year. They are on the ground. They have adjusters in all areas that were struck by Ian. So your insurer is there to help you recover from the storm. They are, once again, a financial first responder. And if for some reason something bad happens to your insurer, they run into a financial difficulty, there are backstops in Florida, the Florida Hurricane Catastrophe Fund and the Florida Insurance Guarantee Association. So regardless of the financial stature of your insurer, your claim will be paid.
Okay. Mark Friedlander from the Insurance Information Institute, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate it.
Sheldon, that was a great interview, and I think it's so applicable, even if you're one of the lucky homeowners who didn't get your first floor flooded or your garage flooded. We know this is certainly something that everyone in Central Florida is going to be thinking about.
Yeah, and as he talked about applying for that FEMA grant, that's going to help people without flood insurance, and may not cover everything, but it's a starting point. And then, it seems to be his urging that we all make sure that we have flood insurance along with our homeowners.
Unfortunately, that's been a hard lesson over the last couple of days. We'll be right back.
Save time and money with this wood fence in a box from Fence Outlet. It comes with everything you need to easily install it yourself with 0 down and 0% financing. For quality fences at the best prices, go to fenceoutlet.com.
After an accident, what you need is an aggressive law firm, one that is experienced with a highly creative team to get you the results you deserve. Perhaps others give up, but we won't. Just call PENDAS, but don't delay. Call today.
From inspiration to installation, we are the Flooring Center. And from generation to generation, flooring is our family business. For almost 4 decades, highest quality defines the brands you'll find here. Most trusted defines the service you'll get here. From luxurious Karastan carpet or Karastan's trusted hardwood and vinyl flooring, find out what's just right for you. Visit any of our 3 showrooms or FlooringCenterOrlando.com. Beautiful flooring from our family to yours.
As Central Florida recovers from Hurricane Ian, we're here to keep you informed.
letting you know where it's safe, where to avoid, and what's next. Stay with WESH-2 News for Ian's impact.
WESH-2 First Warning Traffic, helping you get from here to there with ease. Warning you of delays and giving you the best route. Watch Megan Mackey weekdays on WESH-2 News Sunrise.
At Napleton Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram, we're tripling your rebates. $2,000 off is now $6,000 off. $3,000 off is now $9,000 off. Up to $12,000 off. And Napleton has no payments for 90 days. Napleton Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram.
One of the questions I'm often asked is, what's my case worth? Of course, that depends on your injuries. But if you'd like to get an idea, go to forthepeople.com and look at our recent verdicts in court. You'll see accidents and injuries just like yours. We try more accident cases to verdict than any firm in America, and it allows us to settle early because the insurance industry knows about our reputation and results. Numbers don't lie. There's only one Morgan & Morgan. forthepeople.com.
Fence Outlet has the largest assortment of vinyl, wood, aluminum, chain link, and steel fences in Florida. That means we have the style you want at the guaranteed lowest price. Right now, put no money down and get 0% financing on any fence. For quality fences at the best prices, go to fenceoutlet.com.
Welcome back. We were just hearing from Sheldon, who was talking about flood insurance and what to do if you don't have that policy. And we know a lot of Central Floridians don't. Unfortunately, a lot of Central Floridians are now battling that flood.
Right. There are going to be a lot of families looking for that for the future. Yeah. It doesn't help right now, and especially in Osceola County where there was a lot of flooding. We sent WESH-2's Megan Mulatto to the Pebble Point area.
We are back in the Pebble Point community. This is one of the neighborhoods in Osceola County that remains underwater this morning. Now, there are dozens of small bodies of water in this neighborhood, so it appears the amount of rain that came with Hurricane Ian overflowed those, leaving roadways like Pebble Point Way and Hawthorne Lane flooded. Now, take a look at this video of the rescues that were made in this neighborhood yesterday. The Osceola County Sheriff's Office and Osceola County fire crews teamed up with Florida Highway Patrol and Florida Fish and Wildlife to use airboats to rescue families who were trapped in these flooded homes. They were then taken to a spot on Simpson Road where school buses and Lynx buses were standing by. Those buses then took those families in need to nearby shelters. Now, similar rescues were made in flooded neighborhoods behind Orange Blossom Trail in Kissimmee. We spoke to some of those locals who were picked up. Here's what they had to say.
The house is bad. The water is come to the inside. I think the 4 feet. All for my house is flooded.
It's flooded all the way, every room. The beds are floating. So far, we were climbing on 2 mattresses, and because the first one got wet, I had the beds and everything.
Now, at last check, more than 200 people were rescued from this neighborhood alone. We'll be hearing more from Osceola County Sheriff Marco Lopez later this morning to get more details on those recovery efforts. In Osceola County, Megan Mulatto, WESH-2 News.
All right, Megan, thank you.
And we also want to take a look at Lake Davis with WESH-2's Tony Atkins.
Right now, we're in the Lake Davis neighborhood, and the lake itself, as you can see, is all the way down that road. But this road, as you see, is covered by plenty of water. I had an opportunity to speak with people all throughout the morning, including the woman who lives in this corner house here. She said she had to put her car on jacks because the water just so rapidly rising up into her garage. Other people say that this is the highest point they've ever seen this lake, and they've been here for decades. Me personally, I actually ride my bike in this neighborhood. I've never seen anything like it. There is a good distance between where you're able to ride and walk between that and the lake water in itself on a normal day. But obviously, this is not a normal situation. I also had the chance to speak with a man, a medical professional. He was walking here through the water just to get picked up so he could go to work.
We can't get our cars out of the garage because there's probably 4 feet of water in the street. So I treaded through the water to this dry intersection, and one of my colleagues from work is going to be picking me up from.
And some good news for people in this neighborhood here at the 903 Mills Market Cafe. It just opened its doors, the first time it's done so since the hurricane, at 7 o'clock this morning. So if you're looking for a bite to eat, you can come through and get what you need. As far as the lake, many people hoping that this water recedes soon. We'll have to monitor that situation as it develops. For now, reporting in Lake Mills in Orlando, Tony Atkins, WESH 2 News.
We know Central Florida is known for its lakes. Over the last 24 hours, those lakes got just a little bit bigger.
Yeah, they sure did. Stay with us. Our coverage about the impact of Ian continues next here on WESH 2 News.
Work with the most experienced real estate team in the U.S. and sell your home for maximum profit. With the guaranteed offer, there are no showings, no open houses, no stress. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. 40% of Americans don't have $400 saved in case of an emergency. People are working harder and harder, but falling further and further behind. That's why at our firm, our fee is free. You don't pay us anything unless we win your case. When you're injured in an accident or hurt on the job, choosing a lawyer will be the most important decision you'll have to make. For the people isn't just a slogan. It's what we do. It's who we are. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Hey Todd, I just really want to thank you and your amazing team for helping me and my family get through these tough times. I would definitely recommend anyone looking for a good lawyer.
There's a reason people choose Todd Minor Law. So if you're involved in an accident, call us today.
At Toyota Orlando and Toyota of Clermont, new vehicles are rolling in daily. Come get them while they're hot. You can drive a new 2023 Camry LE, only $149 a month. And now, you can reduce your time spent in the dealership by 95% using our online shopping tools. You can customize your deal and quickly get your price and payment options. We'll even deliver the vehicle to you. Don't delay, they're going fast. Hurry in to Toyota of Orlando, I-4 near Millennium Mall, and Toyota of Clermont on Highway 50 just west of the Turnpike.
Do you want some more? Hustle, hustle, hustle! Yeah, you don't need fresh air.
Do you want some more?
Wait till you see me on the downhill.
See you at home.
Real luxury, real confidence. Enjoy with the advanced safety features of a Lexus ES.
Get 2.99% APR financing on the 2022 ES350.
Experience paradise at home with a hot tub or swim spa from Aqua Living. Hot tubs starting at only $24.99. Check out the revolutionary Tough Top cover with a lifetime warranty. Swim spas that heat or chill the water. Bad credit? No problem. For more information, go to shophottubs.com.
With the guaranteed offer, you can receive the strongest cash offer in the industry. Sell your home for maximum profit without the hassle of ever putting it on the market. With the guaranteed offer, there are no showings, no open houses, no stress. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer in your home today.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the impact of Ian. We heard from the governor and FEMA officials in the past half hour. We've talked about the deaths and the massive flooding. Our chopper is flying this afternoon, or I should say this morning at 10 a.m. here above the Port Orange area, Dunlawton area. So we're in like North Daytona as they've been just checking out some of the massive and incredible scenes there.
And just the chopper view that we're seeing, Jason, is giving us an aerial view, really the scope of just how devastating all of that flooding is in Volusia County, specifically in this particular neighborhood. Forgive us a little bit that for those camera angles, the chopper is moving around, getting as much footage as possible. It feels a little, disjointed when you're seeing it from that angle, but it is in motion right now, and they are checking it out. And you can see it as we are seeing it right now.
Yeah, some of these live views are just stunning when we see the kind of flooding that has impacted our local neighborhoods. Here at 10:01, we welcome you back in. I'm Jason Guy alongside Sheldon Dutez, and we've got our team of meteorologists ready to go to bring you that forecast, Sheldon.
We do. Let's get right to first warning meteorologist Eric Burris. Eric, yes, the storm has moved off the coast.
Yeah.
South Carolina is now getting ready, doing what we were doing earlier this week. What can we expect here in Central Florida?
So the weather is beautiful. We've got just a couple of clouds over top. So we've had a nice amount of time with dry air to allow us to at least let that soil soak up things. But I want to go back to Chopper 2, but I want to take it full screen here, just because take a look at the scope. And you know, I was on the air yesterday morning tracking this. We had a flash flood emergency here in coastal Volusia County. This has been roughly 12 hours since the worst of the weather has stopped, okay, at least in terms of rainfall. And I'm still struck by how much flooding there is at this hour. It's been plenty of time for the soil to take this in. Some of these areas look so flooded still, all, you know, halfway up the fences around the yards. Now, obviously, those are more low-lying areas, but these are not typically prone to anything like this, right? And remember, it was a tropical storm while it was over us. So while we're looking at these truly heartbreaking pictures, praying for our friends, our neighbors, our relatives, remember that this was not a massive hurricane. This was a big soaker of a storm, and then hurricane force wind gusts played in on top of that. We're going to be checking back in with photojournalist Mike Kirby and, of course, our Chopper 2 crew throughout the morning. All right, so that said, let's talk a little bit about what's going on in terms of our local weather conditions. So it is beautiful for cleanup efforts today, for just trying to get the family out and about today. Happy at least to be able to give that nice weather. This morning, the temperatures were just phenomenal. Take a look at the forecast over the next couple of hours. We'll make it into the mid-range of the 70s by lunchtime, lower 80s by 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and then we'll gradually take those temps down. 68 now in Orlando. It's 64 degrees in Leesburg, 66 Daytona Beach, 67 degrees in Titusville. And our first warning live Doppler radar scanning around and will not find anything. The hurricane is lifting to the north. It is once again a Category 1 storm with winds getting up higher, subtly higher. It's a little bit stronger than it was when it was in our area, but coastal Carolina can expect about the same kinds of impacts in our area. So winds running 60, 70, 80 miles per hour or so. But for us, it's just turning into a bit of a breezy day. All right, so partly cloudy skies, low to mid 80s. Very comfy conditions. Sunset tonight, by the way, at 7:12. The good news, Mother Nature taking care of us, of course. So many still without power across Central Florida, hundreds of thousands of people. And it may be a while. I just got a text message that my house may be without power. Duke Energy estimates through the 2nd. So Sunday night at midnight is when they're expecting to get power on in my house. So for those of us that don't have power, temperatures at night at least drop into the 60s. So it's a little more comfortable than normal. We'll take that certainly this time of year. Back to you guys.
All right, I got the text alert from OUC yesterday about my power outage. So many of us are glued to our phones waiting for those updates from the utility companies to find out. We are standing by for an update from Orange County leaders to find out their assessment of the damage so far in Orange County and what we can expect through the weekend from Orange County. So as soon as Mayor Demings and those leaders start speaking, we will bring that to you live.
And we also want to get to WESH-TV's Greg Fox, who's in Orlando, who's been checking out Orange Avenue around Park Lake.
We're in downtown Orlando along North Orange Avenue at Park Lake Street, and you can see workers working around this large depression that closed off 2 lanes of traffic downtown. So it's down to 1 lane, and they're trying to get this all fixed up by the end of today, but at least by the weekend, so that it's ready for Monday morning rush hour traffic. Earlier in the morning, we went all around the area close to Lake Ivanhoe, where that's an especially bad spot. There are a number of streets that have water rushing over them. We were over by the express lane entrance and exit, also the I-4 entrance and exit. And the one ramp had a car that was stuck there, and on the other side of the ramp, they had another car that was stuck there. So that water was clearly too deep for those vehicles to try to traverse. That is going to be a trouble spot in which traffic will not be able to use those ramps, at least until that water recedes. It was also that way closer to Antique Row. Cars trying to press their way through it, doing a pretty good job. We didn't see anybody getting stuck there while they were doing that. Also, it looked like by the time daylight was coming around that water was receding. And again, back to earlier in the morning, we were over by Rollins Street and Mills, and a couple of cars braving the high water there that's very close to Lock Haven Park and Advent Health's main campus. And these are places that are just going to be something drivers are going to want to watch until all of this starts drying up, receding, storm drains can get back to doing their job, and lake levels go back down. Once again, the workers here feel pretty confident they'll be able to get this depression all filled in and paved over and restriped before rush hour Monday. In Orlando, Greg Fox, WESH-TV News.
All right, in Orange Avenue, it is a main road through downtown Orlando and the surrounding neighborhood, so it is imperative that that crew gets that up and ready by Monday morning.
Yeah, and so many areas are dealing with the recovery efforts, and we know you at home are wondering the same thing. What do I do? Where do I even begin? And we want to bring in Sonika Dange now with some information from AAA about how we recover. What are those tips, Sonika?
Yeah, we know it can be overwhelming, Jason, and AAA is bringing in hundreds of insurance claims professionals from around the country to begin processing as soon as they can. So here is what you should be doing now. Document damage with photo and video. The more documentation you have, the easier it'll be to file your claim. Prevent further damage. So that means cover any broken windows and get a professional to cover the roof if you've got roof damage with tarps. Make sure to keep your receipts for any out-of-pocket expenses you make, like repairs, tree removal, and hotel stays, and hire a licensed contractor to do the repairs after an insurance adjuster has already reviewed the damage. Check your policy or ask your insurance agent to find out exactly what is covered and to determine its monetary value and time limits. Again, we know this is extremely overwhelming time, so just take it step by step and keep a calm and level head. Sometimes it's difficult in the aftermath of a storm, Sheldon and Jason, but I think that's the #1 best tip we have, no matter what you're trying to wade through.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. I mean, so many times, I'm kind of one of these people where I'm like, I want to get everything done at the same time, but I'm already mentally preparing to just kind of like, incrementally attack everything.
Yeah, and cool heads prevail.
Yeah.
You've heard that said before. Let's turn to Fort Myers, one of those areas hardest hit by Ian, and there's extensive damage there from the storm, and people are just beginning to clean up in the aftermath.
Yeah, and I mean, just the damage that was done down there by the storm was devastating. This is where it made a landfall earlier this week with those almost Category 5 winds, and when you look at some of that damage from South Florida, which we hope to show you in just a little bit, it shows just how intense and how ferocious that storm was.
Yeah, let's take you to John Berman's report. He spoke with the mayor about what needs to happen there.
With me now is the mayor of Fort Myers, Kevin Anderson. First of all, Mayor, thanks for having us here, and thank you for everything you're doing for the people here in your city. What's the greatest need this morning?
Well, right now, probably utilities, electricity, water, just general utilities.
Sounds like just about everything when
Yes.
you put it like that. Any feeling that people are still trapped in their homes? Are there any people here in Fort Myers you haven't been able to reach?
We have rescued upwards of 200 people so far. Talked to the fire chief yesterday. He feels pretty comfortable that we've gotten everybody.
Well, that is good news. Fatalities, is there any reliable number now on how many people may have died here?
The only reliable number I have is we have no reported fatalities in the city of Fort Myers. Outside the city, I can't speak to.
We've been driving around in the dark. You just saw Randy Kay in a location not terribly far from here. And it's tough to move around. What's your message to the people in this city about what you would like to see from them in these days?
What we'd like to see, until we can get the roads cleared, the power lines secured, I really would love for people to stay home. It's not safe out there. There are trees still ready to fall. A lot of times there's more deaths after the hurricane from people, trees falling on them, people hitting power lines, things like that.
You live not too far from where we're standing, but as you sit here, in this marina with these boats strewn about, what do you think of some of the sights you've seen?
It's horrific. I think it's good for people to see this, to understand the power of a storm. So when future storms are approaching, they take it serious. They take our advisories serious. I mean, look at some of these docks. They could weigh up as much as a ton, and they've been thrown around like they were nothing.
I don't know if, Josh, I don't know if you can pull back a little bit, or we can see a cutaway here. When he's talking about a dock here, there's a big cement slab just over my shoulder there. We're going to push into it. Yeah, that big block of cement, that's a dock, okay? And it's not in the water. It's up here on the grass where we are because the storm surge ripped it from the water and brought it just up here onto the land. So you really can tell how powerful.
Well, just look at the boats. There's some large boats, and they've been thrown around like they were toys.
When do you think you're going to get power back?
We have power back in some areas. We're probably 80% of the cities without power right now. FP&L is out there working tirelessly. I talked to a crew from Missouri yesterday, all the way down from Missouri, and they were getting a lot of the power restored downtown. So hopefully we're going to see a little bit each day.
Listen, Mayor Kevin, thanks so much for being with us. We were joking before, the Red Sox play their spring training here. So, you know, it's somewhere that I love to come. So thanks so much for being with us. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And again, just every time we see some of these images, every time we hear from people in that area, it is just driving home just how devastating all of this was.
Yeah.
We do want to let you know about some of the power outages in our area. A lot of families are still dealing with them. So if you're dealing with power outages in your neighborhood, likely the traffic lights might be out as well. Even if you do have power, you might encounter a traffic light that is out. Keep in mind, though, that when you do come across a light that does not have working electricity, treat it like a four-way stop sign. So keep that in mind as you are making your way out and about today and this weekend, and who knows for how long afterward.
We also want to let you know that if you're able to get some of that debris out to the curb, the city of Orlando is picking it up today. Residential and commercial trash pickup will happen tomorrow, Saturday. You'll want to put all that debris at the curb. Do not put it in the street, they ask. Bag and bundle any yard waste, and you're encouraged to separate the yard waste from anything that would be like a building material. If you've got to rip out some sheetrock because some water got in there in a room in the house, put that in a separate pile from the trash, those tree limbs and branches.
So 3 separate piles at the end of the curb. Don't put it out in the street. Also, we've been talking about all the flooding that we've seen, Jason, and some of the critters that are lurking in the water. And take a look at this. This was in Oviedo this morning, and you can see just this massive mound, this mountainous heap of fire ants there in the flooded water. A lot of times we are telling folks not to drive through the flooded water, not to walk through it, and this is an example of why you don't want to do that, because you get bit by one of those. I mean, they burn.
Yeah. Good reminder, the ant ball and those fire ants, along with anything else that might be in the waters, so just use caution. We're going to be looking for some sunshine here and hopefully help dry out some of the flooding that we've seen here. It's going to take days, if not longer. And we want to turn over to our team of meteorologists as we look at sort of that nice, cool weather that has been ushered in.
Noticeably cooler, Cam. Especially compared to 2 days ago.
Yes, definitely. We are looking at some pretty pleasant weather over the next several days to help us clean up and recover from Ian. But I want to give you the latest update on Ian. Center circulation is about 100 miles off the coast of South Carolina, moving off to the north at 9 miles per hour. Still a Category 1 hurricane with winds right now at 85 miles per hour. It is supposed to move over inland spots here as we go into the afternoon over South Carolina, and then quickly weaken as we go into the evening and overnight hours. You can see by Saturday morning, it'll weaken to a tropical storm as it moves inland, and then continue to weaken as it moves over the mountainous terrain there in North Carolina. Even though Ian is well far away, we still have a couple of coastal advisories in effect for tropical storm warnings for the coastal areas of Flagler and Volusia County, and that is mainly due to some gusty offshore winds and some rough surf. We're also under a flood warning until further notice for the St. Johns River, as well as the Little Wekiva River, and also down towards Shingle Creek there in Osceola County because of those river rises. High surf advisory in effect for coastal Flagler County until Saturday morning because of the high rip currents and also large swells still from Ian. We're talking about 9 to 13 foot breakers there. But back here in the inland spots, though, it is very pleasant to be outside. We do have a bit of a breeze coming in the west-northwest right now at 10 to 20 miles per hour, but we are looking at noticeably cooler conditions. And now I want to show you still tens and thousands of us still without power. So if you're watching us or actually listening to us live on your app because you don't have power,
I can tell you, you're not the only one. According to poweroutage.us, we've got 500,000 people here in Central Florida without power, including almost 100,000 in Seminole County, almost 137,000 in Orange County without power. Look at this, Volusia County, almost 200,000 people without power there still in Volusia County. So if you're listening to us and you're feeling really hard right now because you don't have power, tens and thousands of people still without power as we go into this morning. Take a look at temperatures right now. Very comfortable out there. Right now, 69 in Orlando, 68 in Sanford, 68 in the Villages. Thankfully, our first warning radar not tracking any rain at all. So that is good news for those of you who are just trying to pick up the pieces and clean out that debris. We have very dry and comfortable air over us. So here's a look at our water vapor satellite. This is Ian here off the coast of South Carolina. And notice on the backside of this, we are seeing that dry and cooler air moving in, which is why it feels so fall-like out there. And thankfully, that drier air is here to stay. Here's a look around 7 o'clock this evening. We are still looking at mostly clear skies, and that is the case as we look ahead for the upcoming weekend as well. We are going to see plenty of sunshine through the weekend, and you can see on Futurecast still remaining dry through tomorrow afternoon, and that will be the case on Sunday. So thankfully, really not tracking any rainfall over the next couple of days. Both weekend days are looking really nice with plenty of sunshine to, again, allow us to dry on out and clean out there. And as we take a look at our extended weather forecast, you can see our weather thankfully stays quiet over the next several days, even through next week as well. We do gradually inch up those temperatures to the upper 80s. Another front comes in, helps cools us down as we go mid towards late week. Back to you guys.
And thanks so much. And we are standing by for an update from Orange County leaders. Let's listen in.
Scott here? Scott House here. Oh, Scott here. Okay. Scott, you want to talk? Okay, Scott, you. Go in there, Scott here?
Yeah, Orange County Mayor Jerry Demings has just walked up to the podium. It looks like they're getting a couple of the officials ready to go and making sure all of the media members are in place there before he starts his comments. And, just making a few last-minute notes of what he'll be saying as he addresses Orange County.
Yeah, and we know that so many people in the county were hit, especially in some of the low-lying areas like Orla Vista, out by UCF, with severe flooding to their homes and to their property. Hoping to hear from the mayor about damage assessments so far, when power might be able to be restored. So these are things that they could talk about in this press conference, but there's certainly a lot to address. And we're going to be hearing from local officials throughout the morning. But for Orange County, looks like they're still getting assembled.
Yeah, and Sheriff John Mina is standing behind Orange County's Mayor Jerry Demings there. So we've got the sheriff, we have the mayor, other members of Orange County government who are going to speak to the efforts that are happening right now to keep everyone safe and to help as the recovery process just is beginning.
Yes, and it's going to be a days, if not weeks, possibly even months-long process for many businesses and families, just given the catastrophic results of this storm.
Yeah.
Good morning to all of you. Welcome to the Orange County Emergency Operations Center here in East Orange County. A lot has happened in the last 24 hours, and I want to make certain that our team of community partners will provide updates to you about where we are. At this time, we have transitioned from a response effort to a recovery mode here within our community. And there's a lot of good news associated with that. But in terms of the storm, it was bad, but it could have been a lot worse. And so we are going to take probably the next week or better to really get far into recovery. We had 10 to 16 inches of rain throughout the county that caused significant challenges for us with flooding. We still have a significant number of roadways that still have water that has flooded them, but we have crews that's out working to make those roadways passable. We had significant flooding that affected assisted living facilities and other businesses within our community. We certainly had a major flood in the Orla Vista area. We will be taking quite some time to rectify that situation. But I also want to let you know that as we have transitioned to the recovery phase, our airport is back operational. We also want to let you know that you'll be hearing in just a few moments from our Orange County Public Schools about some of the efforts underway with our schools. We do have a FEMA representative that's embedded here within our community, and he's here with us today. If you have any questions related to FEMA, in just a few moments, we will formally introduce the FEMA representative at that time. But I also want to let you know that probably some of the better news that we've received is that Orange County has been added to the FEMA disaster declaration for Florida. What that will allow is for us to get appropriate reimbursements as we endeavor to collect the debris and other things here within our community to fully restore us back to where we were pre-hurricane. Charles Williams is our FEMA representative that is here with us in the EOC at this time. I want to give you an update on where we are with our shelters. We still have approximately 1,000 individuals who are still in our shelters, and that includes nearly 80 people who have special needs. Lynx has asked me to report that about a quarter of the Lynx routes are now operational. It would take some time before they're fully operational, but if you are a bus rider and you need information, you can go to their website at golynx.com to gather additional information about the Lynx services. Let me just touch on our tremendous staff who have been really working around the clock now for several days. They have been doing yeoman's work in our community to assist with evacuations, as first responders, respond to keep our community safe, as public works and utilities workers to also deal with the myriad of challenges that we have with the loss of power, down power lines. I want to point out that we do have a significant number of traffic signals that are still out, and that creates quite the hazard in our community. So to our traveling motorists, let me remind you that if you come to an intersection or location where there's a traffic signal out, we want you to treat that traffic signal as if it's a four-way stop sign. That is the best way that we can approach it. Just go barreling through the traffic signal because that just increases the potential for motor vehicle traffic crashes in our community. We have been in partnership now with the National Guard. We do have representatives here with us in the EOC from the National Guard. They have been working with our Orange County Fire Rescue Department and other fire departments in various evacuation efforts. We saw where we had to use high water vehicles and rescued 120 nursing home residents and transported them to a sister facility from the Life Center, which is an assisted living facility on Rouse Road in East Orange County. That was a significant mission for our firefighters and the National Guard last night. So let me just say to the National Guardsmen, thank you for your assistance here within our community. We have been working with the American Red Cross. We do have a representative here from the Red Cross to assist us with providing housing and other needs, unmet needs of individuals who perhaps have been displaced or impacted because of the storm. Some of the rescues that we participated in yesterday included the Orla Vista area. I had the opportunity to go out myself and witness firsthand that rescue mission. We were in the Bunnybrook neighborhood, the Cypress Landing neighborhood, Hampton Courts Apartments, Oakcrest Trailer Park, the Avante Senior Living Facility. That happened during the early hours yesterday. Now let me just talk a little bit about our utilities. Orange County utilities personnel really have been working hard for the entire time of this response effort. I'm fortunate to report that we really have not had any interrupted the delivery of reliable and safe tap water here within our community. I appreciate the work that our utilities division has helped to keep us functional and operational in that regard. Our solid waste division staff have also been working. Our regular services will be back on track soon. The Orange County landfill and transfer stations will be closed to the public today, and with the goal of reopening tomorrow. Certainly if we don't get reopened tomorrow, it will be Monday at the latest, but our goal is to get reopened tomorrow. There will be an updated schedule available through our ocfl.net/storm website that will provide precise information. In terms of trash pickup, you may see, depending upon whether you live in a municipality or you live in the unincorporated area. If you live in a municipality, I would tell you to pay attention to the communications that come out from those municipalities, such as the City of Orlando, about trash pickup, etc. But as it relates to unincorporated Orange County, we will have an updated schedule of trash collections on our website, but our residential curbside collection program is slated to resume its regular service beginning on Monday, October the 3rd. Residents, however, may experience some delays with yard waste collection for the next several weeks. We look forward to executing our debris removal contract, where we will bring in additional contractors or haulers to assist with removal of the increased amount of debris that we have throughout Orange County. While the storm could have been much worse, we do have an extraordinary amount of debris that is in our neighborhoods and along our roadways, and it's going to take some time to clean all of that up and get our community back, the shining, beautiful community that it was pre-storm. Residents, again, may see some delays in the trash collections. We just ask that you be patient with us as we move forward. We do have representatives here from Orlando Utilities Commission. Ms. Luz Aviles is here. I may have messed up the name partly, but I came close. But in either case, I'm going to ask her to come up in just a few moments. But before we do that, we have a number of people who have joined us. First, let me recognize my colleague from the Board of County Commissioner, Commissioner Commissioner Myra Uribe is here with us. And we have Orange County Sheriff John Mina. So we're going to have Sheriff Mina come up and address the group, and then he's going to be followed by Mr. Scott Howard from the Orange County Public Schools, and then we're going to ask our OUC representative to come up and share some details about their respective services. So again, we'll begin with Sheriff John Mina.
Thank you, Mayor, and good morning. And so I know there are parts of Orange County that are still dealing with the impacts of Hurricane Ian, and so we just want our residents to know that the Orange County Sheriff's Office will be with them every step of the way. As always, we will be out and about around the clock. We're staffing many intersections and roadways that are most severely impacted by the hurricane, and you know, I know their work is far from done, but I do want to take some time to thank the men and women in the Orange County Sheriff's Office and all of our first responders who have been out there really doing such a fantastic job. And you know, our emergency response team and Marine units have rescued more than 40 people and 3 dogs from neighborhoods and other facilities, and our patrol units have been out in every corner of the county assisting our residents. We've been receiving a lot of calls from families and who are concerned about their loved ones whose power might be out and not being able to get in contact with them. So we have been doing a lot of that, and those folks are very, very thankful we're able to get a hold of their loved ones. I can't say enough about our civilian support staff. We can't do what we do in law enforcement without without all of our civilians, from supply to fleet. They give us the tools that we need to do to keep our community safe. And then again, I want to thank our dispatchers and call takers. They have literally taken thousands and thousands of calls and dispatched thousands and thousands of calls, much more than we normally see during their regular service hours. So they have done an exceptional job. And those are just a few of the examples of the great work that's going on. And, you know, many of you have heard me say that the Orange County Sheriff's Office cares deeply about this community, and that just shows that. And of course, our own employees are affected and part of this community as well. We have 17 employees who have had pretty significant flooding and roof damage to their homes while they're out, patrolling the streets. So we're going to go ahead and take care of them. All this past week, I've been telling our residents and specifically our criminals that I told you that we would be out there in force and to not be committing crimes. Well, last night, 3 people tried to burglarize the Family Dollar at on Apopka Island. They were quickly apprehended after their car got stuck in some flooding water. So we were happy about that. But it was nice to have all those additional personnel. They weren't going anywhere, and they were taken into custody peacefully and without incident. Again, we're probably looking to send deputies to Southwest Florida to assist, most likely in a relief effort. There are a bunch of other agencies that are there now helping all those in the southwest part of the state, and they're going to need relief soon. So we'll probably send close to 50 deputies and support personnel down there. I did want to let people know that Governor DeSantis did reach out to check on our first responders and deputies and thank everyone for the job they're doing, and also asked if there was anything that we needed, so we appreciate that. Again, as the mayor has said, a lot of intersections are impacted. Please, if you come to an intersection that doesn't happen to have law enforcement there and all the lights are out, treat that as a 4-way stop, and of course, again, stay away from standing water and down power lines. Thank you. I'll turn it over to Scott from Orange County Public Schools.
Thank you, Sheriff. Scott Howitt, Chief Communications Officer, Orange County Public Schools. Just want to thank the Sheriff, Sheriff Mina, and his deputies for supporting our school shelters during this time. Great job. We really appreciate that. And thank the mayor for his leadership and staff and their cooperation and partnership throughout this. It's been a difficult road, but certainly we appreciate that. Let me start by saying, first of all, I hope that our employees, our families made it through this storm with safely and with minimal damage to their property and homes. If any of our employees are in need of assistance, they can contact our employee assistance line. It's 877-622-4327. That line is manned 24/7. And any parent or guardian of a student in need of assistance can always call the County 311 line. Be sure to continue to follow us on our website at ocps.net and also on Facebook and Twitter, where we'll be posting information and updates and resources in regards to our schools. Our students, families, and employees are always top of mind during this time, and our goal is to return to school on Monday, October 3rd. All of our schools and offices will remain closed through today. Extracurricular activities have been canceled through the weekend, and athletic events will be rescheduled if possible. Once we are able to assess any potential damage to our schools and district facilities, we will provide phone, email, text messaging updates to our families and employees this evening as to the status of schools opening on Monday. As of now, we're seeing major flooding issues at one of our schools at Riverdale Elementary, which we've been talking about this morning, and what options we will have for the students and families and employees at Riverdale. Our priority is to ensure our students and staff return to a safe learning environment as soon as possible. If necessary, the district will look at alternative instructional options for students, such as alternative locations for instruction, alternative sites, or if possible, virtual learning. We have not received any direction from the state as far as the virtual option, but we will certainly look at that as a possibility. As a reminder for our students who are planning on taking the SAT tomorrow, you're off the hook. The SAT and the administration of the test has been postponed, and a new date will be determined in the near future. Again, our thoughts and prayers are with our students, parents, and employees as they recover from the impact of the storm. And I encourage our employees, again, if they need assistance, to call 877-622-4327. That line is open 24/7, and our parents or guardians or employees can always call the 311 number. Please continue to be safe as we recover from the impacts of Ian. And now I'll turn it over to Luz from OUC.
Thank you, Scott. On behalf of OUC, please know that our thoughts are with the millions of Floridians who've been deeply affected by the storm, especially here in Central Florida as well. Thank you to the crews and emergency personnel working to restore power and help people in communities throughout. Yesterday, OUC outages peaked at 97,560 around 11 a.m. As of 9:30 this morning, we were just under 27,000 customers still without power, which means teams of OUC and external crews were able to restore about 72% of our total outages. The work continues today. 69 assessment teams are currently out in the field surveying damage to help us prioritize our restoration work. More than 300 additional crew members made up of line techs, tree specialists, and trouble techs are also in the field, making the necessary repairs to restore remaining outages as quickly and safely as possible. Our restoration process began with a focus on critical customers such as hospitals, wastewater plants, fire, police stations, and other emergency locations. We are now making repairs to feeder distribution lines that will restore the power to the largest number of customers in the quickest manner possible. Then we will work down to the individual customer level. We expect a system-wide estimated time of restoration sometime today or tomorrow at the latest. We want to ensure residents never forget the powerful nature of electric lines and equipment. The equipment is incredibly dangerous and should never be handled by untrained hands. Please remember that you should never, under any circumstances, touch down power lines or wire. If you encounter one, please report it to 911 or call your utility company. The storm brought our service territory more flooding, as you've been hearing today, than we've had in recent memory. Remember that electric current passes very easily through water, so it's imperative to stay away from pooled water that may be impacted by down lines or other electrical equipment. We also remind you to keep generator safety top of mind. Finally, OUC should visit OUC.com. OUC customers should visit OUC.com/Storm Center for important information and sign up for outage alerts offered in English and Spanish by texting REG to 69682. Please rest assured that we are working as quickly and safely as possible to restore services to our customers. Thank you, and we appreciate your patience.
Okay, since we're talking about energy companies, Duke could not be here this morning, but they did ask me to provide some information to you, the public. First, they wanted to thank the customers for their patience as they work to get everyone's lights back on. As of 9:15 today, Duke reports that 35% of Duke Energy Florida customers in Orange County are without power. Crews have been working around the clock where conditions allow and have restored more than 130,000 customers in Orange County. This morning, the company has released an estimated time of restoration for Orange County customers. The current estimated time of restoration for 90% of Duke customers in Orange County is no later than 11:59 p.m. on Sunday, October the 2nd. The flooding continues to hinder the company's ability to restore power and complete their damage assessments and provide estimated times of restoration in some areas, but they wanted you to know that they remain out in the field and they're committed to restoring power where it is safe to do so. So we share that with you. At this time, I'm going to ask Division Chief Avery, our emergency manager to come forward to kind of give you a summary of some of the things that's happening currently in our emergency operations center related to our recovery efforts. Chief Avery.
Thank you, Mayor. So good morning. So we are the Orange County Emergency Operations Center is still activated at a full activation level 1. So what that means is all of our partners are in our Emergency Operations Center. As we transition to recovery, we are still working with all of our partners in Orange County. We're very fortunate to have over 200 partners that when we have a disaster such as this, they come together and support each other to make sure we get our community back up and running. Over the last couple days, we've assisted fire rescues, assisted over 12 neighborhoods that had a massive amount of flooding, as you've heard. And when we talk about partnerships, we have the National Guard that's been right alongside with us. I do want to give a special shout out as well to Lynx. They have been steady by our side through this whole process, whether it's been taking people to shelters or taking them to a partner sister assisted living facility. They have been right there willing to support. Prior to the storm, they were right there helping us get people into shelters. So we can't overemphasize the importance of our partnerships here in Orange County, and just incredible work by all of them coming together. Fire Rescue has deployed Task Force 4 to Punta Gorda. I'm sure you've seen their devastation there. So they are in Punta Gorda currently, and that's a team that's made up by a couple of our local fire agencies, City of Orlando, Seminole County, and a couple of others. So they are right now on the ground in Punta Gorda assisting. So pretty incredible with the resources that we have here. We're not only worried about our citizens here, but we're also helping other communities. So we'll continue to work together towards recovery. We've got state teams from the Florida Division of Emergency Management are currently mobilized, and they're en route to Orange County today. They will be getting together with FEMA and our damage assessment teams that we have here in the EOC and going out and looking at those impacted areas to make sure that we are addressing that through all of our submissions for FEMA reimbursement. So thank you.
Okay, and with that, we're going to open it up for any questions. If we have any Spanish-speaking media and you want any of the questions or the responses interpreted in Spanish, I'm going to ask Ms. Ilia Torres, one of my special assistants, to come up and assist with that. If it's specific about public works or utilities or what have you, we do have staff in the room who are bilingual who will be able to respond to those questions as well. So with that, we're going to open it up for questions now.
Mayor, could you address the bottled water resources that may be available in East Orange County? A lot of people out there at wells, if they don't have any power, then they can't pump water out. So there may be a lack of fresh water for them. Do you know what the county may be doing about that?
Yeah, our teams are now working here within the Emergency Operations Center to devise a plan of action to actually take the supply of water that we have, where we'll do a water distribution in those areas that may be impacted where they're on well water and they don't have access to good quality tap water. So we're putting that together, and we'll release that sometime today when we will be out in those areas.
Great, Evans. I know you had a chance to visit the Orla Vista community. Do you feel enough was done since Irma to protect them from this kind of flooding?
The short answer is no. But I will put that in the context of we had a hurricane. There is no system out there that when a hurricane impacts an area, it's massive. It will overwhelm any stormwater system. So part of what we experience in Orla Vista is related to just the phenomena associated with the hurricane. Now, have we done enough over time to address the infrastructure needs? No, we're going to step that up a bit. because I think the people out there, they deserve that. It's a costly fix. The Ola Vista neighborhood is 60 years old or so, and so over the decades, it has experienced some challenges with flooding just by the way that it was designed. And so we can't, in order to compensate for the development that has occurred around it, the poor design, it's a very, very costly fix. So we are going to look to not only address this with county funds, but we will look to partner with FEMA, or federal funds, as well as state funds to kind of address that in the very, very near future. So I was out there, and I know that the district commissioner, Commissioner Siplin, and our entire board, we're committed to that, like we are to addressing all the needs of our community. So I'm not here to make excuses for it, but the reality of the situation is we had widespread flooding across the entire county and across the entire state of Florida, and that's because of Hurricane Ian, not because of necessarily the shortcomings of man.
And do you know how many people were rescued from that community and others?
All total across the county did over 1,000 evacuations. From that community, I haven't received the final numbers because that was an ongoing process yesterday, but we can provide that to you. I know prior to yesterday, prior to the storm, we had evacuated some 300. So, yesterday that was a mission that was operational, and the numbers were growing as the day went on. And so we'll get you the number on the final group. Okay.
And Devins, do you by chance know, have we had any reports of any deaths that have occurred as a result of Hurricane Ian in Orange County?
We have not had any storm-related deaths. I am told that in one case, when at one of the assisted living facilities, during the process of transporting patients, a patient that was already very critically ill, elderly patient, passed, but that at this point it has not been deemed storm related. It just was a natural cause for that particular individual. Okay. Other questions? En español. Okay.
Bueno, el estimado de daños en el condado que ha dejado Ian, si nos podría decir.
Let's take una a la vez. The first question would be the estimated damages caused by Hurricane Ian here in Orange County.
Okay, so our damage assessment teams led by the controller's office and other staff, they're out doing the damage assessments as we speak. So we don't have that final number. We will have the estimate sometime within the next 24 hours.
Nuestros equipos de evaluación de daños están ubicados acá en el Centro de Operaciones de Emergencia, liderados por la Oficina del Tasador de Propiedades, y están en proceso de salir a la calle a hacer esas evaluaciones de daños. No tenemos los números en este momento.
Basado en esto, ¿hay un estimado de residentes que consideren estarían aplicando a los beneficios de FEMA?
Based on this damage assessment, would you have a number of residents that will be applying for FEMA's individual assistance?
We have no way of knowing how many residents will apply for assistance at this time.
En este momento no tenemos forma de determinar cuántos residentes estarían aplicando para asistencia de FEMA.
Ahora, en el tema de las escuelas, entiendo que son 1,000 refugiados y estarán abiertos los refugios, 10 escuelas en total que están sirviendo como refugios. En este sentido, estas 10 escuelas entonces no abrirían la próxima semana.
This question is regarding schools and those that are being used as shelters.
Okay. Let me go back to the previous question real quick, related to the number of individuals. Remember that there were a number of individuals who evacuated, who left the area, who went to hotels until all of those individuals come back to their homes, come back to their businesses, they may not even know they have damage at this point. And so the FEMA declaration was just made, so we cannot give you a precise number. That's going to take a while before we have any idea. Okay.
Tenemos que tener presente que hay muchos residentes que fueron desplazados de su residencia, otros fueron a hoteles y en este momento estarían regresando a sus casas para determinar si tuvieron daños en sus propiedades o en sus negocios. Entonces sería apresurado determinar quiénes estarían aplicando.
Okay, now to the schools.
Shorter responses.
I know she's really good.
Preguntaba de las escuelas. Hay 10 escuelas como refugios, son 1,000 personas que no estarían regresando inmediatamente. Entonces quiere decir que esas escuelas estarían cerradas también la próxima semana.
So the question is regarding the 10 schools that are being used as shelters. We understand that there's 1,000 refugees or people in shelters at those schools. Will they be resuming school service on Monday?
The short answer is yes.
La respuesta corta es sí.
We will work with our other social service providers to make certain that persons who may need shelters will work with our community-based organizations to relocate them.
Estaremos trabajando con los socios de la comunidad que prestan servicios sociales para que aquellas personas que al final o antes de que resuman las clases el lunes puedan ser transicionadas a otro tipo de shelter o refugio.
Okay, and
this may be a question for Mr. Conkle, but this has to do with all of this.
come on up, Director Conkle, or Ms. Almodovar. Yeah, either one. I couldn't see if he was back there now.
Sir.
All right.
The pumps that we had out of all of this, did they work? Did they work the way they're supposed to, or were they in a situation where you're just overwhelmed by the shape or the bold shape of the neighborhood and the amount of rain?
Yes, we had both scenarios. The pumps worked as designed to function. We did have overabundance of rain all across Orange County. We have places where we have record highs in Little Wekiva. So we've had so much rain that this is new territory for us. And to answer your question specifically, there is a fail-safe mechanism inside the pump. And that shut down temporarily because it was a scenario that required it to shut itself down. About an hour or two later, it kicked back in like it was supposed to and continued to pump. So it was pumping at the rate that it's designed to pump. It was pumping at the discharge that we are allowed to send down Shingle Creek. So it was working like it was supposed to, but yes, it was inundated and sort of over its head.
Thank you.
Okay. I don't see any other questions, so thank you all for being here. This will conclude our press conference at this time.
All right, we've been listening in as Orange County's Mayor, Jerry Demings, was giving us an update. A couple of things to note. He began this briefing discussing the flooding and talked about Orange County receiving between 10 and 16 inches of rain. And so streets are flooded now, and they're going to continue dealing with this flooding. At the end of this, he kind of wrapped it up by saying there are pumps in place. They did what they were supposed to do, but at some point they shut down because they're pumping kind of at max capacity. And then, he said there's a lot of recovery ahead, and there are people still in shelters who don't know if their homes have been flooded yet. And it's going to take days for them to figure this all out as to how many people actually even need help and resources.
And the county did get a FEMA declaration, which means that they will be able to get some assistance and money from FEMA to help out with the cleanup and the restoration. But another big point.
And you did the interview earlier about the insurance, and the gentleman you spoke with said that if you're in one of these counties where there's a disaster declaration, there are FEMA grants available to help people. That I think it was a maximum of $10,000, he said, but that can help people as they begin this process, especially if they've had flooding in their homes or things of that nature.
Yes, of course. And then as it relates to the power outages, because a lot of people are waiting to find out when they were going to get power, we do have some estimated updated timelines for Orange County. This is just for Orange County, but the mayor said that Orlando Utility Commission, OUC, they're hoping to get everybody back online in Orange County by tonight. If you are with Duke, they're hoping to get that restored by the end of the weekend, so Sunday night. But again, that's just for Orange County.
Yeah, and it's tough for Duke customers hearing that news, thinking it's Friday morning, and they've been dealing with power outages for 24 hours, now got the entire weekend. Yeah, 2.5 more days of this potentially. Yeah. Okay, let's get over to your first warning forecast.
In just a little bit.
Yeah, we're going to get to that, but after this quick break, stay with us.
Hi, Todd. You've been a good friend since college, so when I needed a lawyer, I knew exactly who to call. I made the right choice. Thank you for all of your hard work.
There's a reason people choose Todd Minor Law. So if you're involved in an accident, call us today or visit toddminorlaw.com.
Has your homeowner's insurance price increased dramatically? Coverage been reduced? Or maybe you've been canceled altogether?
At Hugh Cotton Insurance, we know protecting the biggest investments of your life takes trust. And that doesn't happen overnight or on an app or website. It happens when your calls are answered, when your agent saves you money, and that happens every day at Hugh Cotton Insurance. Call us now at 407-898-1776. Hugh Cotton Insurance, your shield of protection since 1948.
Can health insurance speak your language? ¿Y tu idioma? Inalangu? With agents fluent in 20 languages, it can. What else can health insurance do? Come find out.
Have heart failure and still experience unresolved symptoms? Heart failure and seemingly unrelated symptoms like carpal tunnel syndrome, shortness of breath, irregular heartbeat, and lower back pain could mean something more serious called ATTR-CM, a rare underdiagnosed disease that worsens over time. So it's important to recognize the signs. Sound like you? Call your cardiologist and ask about ATTR-CM.
At Ethan Allen, our goal is to take your breath away, from the service of our interior designers to the quality that defines our brand. We design living rooms, bedrooms, dining rooms, even entire homes. We craft our furniture, making it just the way you want it. See and feel the difference. Visit a design center to save up to 20% and enjoy a gift of $200 toward a purchase of $2,000 or more.
I was hit by a big truck and decided to call attorney Dan Newland for help. Dan won my case and got me $325,000.
And Dan got me $395,000 after my car accident.
The insurance company should have to pay, but they often won't give up that money without a fight. I'll fight to make them pay.
Dan got me paid $300,000 after my car accident.
Involved in a car accident? Call me now at 407-888-8000. That's 407-888-8000.
Good morning. It is 11 o'clock on this Friday. I'm Sheldon Dutez alongside Sonica Donkey.
And all morning long, we've been hearing from the governor as well as our local leaders throughout the morning as they have been assessing the damage. In just a little bit, we are expecting to hear from Seminole County leaders, but we want to begin our coverage here at 11 o'clock with a check of our forecast. We've got our team of meteorologists working around the clock as we assess the impact of the end.
Yeah, it's a beautiful start to the day. Good morning to the both of you. With a look at that, clear skies. Downtown Orlando has completely brightened, just a couple of clouds off in the distance. Temperature-wise, we are looking wonderful at this hour with readings sitting in the 60s and 70s. Through lunchtime, we'll climb to about 83 degrees. That's our high temperature, and we're going to stay just perfect all the way through dinner time and beyond. Lower 70s in the tourist district. We're at 69 in Orlando, 69 degrees in Daytona Beach, and 70 degrees over in Palm Bay. It has been a nice, comfortable, fresh breeze. Our first morning live Doppler radar is rain-free. Here's a look at the wider perspective. There's the peninsula, of course. There is Hurricane Ian lifting up a little faster and a little faster. Just got the 11 o'clock advisory. It will be making landfall here the next couple of hours' time, but on the backside of that 85-mile-per-hour Category 1 hurricane, we're getting this drive of north-northwesterly winds. So for today, comfy, in a word. Average high temperatures 88. We'll find low to mid 80s and bright, beautiful sunshine. I cannot wait to talk more about it. And of course, have my colleague meteorologist Cam Tran talk about it. We'll see you in just a couple minutes.
We can't wait to experience it, Eric.
All right, we want to get a look at the latest conditions right now. We know so many people are getting out and about. They want to check out maybe the damage to their businesses, their homes, and we have reporters spread out all over the area to be your eyes and ears.
Yes, some of the heavily damaged areas include those in Flagler and Volusia counties. WESH-2's Claire Metz is joining us now from Flagler County. And in that county, Claire, the big concern was A1A. How did it fare?
Yeah, A1A and, of course, our iconic and beautiful Flagler Beach fishing pier, which is exactly where we are right now. Take a look behind me. Unfortunately, Ian took a big chunk of the end of that pier, a pier that has gone up against several hurricanes previously, like Irma in 2017 and Matthew in 2016. I think during Matthew it lost 160 feet, and now it's lost another chunk. So the pier is closed to everyone, fishing, tourists, visitors, locals who just like to walk it, everyone. And they're trying to revisit exactly what to do here. This pier is actually scheduled for demolition next year to be replaced by a concrete pier. So whether the community will decide to, the leaders here, to make repairs and reopen it in the short term is just unclear right now. But for now, it is closed, much to the dismay of the fishermen who love it, but the surfers are not stopping, and that is for sure. Ian brought in huge swells, and yesterday it was choppy and nasty. Today, these swells are beautiful, and for surfers, the rides are tremendous. We've been watching for the last, half hour or so, and it's been amazing to watch them all pick up and just roll in. Now, there is a lot of debris on the beach, on the dune and on the beach, from the pier and from other things that kind of broke apart in the system. But the surfers know their way around. These are clearly experienced guys because those are big swells, and nobody who doesn't really surf well would probably take that opportunity to get out. So, everyone out over here is keeping an eye on them, but they're probably in very good shape. Again, everyone getting great rides today, right there. Let me show you what else is going on, though, in the Flagler Beach area specifically. We flew by Chopper 2 and to look at the flooding, and this is along the Intracoastal Waterway. Let me take you there. This is South Daytona, South Daytona and North Daytona Avenue, or Flagler Avenue. I'm confusing myself, sorry, in the area. And there was serious flooding along the Intercoastal there, no doubt about it. Folks tell us that it didn't get as far up as it did in previous storms. It didn't wash them out of homes like it did for Irma, where Irma was just a disaster for those low-lying areas along the Intercoastal here in Flagler Beach. So it wasn't quite as bad as that. However, it did creep up into garages, and a lot of those folks are out of power, and the water remains standing. The Flagler County Sheriff's Department was running around earlier today with high water rescue vehicles, just making themselves known in the event there were folks who couldn't get out, not necessarily in dire trouble, but they couldn't get out of their homes and just needed help doing that. So that's been happening now regularly. But so far so good when it comes to that. So certainly the flooding, certainly the damage to the pier, also the power outages. Much of downtown is out of power, so folks can't do a lot of business, and that's certainly frustrating. One or two are running on generators, but the power outages are significant, and it's unclear when everybody will come up. I know FP&L was reporting maybe 26,000 without power still, so that's going to be a while, and that's something to endure. At least it's much cooler, much more comfortable, and beautiful blue skies with sunshine, so you feel brighter no matter the circumstances. It looks like the city and the county are getting ready to open State Road 100, which is the inroad to Flagler Beach. They had it shut down not because there was damage to the bridge, but they were just trying to limit the number of people coming over here with down power lines and debris in the road, that kind of thing. But it looks like they'll probably open that in a short while, and they're still talking about the curfew. Technically, it's scheduled for tonight, but that may be dropped. Local officials talking about that as well. There was a portion of A1A that was damaged, and it's really very simple damage. They've been very concerned about A1A because of the past erosion and its history. It had a collapse during Matthew, and that was a nightmare, and it was finally repaired. Well, when Irma came over with those huge swells, it brought some of the revetment over between 8th and 16th south on A1A. And there was a lot of coquina rocks scattered around. So crews came out, assessed the road, said it was in good shape, and then they cleaned it up. So it's all clean, it's all good, and it's finished. So that is now fully open to traffic. Again, folks, the county and the city had asked people, you know, stay home if you can, but you understand people are really storm sick and they're ready to come out and enjoy at least some of this weather. And police say as long as they're, you know, obeying and maintaining and, you know, just doing their thing and enjoying the view, they don't really have a problem with it at all. Again, we should learn more about the curfew coming up. And there's one other thing everyone's very grateful for here in Flagler County, especially because we know what happened in Volusia. We have now suffered 2 storm-related deaths in Volusia County, so that's a terrible sadness. Here in Flagler, no injuries, no storm-related deaths. That is the bright spot in all of this. Back to you.
Oh, certainly. Yes, Claire. And by the way, you're talking about the weather behind you. We've just been staring at it in awe because we're very jealous. Looks like a gorgeous day. I want to ask you about your travels all up and down. I know Flagler County, Volusia County, Daytona Beach shores in particular. You were at that one strip area, I believe it was last night, where all of the windows had blown out. Yesterday morning, I believe it was. Sorry, the days are blurring together.
Yeah.
But do you have an update on that?
Yeah, it's a full disaster, no doubt about it. We happen to know a lot of the business people in that area. And yeah, not only did the windows blow out, that in many areas the roof peeled back, so it's gone. I mean, I don't think there's any recovery from what occurred. And when Ian hit Daytona Beach shores, you know, that's just a little bit north of where the eye came in here in Central Florida. And those winds were powerful to the degree that we could not stand in that parking lot to do anything. We had to cross the street and find a sheltered area. So that had to be over 100, 110 miles an hour sustained for a while. And it was a real blow in that area and just took out all those windows. A lot of damage in the shore. Several hotels have roof damage. There were parts of roof throughout the main drag, A1A. The police in Daytona Beach shores cleaned that up. So did police in Daytona Beach because there was similar damage up there. And of course we know the beautiful Sunglow Pier in Daytona Beach shores lost a huge chunk as well. So that's a sadness. The piers just, you know, can't stand up against the kind of wind and surf that comes in with these big storms. I mean, that's just massive surf. Even this morning, as I was watching some of the bigger swells, I thought, oh, brother, I hope more of this doesn't come down. So, and I think also the endurance of the storm. You know, we were in it for so long that, and it created so much rainfall, and then it was coming in at around high tide, that it was just a mix of awful things that occurred that led to so much flooding and so much trouble and so much disaster for so many. There's still a lot of outages when it comes to power in Volusia County as well. Again, though, when you think about our neighbors to the southwest, you know, we can take anything here.
Definitely puts things into perspective. It was jaw-dropping almost to see the windows blown out yesterday morning. And in Volusia County, we know, and they experienced 12 more hours of rain into those businesses. And I can only imagine, you know, what a total loss some of those businesses are. But Claire, thank you, and enjoy the sunshine. You've certainly deserved it after the last 48 hours.
Yeah. Thanks.
All right, we want to get a little bit closer to the downtown Orlando area and take a look out by UCF in Orange County. That's where Bob Hazen is. Let's take a look at his update.
Some people who live here in Arden Village said they only had a couple of minutes to get out of their apartments, hardly any notice before they had to run outside. And let me show you what it looks like here at the entrance. You can see there's still water all over the ground, and some people have started coming back in here to check on their things, although there is also a vehicle that's stuck in some water there. And further back in the complex, there are still many vehicles underwater. In fact, I want to show you some video that was given to us by a man who went into the complex earlier on today. Now, people who live here say that they basically got an email from the apartment complex, and then it was only a matter of minutes later that they all had to escape and get out of here because the water was rising so quickly from a creek nearby, as well as some retention ponds. All that water kind of mixed together and rose over their banks during Hurricane Ian. Orange County Fire Rescue also was called in to try to help get everybody out. We're told they rescued dozens of people, over 100 people that they brought out either in boats or in vehicles. And we've been talking to some of the folks who are showing back up here today about what they experienced during that hurricane.
This is definitely the worst hurricane I've been through. It was really weird, really intense experience, to say the least.
It's pretty flooded. The roundabout's fine, so there's cars up there, so they're pretty safe. But everything is like a pretty level layer of water right now. It doesn't look like it's up to anyone's porches right now.
Now, they did have a mandatory evacuation yesterday for Arden Villas. That's why people had to rush out so quickly with help from the National Guard and firefighters. Also today, we have seen several cleaning companies, disaster relief companies going inside. So it looks like they're getting ready to start that process of trying to fix up some of these apartments, many of which have several feet of water that infiltrated yesterday during the storm. Reporting in East Orlando, Bob Hazen, WESH-TV News.
And not too far away from where Bob Hazen filed that report is just so many schools, homes, cars that are underwater. We're taking a look at video right now, Sonica, from University and Rouse.
Yeah, and if you hadn't told us that, Sheldon, it may have been difficult for some of our viewers to ascertain exactly where this is because it looks like a river. I mean, we've seen this vantage point and we've seen these stunning images from all across Central Florida, roads just completely underwater. I mean, the car really shows you how high the water levels are, but in that area in particular, we are just seeing some of the major roadways completely washed out here, and there was also that school nearby as well.
Riverdale Elementary School and Orange County Public School was underwater. We heard an update from the Orange County state leaders. They were talking about the fact that damage at that school would have to be assessed with other damage as well.
And now we are hearing from Seminole County leaders. Let's listen in.
The area of Seminole County in Sanford is going to continue to rise. We're seeing this in the larger tributaries, the Little Econ, the Big Econ, and here along the St. Johns River. As other areas of the county start to lower and they start to drain, they move this way, and we continue to see increased flooding in these areas. We are watching these areas very closely to make sure that we can respond to them effectively and rescue anyone that's needing rescue. We are still seeing unprecedented flooding in many parts of the community. Lincoln Heights, Spring Oaks neighborhood along the Little Wekiva River in Altamont Springs, Mockingbird Lane and Gee Creek in Winter Springs, Lake Moultrie in Altamont Springs, which is a closed basin. These areas, if they can, will start to move to the larger tributaries and then eventually out to the Atlantic Ocean. Because of that, of course, we have fire and sheriff's office, and you're going to hear from those folks in just a moment. Vehicles out doing rescues and helping people as necessary. We also have National Guard units here in the county assisting law enforcement and fire rescue with these rescues. Because of the increase in water at the Little and Big Econ rivers, the city of Oviedo has reopened a sandbag location today at the Evans Street Public Works Facility. That'll be open today from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Tomorrow, we will be opening up 3 different sandbag locations. The first is at Fire Station, the old Geneva Fire Station, which is at 217 2nd Street in Geneva. We will also be opening a sandbag location here at Wayside Park along the St. Johns River in Sanford. And the city of Altamont Springs will be opening a sandbag location at Westmont Park. All of those sandbag locations will open at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Seminole County Water Utilities is continuing to move generators from lift station to pump down those lift stations and move to the next one so that we can continue the flow of that to the water treatment facility. The city of Winter Springs is there's certain addresses that are currently out of water. They are attempting to fix those water main breaks as quickly as possible so that pressure can be re-energized to the line and those individuals can have water out of their faucets. For the exact addresses of those places without water, you can go to our website at prepareseminole.org. All of the city of Winter Springs is currently under precautionary boil water notice. We are working with the individuals that are without power to get them water through the Emergency Operations Center. We have 75 traffic signals out right now here in Seminole County. Please treat these intersections as four-way stops. We don't want anyone to lose a life in a T-bone crash in one of these intersections. We have done what we can to energize as many as possible using generators, but there are still some that are fully dark, so please be very careful. Our partners at Duke and FPL continue to re-energize lines. We are now down to 95,000 customers, down from over 160,000 customers without power at the height of the storm. So they are restoring power quite quickly to our residents here in the county. Please be patient as these line crews, and thank these line crews as they come through. As many of them are not from the state of Florida, they are here to assist us and get our power back on. We are continuing the consolidation of emergency shelters. Today, we will go down to one general population pet-friendly shelter, Lyman High School, and we will continue to demobilize special needs shelters. Bentley Elementary School, which is a special needs shelter that is pet-friendly, will be the pet-friendly special needs shelter for individuals to go to at this time. We are starting to see a small increase in shelters as people are rescued, as water continues to rise in those large tributaries, as I mentioned a few moments ago. But we are working with each individual client to try to get them assistance. Over 1,200 homes here in Seminole County have been affected by flooding or damage to the homes. Some of those completely destroyed. Our damage assessment teams are in the field right now, continuing the damage assessment process so that federal assistance can come in to help those in need. We still need your help. You can collect damage if you're at home, and you can report that damage. Again, at our website, prepareseminole.org, if you go to the damage assessment tab, there's a web-friendly or a phone-friendly way where you can type in your information and even include a picture. We want to thank those that have already provided the damage assessment numbers, and because of that, FEMA has opened the portal for individuals that require assistance to self-register. That number is 1-800-621-FEMA. Again, 1-800-621-FEMA, or you can go to FEMA.gov. Again, FEMA.gov. If you require assistance, if your home has been damaged. We are estimating over 1 million cubic yards of debris. That's an increase from yesterday. Our debris assessment crews went out. We thought it may be a little bit less, but it does look like it actually is going to be 11 cubic yards of debris here in Seminole County. Just as a reminder, and we like to give pictorial reminders, if you will, so that you can imagine what 1 million cubic yards of debris is. That is 11 spaceship Earths at the Epcot Center. So many of us have seen pictures or have been there at Epcot under that incredible structure. We have to pick up 11 of those. So it will take weeks and months to pick up debris. Regular trash collection will begin tomorrow. As you sort your debris, please make sure that when you sort your debris, do not put it around a fire hydrant. We've seen this in previous events. Do not put it directly under power lines, and please avoid sidewalks where children will eventually start to go to school and meet their buses. So please avoid those three locations. Sort the trash out, yard trash in one area, and other trash, home debris, things like that, in another section. This will help our crews move faster. If everything is combined or it's on a fire hydrant or under an electrical line, it just slows the process down. And instead of weeks of us picking up debris, it becomes months of us picking up debris. So please help us, help your neighbor in doing this sorting. Again, the central transfer station in the landfill will open tomorrow at 7:30, and those will be open from 7:30 to 5:30. We in Seminole County have an amazing team and doing our best to respond to historic flooding. I've talked to many residents and they've said many times, we've never seen this. We in first response have never seen this. This is a lifetime event, a 500-year flood, if you will. So we've never seen this as well. We're doing our best to respond as quickly and effectively as possible. And I want to thank our partners, which will speak here in just a moment, the fire chief and the sheriff and their incredible teams for the partnership we have in the Emergency Operations Center and the emergency response community. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Fire Chief Kinley from the Seminole County Fire Department. Chief.
Thank you, Alan. Good morning. Very nice to be out here in this unusual Florida fall-like weather. Our dispatch has had a high volume of calls yesterday, nearly 600 calls. The majority of those related to mechanical fire alarms, downed power lines, and public assists. Since the beginning of the storm, we've had only 3 carbon monoxide incidents. Thank you. Luckily, all of these residents had CO2 detectors in their house, and we avoided those tragic events. Please continue to be vigilant and do not have your generators near your home or in unventilated areas. Other hazards. Unplug, turn off any of your appliances such as stoves that may have been on prior to the power going out. We just this morning had a fire in the Oviedo area where the power got turned back on, the stove turned on, and the microwave that was placed on top of that stove caught on fire. We mitigated that incident and nobody was hurt. With a lot of debris in the area, people are cleaning up and helping their neighbors. If you don't know how to use a chainsaw, this is not the time to learn. And if you know how to operate a chainsaw, make sure that you're doing it safely. Also make sure you stay hydrated. We get a lot of dehydration incidents when people are out working in their yards after a storm. That's very avoidable. Yesterday's estimate on rescuing those in flooded areas, we rescued, along with our partners in the Sheriff's Office and the National Guard, more than 150 people, and also between 30 and 40 animals. We're happy to get the media any of that footage for those rescues. We also worked with flood rescue operations in the Econ River Basin in Oviedo yesterday. Since around 5:30 a.m., we responded to 12 to 13 homes and saved another 40 people and 12 pets. And we're still responding to calls in these areas. Again, thank you to our partnership with the U.S. National Guard, the Sheriff's Office. Thank you, as you're amazing partners, and they've enabled us to substantially increase the ability to rescue these people quickly. We're getting drone footage in order to conduct damage assessments with EM and determine access points for us. We will be happy to share some of that footage with you all. The most important thing we'd like to stress is that even though the rain has stopped, we now have the challenge of preparing for more flooding, specifically in the Geneva area. Much of the water and rain around the state is going to flow through the St. Johns River, and it's going to come right through central Florida and into Seminole County. These are going to produce more historic flooding. With that said, we are staging a unified commands post with the Sheriff's Office in the Geneva area to prepare for this historic flooding. We're working on logistics on the exact location and apparatus that we'll set up there, and we'll have that for you later. Just on another note, our Urban Search and Rescue Task Force 4 team has been deployed in Pine Island near Punta Gorda. The Seminole County Fire Department has 14 deployed members and is joining our colleagues in Orange County, Lake County, Osceola County, and many other city municipalities in the Central Florida area. We don't know how long they're going to be deployed there, and we appreciate them helping our South Florida neighbors in their need. Continue to stay safe and vigilant, and remember, just because there's no rain doesn't mean that it's all clear. At the fire department, we're ready, and when you need us, and we will come. Now here's Sheriff Dennis Lima.
Thank you so much, Chief Alan Harris, for your team. You know, I can't underscore the importance of collaboration in times like this. And prior to this storm, I felt like we were an incredibly divided country and areas, and you can't work your way through crisis like this unless you establish and honor true, meaningful relationships. So I want to, again, thank the collaboration with Alan Harris and his staff over at the county, our fire partners, all of our municipal police chiefs and our city leaders. I mean, there's twice a day we're on calls with all of these individuals, and it feels really good to be a part of something united. Secondly, and I've said this nearly every one of our media briefs, is I'm incredibly impressed and proud of our citizens. You know, our job in crisis like this is to inform people of dangers and hazards and give you, the citizen, the information that you need to prepare yourself properly. And you've done that. From the beginning, you self-regulated, you got off the roadways when you knew that that was in the best interest of public safety. Many of you closed your businesses for the benefit of your employees and to restrict the movement out on the streets, and we have benefited as a result of that. Some of you are even closed today when it looks like a sunny, bright day. The conditions out there on the roads are still dangerous. To that end, we still see people driving through traffic signals that are not working properly. Either you're forgetful or you're not aware of what the rules are. Again, treat those intersections as if they were four-way stops. Stop, yield to whatever person is at that intersection prior to you, and then move on. I also want to encourage you to limit distractions. On a normal business day, people have their radio playing, they're on their cell phones, they're doing whatever is legally available. Please put that away, especially now, because it is very easy to come up on an intersection, especially at nighttime, that you are less familiar with. And without that bright light shining in your eyes, it's easy just to blow right through that thing. So be cautious and be prepared. The flooding. You may be out on the roadway today and say, you know what, I was able to travel from point A to point B with absolutely no problem at all. You've heard this narrative that the water continues to rise along the St. Johns River. There is flooding as water is moving from other areas that have water that's really not supposed to be there. And the road could be flooded out the next day or tomorrow, even up to 5 or 6 days from now. So especially at nighttime where it's incredibly difficult to see that, slow your vehicle down. It is very dangerous. And remember, we have a no-wake ordinance here in Seminole County for boats or for cars. Slow your car down, roll through there. It's not only better for your vehicle, it's better for public safety and not doing additional damages to the homes and residents that are in the area. Another bit of good news is from the onset of this, there have been no arrests directly related to the storm. And in early stages of this, you hear that there's people that will capitalize and try to take advantage of storm-related opportunities. To my knowledge and to the knowledge of our partnering municipalities, there has been no arrest directly associated to the storm conditions. And that is nothing short of remarkable. In addition to that, and I know that medical examiner will give later reports of just natural death and natural causes, to my awareness, there has been no reports of death directly related to the storm as of now, and there are no missing persons that were working in Seminole County. All pretty significant reports considering what we were faced with. Our deputies have been working closely with our city partners and the fire department to make sure that we're doing rescue relief. And I've heard some of the most remarkable stories and witnessed them myself. People, wanting to evacuate their homes, but they can't get their interior doors open. We had fire rescue people, National Guard workers, city police officers, and sheriff's deputies literally carrying babies out that are passed either through a window. Just yesterday, they had to move a man that was not able to get out of his door and actually lift him and perform a rescue out of the bedroom window. So these are remarkable examples of the heroic efforts that is being done by our first responders. And again, the people who are being rescued are the most genuine people when they proclaim how thankful they are. I mean, they, in many cases, have lost their entire home, all of their family heirlooms, but when they come out and they're riding in the back of those five-ton trucks and they're being rescued on our boats, they are so appreciative as they're walked out of there with the safety of their family and their pets. So again, remarkable work being done in that regard. I will remind people to be mindful about what you call 911 on. And that's important because as normal commerce starts to get back and running, that means additional burden on police offices and the sheriff's office, meaning that if many of our businesses are closed, we're less likely to get reports of calls for service. That allows us to focus almost exclusive attention on rescue efforts. As we get back and stores start to open again, as people start to populate in different areas, we will then be offsetting our rescue efforts with our normal calls for service in business. So again, be mindful self-regulate like you've done so far, and I'm sure that that will not be a problem whatsoever. Two things in terms of scams. The Florida Attorney General has put together a scam hotline. This is largely for people who are doing price gouging. If you see people marking up the price of gas, we haven't had any reports of those locally here that I'm aware of, but if you see that hotline is 1-966-9-NO-SCAM. All right, so you want to get that, or go to the Florida Attorney General website if you have a report that you would like to make. Next is, typically when this happens, we see people who are unlicensed contractors going around and trying to capitalize on the storm to sell you things. They want to fix your roof, they want to do things. So I will encourage you to use great caution when it comes to only dealing with licensed contractors, because they may not be out there today, but trust me, they're coming. There'll be people knocking on your door, going in your neighborhoods, trying to solicit work. If you ever have any questions about that whatsoever, please contact the sheriff's office or the local police department. We would be happy to send somebody out there and evaluate the situation to make sure that they are bona fide and licensed and supposed to be within that area. And then lastly, as we round up, and you hear us talk about this a lot, as we see flooding, unprecedented flooding, a 500-year flood in areas, particularly the Oviedo area is now with the Little Econ is now causing significant problems. We're doing evacuations out there. You've got the Little Wekiva that we've been working, you've been talking a lot about since that. We've got areas and pockets of Winter Springs where a lot of citizens have either chosen to stay or have been evacuated with that 100+ number that the fire chief explained to you. But as these areas continue to present problems, and sometimes those water levels will go down, the water along the St. Johns River will continue to increase. This is why we're moving that forward command post out into the Geneva area like we have in previous years during previous storms. The sandbag distribution areas that will be out there, we will also offset the labor with inmates that are incarcerated. These are inmates that have a less custodial responsibility. Typically, we call them inmate workers or trustees. They will be out there helping to fill sandbags because that is a very laborious process. We want to do whatever we can, and these inmates that are there are more than happy to pitch in, lend a hand, and that will kind of help offset the labor associated with getting these bags out there in the communities. The long and short is we're here to serve you with any need whatsoever. There's nothing wrong with calling 911, talking to our dispatchers, calling the non-emergency line. We are there with you throughout this storm to make sure that we can help you and your family rebuild to the best of our ability. And again, I'm incredibly grateful because I've seen such generosity with neighbors helping neighbors. And I think that that's a big part of this message as well. Help your fellow neighbor, and let's get this through this thing together.
Thank you, Sheriff. Are there any questions?
Hey, Alan, I wanted to ask you about, we've been hearing about St. John's and the Little Wekiva, and then yesterday the Econ River has become a big thing. What do we know about the dams along the river? Did those dams give way at all, causing more water to rush than people expected, or what? Was there any issues with dams along there?
No, not that we found. Of course, some of those are underwater. And we have just basically dikes here, and we don't have full dams in the county, but none of those that we know of. But it is important to note that the water is so high right now, we can't see some of those things. We can't see roadways. So if we can't see roadways, we don't know if there's a washout ourselves. We know of quite a few bridges that have kind of given way. Those are blocked off. We know of some water on roadways, but we can't see them, so those are blocked off as well. Specifically in the Winter Springs community, we have a couple bridges that are an issue right now. So until we can get down there to see, we don't really know what's happening, but it doesn't really matter because the water's over them anyways. With a 500-year flood, no dike was going to really stop that.
And I wanted to ask about Winter Springs. They seem to have a number of issues between no water, boiling water, no electricity for most of the Winter Springs area. What is going on in that area? Why are they the only ones under a boil water alert and that type of thing?
From what I've heard, they have quite a few water main breaks, so they're fixing those. They've actually even brought in contractors. I spoke with the deputy city manager this morning. They brought in contractors from out of state, even to help them hopefully pressurize the lines. Sometimes when you pressurize the lines, you find another area of problem. Sometimes those areas, of course, are underwater, so that extends the issue because we can't get to it as quickly as we'd like to. That's what's happening in that particular community, and that's why we're going to open up the bottled water site specifically for those homes that don't have water. So we're going to target those homes if they don't have water coming out of their faucet. Obviously, if you have water coming out of your faucet, you can boil it. But for those individuals, they can't even boil the water because there's nothing coming out of the faucet. Yes?
Yeah, the Little Wekiva River, especially around the Royal, I believe it's a Spring Oaks neighborhood. Do you expect that to continue to rise? And my second question is, after every historic large rain event, we saw that during Charlie, Jean, and we also saw that during Irma, and now with Ian. We consistently see these homes getting not just flooded out, but the people just being trapped in their homes. Is there any effort by the county to, I know about a decade ago there was talk of the county and they're working together with Altamont and the federal government and buying out those homes. I mean, it seems like after every large rain event, there is this consistent problem. What's going to be done moving forward? Is there a plan yet?
It's a great question. So there's quite a few things that are going on. First, there's a mitigation project right now on the Wekiva River. So that's going to clear out some of the sediment that's occurred there over the years. So that will help the flow of the water a little bit better. When homes continue to flood over and over again, we work with the homeowner to provide flood mitigation. So that flood mitigation can include a couple things. It can include an elevation project, or it can include a purchase demolition project. So that would be for like severe repetitive loss. So each home would have to be assessed to see what the loss was to determine what eligible mitigation project they could meet. But we meet with all of those individuals, and we've done quite a few of these projects over the years in various neighborhoods, elevation projects, as well as demolition projects. Anyone that's traveled across the 417, you can see that group of houses there. There was an elevation project there that took place just not too long ago. You could actually see the house being elevated. That was one of the mitigation projects. So that'd be a visual that those that travel on the 417 could have seen regularly.
Is that water going to continue to rise in the Little Wekiva in the spring?
I mean, Little Wekiva it's a basin. It's a river. Now, day to day, anyone that knows the Little Wekiva River, it kind of looks like a creek. I mean, it's not really a river, but it is called a river for a reason because there is a riverbed. Most of those homes there, of course, were built before we had LIDAR, before we had the technology to identify what exactly was the floodplain. And now we know where the floodplain is because of LIDAR, because of GPS and new technology that we have. Those homes, again, will be contacted. We provide mitigation assistance. We provide assistance with grants and things like that through the federal government, through FEMA. And this will be very similar to the projects we've done in the past like that.
Does it also hamper abilities to sort of buy everybody out of their homes because some people don't want to leave their homes, they like their homes even though it floods?
Certainly. I mean, this is a public-private partnership, so that's private land. They own that land. So, eventually insurance costs and things like that for them may become too exorbitant, and they may wish to do this so that we always make it eligible to them. It would be, of course, them that would say yes to that type of agreement.
Everybody that we've run into today in Seminole County, all the homeowners, the first thing they ask us is when is our power going to be turned back on? Do you have any timeline for people? I know it's very dependent on what neighborhood they live in, but...
Yeah, so I don't want to speak specifically for Duke and FPL, but I know that they have crews here. I know they have crews from out of state here. I know that they, yesterday we had some great talks with those organizations. They're sitting in the Emergency Operations Center. They do their priority list first. Of course, we want hospitals on shore power. They need to be on shore power so that they can provide operations. They don't go into, except for emergency operations, they don't provide any other operations unless there's shore power and backup power, because we don't want anything to go wrong in an operating room. Obviously, emergency operations is different. So we want them first. We want our 911 center on shore power. We want those critical facilities like acute care nursing homes where devices are being run to keep people alive. So they're working down those priority lists, and people will benefit from that. Obviously, if a hospital grid comes on, it could mean a neighborhood come on as well. So that's why we've seen almost half of the customers that were without power yesterday are on power today. So the number was 160,000 yesterday. We're at about 70 or 80,000, I think I said. Put the sheet away, but about 70 or 80,000 now. So almost a half of the customers have gone. So, and then they work from obviously larger areas to smaller areas, and this is consistent with any utility. So if we can get an entire neighborhood going, they're going to work on that first, and then they're going to work down to the street level, and then they're going to work down to the individual home level. So that's how the process works, just about with every utility. But they are working with us, and they've got line people out today. Yesterday, they couldn't put a lot of bucket trucks up because, those gusts, we were out in it, anyone from the media as well as us, those gusts, 30, 40 miles an hour, need about 10 miles an hour for the bucket truck to go up safely. And now they were doing it at much higher levels, but when those gusts started to creep up, they had to drop back down. So it obviously took a lot longer than today. Today's going to be a lot easier. I think a lot of homes are going to be re-energized today.
Alan, since some of the schools are used as shelters, do you expect, you're not the school district, but are you in talks with the district and will school be back open for all students on Monday?
Our goal today is to consolidate down to 2 shelters, which I mentioned, one general population and then one special needs shelter. The goal tomorrow is to move those shelters to a secondary shelter location. We've identified that location. It's a church in Longwood. I don't want to announce it until they're open and fully operational. But wonderful team there, wonderful partnership that we have with that organization. Once they open, then the school shelters will close. Saturday, all day long, is get schools back in session. So we want to open by Monday. I'm looking at our school board representative. Hopefully Monday, they'll make the announcement officially, but hopefully by Monday. But partnerships, obviously, our school board rep is here, so yeah.
You may have addressed this already, but if a person has like large trees blocking a roadway or anything in their neighborhood, what should they do?
You want to talk about that?
With the smaller trees, if they're experienced with chainsaws and they want to clear their roadway, they could feel free to do that. Otherwise, emergency management will arrange putting it in through their system at Prepare Seminole for the companies to come out and move those large trees. But if you do have a large tree, get it in, call it in, and we can get out there and move it.
Any other questions? All right, thank you all for being today. I want to thank my interpreter. Thank you.
If you're just joining us, it's 11:44. We just got an update from Seminole County emergency management leaders and other county leaders about the assessment efforts that are underway right now, the cleanup efforts that are underway, and the efforts to get power restored.
One of the things that really stuck out to me, Sheldon, is when you're talking about the levels of water in Seminole County, we certainly have seen from our crews that they're very high, especially around the St. John's area. And according to the Seminole County Sheriff's Office, if you do live around that area, you're probably well versed with this issue, but there may even be more flooding as the rest of Florida starts to see their water recede. Everything's going to flow down that St. John's River, and so they're going to be moving a command post over there to the Geneva area. But something to keep in mind, as we do start to dry out, so to speak, water levels are something that you may still have to keep your eye on. And if you do have any major damage, they were touting that website, prepareseminole.org, where you can go and put a call in, and emergency management will come out and help you.
And there were also questions about power getting restored in Seminole County. They didn't have a direct answer about that, but we know that as far as Orange County is concerned, Duke Energy is working right now to try to get everybody back online by Sunday in Orange County. But as far as Seminole County is concerned, crews are out there assessing everything right now.
Yeah, certainly one of the biggest concerns is just those water levels. They can't get to some spots, and we know some roads are completely crumbling there. Kelsey Thord was showing us that over in the Winter Springs area. They can't see some of their dikes in the rivers there. We have also learned, by the way, that at Orlando Sanford Airport in that area, we knew it was going to be closed today, but now they have announced all departing flights are canceled, and we do have some more travel updates across Central Florida.
Yeah, Orlando International expects to reopen. They are up and running right now, actually. They were hoping to open at 10:30. We haven't heard about too many delays or cancellations at this point. Melbourne Airport says that they reopened at 6 a.m. this morning, and Daytona Beach International will stay closed until next week, Wednesday, October 5th. So that's just an update on transportation and travel in and around our area. But Sonica, they were talking about the St. Johns River, the Little Wekiva River, just so much to contend with that are passing through Seminole County and the possibility for more flooding.
Let's bring in first warning meteorologist Cam Tran. And Cam, just across the board, all of our water properties, all of our rivers are seeing some major level rises.
That's right. Even though the rain has stopped, it still takes hours and sometimes even days for all that water to drain into our local creeks and rivers and then finally rise and then eventually subside. So you can see in the Seminole County press conference that we were just listening to, they referred to the Little Econ River as well as the Little Wekiva River here at Altamont Springs, still at major flood stage, and you can see even through tomorrow will be as well. It really won't gradually subside until we get through the day on Sunday. So unfortunately, that's not good news for folks in Seminole County there that live right along the Little Wekiva River. But I want to show you a glimmer of good news on this Friday morning. Here's a live shot from Chopper 2 flying over us, and you can see just beautiful sunshine over the city. Beautiful this afternoon, and it feels very comfortable to be outside. Currently 70 degrees in Orlando, 69 in Sanford, and 70 right now Daytona Beach. And we are looking at just fabulous weather through the afternoon, so at least that is a glimmer of hope there. We are going to stay dry, and temperatures today remaining on the cooler side with highs only in the low 80s. Our normal high should be in the upper 80s for this time of year. Quick update on Hurricane Ian. The 11 o'clock advisory came out. It is picking up in speed now, moving off to the north at 14 miles per hour. Still a Category 1 hurricane, though, with winds at 85 miles per hour. It is expected to make landfall later on this afternoon over coastal South Carolina and then continue to move inland, where it will quickly weaken and then fall apart as it moves over the Carolinas. We no longer have any tropical storm advisories for the offshore water of Flagler, Volusia County, as that's of the 11 o'clock advisory, so that's good news there. But we still have several flood warnings in effect for Central Florida, and that includes for the St. Johns River, flood warnings in effect for Seminole, Osceola County because of the Little Econ River, Little Wekiva River, as well as Shingle Creek there near Campbell. So several of our creeks, rivers, and streams still at flood stage right now because, again, it does take time for that water to finally peak and then gradually subside. We are starting to see some improvements, though, in terms of the power outages. We are seeing now Seminole County, you were at 90,000 the last hour that I was checking in with you. The power outages have now subsided to 87,000. Still quite high, though, in Orange County, according to PowerOutages.us, 133,000 people in Orange County still without power as we speak. Take a look at the wind speeds. Pretty refreshing out there, coming out of the west-northwest at about 10 to 15 miles per hour. First warning radar not tracking any rain at all, and that will be the case over the next couple of days, thankfully allowing us to dry on out. Here's a look at the setup for Saturday morning. Bright sunshine out there as we start off the day. It is going to be clear. It is going to be dry, very fall-like and refreshing as well. And that will be the case on Sunday as well. So thankfully, we do have a stretch of some pretty nice weather for us in Central Florida to allow our friends, families, and neighbors to finally clear things out and dry out as well. Both weekend days looking quite fabulous. Temperatures climbing into the mid-80s as we take a look at your extended weather forecast. Thankfully, we are tracking very quiet fall-like weather across Central Florida, not just for the weekend, but through next week as well. So we are definitely grateful for that. Sending it back to you guys.
Certainly. We need it after the last couple of days, Cam, and we'll certainly enjoy it. Thank you. The great news about Seminole County, we did hear that officials there are saying that a good bulk of homes should get some power back today. Again, they didn't give an exact number, but that is, some bright spots for those residents, and Orange County also had some pretty good news.
Yeah, they were hoping to get everybody back online by the end of the weekend, at least between OUC and Duke customers. Let's check in with WESH-TV's Greg Fox. He was also following the latest details from that press conference update just a little bit ago. Greg.
Yeah, there are a lot of things that are getting back to normal now. We heard the classes in Orange County Public Schools are going to be resuming Monday. And for those people with children that are in situations where learning will not be possible because, for example, there's still 1,000 people in Orange County shelters, there are going to be efforts made to teach them virtually or in some other fashion or at a different location. So that's still being worked out. But basically, classes resumed then, link service, most of it restored about 9:30 this morning. And then there was a larger discussion about all those people who were rescued in boats from flooded communities yesterday. Take a look on your screen. You'll know that we were in a number of those communities yesterday, and one of the worst hit was the Orlo Vista community, where nearly 200 people were rescued from homes from this community that is near 3 large retention ponds and has been prone to flooding in the past. Remember, we were there in 2017 with Hurricane Irma, and there were fixes promised at that time. Remember, Orange County Mayor Jerry Demings was not elected until 2018, but still that's a little under 4 years after Irma. And there has been progress made in getting funding to make fixes, but the fixes have not been made. And he was asked about that at this afternoon's news conference about whether or not the planned fixes should have been in place earlier. Here's what he said.
The short answer is no. But I will put that in the context of we had a hurricane. We're going to step that up a bit because I think the people out there, they deserve that. It's a costly fix. The Orlo Vista neighborhood is 60 years old or so, and so over the decades, it has experienced some challenges with flooding just by the way that it was designed.
And just to clarify, the mayor answered no at the beginning of that comment because he was asked, did he think the county did enough before this storm? And his answer was no. So he agrees that more should have been done, and he's also assured that more will be done to speed up a permanent fix costing millions of dollars for the Orlo Vista community. Again, just some cleanup notes here. Really, the county feels very fortunate. OUC says there's only 20,000 customers that are out of power at this time, and they believe that by tomorrow, all of them will have power back. Duke Energy says that it's Central Florida customers, and those in Orange County, at least 90% of those will have power back by the end of Sunday night. So they're moving in the right direction, certainly for people who are still needing power, not fast enough. But that's what they're doing, what they are doing, and as fast as they can. Live in Orange County, Greg Fox, WESH-TV News.
All right, Greg, thank you so much. We appreciate that update to help everyone in Orange County kind of plan for the next few days. This storm and the response before, during, and after is something that will be analyzed for some time to come. But in the meantime, though, we do have the information to get through the next few days.
Yeah, we just gotta all stay a little patient over the next couple of days. All right, we do have some new information. We've learned about a 67-year-old man in New Smyrna Beach who died last night after falling into floodwaters in his home.
This story is just tragic. He and his wife were apparently waiting to get rescued after water flooded their neighborhood. They were on the list to be rescued. So that man fell down in his home with that rising water. He did not come back up. The water rose above him. Rescuers tried to save him, but they couldn't. He died there in his home that was flooded. His wife and 2 dogs were taken to a storm shelter. Another one of their dogs was taken to an animal shelter. Your heart breaks to hear something like that, especially because they were in the process of trying to get help. And this is on top of the other person from Volusia County, a 72-year-old man, we believe, who got hurt yesterday trying to drain his pool. So those are the 2 deaths that were following from Volusia County.
Yeah, well, earlier today, too, we did hear from FEMA and the governor, and they had 21 confirmed deaths at that time. They had a few more unconfirmed deaths. We're going to be hearing from the governor again later today, so we may get an updated number on that. But one thing that really stuck out to me during that press conference, Jason, is they made it very clear they really want people to be safe now because they're trying to prevent deaths from all of this standing water that is around in the days to come.
Yeah, Sonica and Sheldon, those local leaders just a little more than an hour ago talked about the importance of avoiding travel. If you don't have to get out on those roads, don't do it. But if for some reason you need to get gas maybe for a generator, or you do have to go pick up a prescription as some of the local pharmacies are opening up, or maybe you just need food right now, these are some tips for you to stay safe. So officials are saying you are going to want to turn around and find another route if you see any road flooded. It's that adage, we keep saying it over and over again, turn around, don't drown. The deep water could stall out your vehicle, and we're seeing it over and over again. People think they can make it through, and then their vehicles stall out. You're then stuck. Going fast through flooding will cause a wake, and this is just like a boat in a river, a lake. That's going to create those waves, and it creates more damage for any of the homes that are nearby or businesses, because it just pushes all that water out of the roadway and up onto the lawns and into property. You also don't want to walk through the flooding. It contains many things that could harm your health. Think about downed power lines. This is a major risk for electrocution. You don't know what's in the water. It could also contain human or livestock waste, as sewers are backing up. That is everything that goes out of your home when you flush the toilet down into the sewer that may now be eroded and flood water. You could also have chemicals in that water. Think about gasoline from vehicles that have passed through the streets, any kind of oil spills, other types of hazardous debris. There could be even wildlife in there, wild animals, stray animals. Think of snakes. We saw a catfish on a local street, and even one of our reporters got video of a gator out in some of the flooding. So if you do come in contact with the flood water, get washed off as soon as you can and take care of any open wounds that you might have. Good advice from those experts for us today, guys.
Yes, a lot to keep in mind to stay safe over the next few days, or even a week or two, until all this water recedes all over our area. Jason, thank you.
All right, I want to get you over to some new video that we've got out of Sanibel Island. Of course, Hurricane Ian made landfall as a very strong Category 4 storm, and as a result, these were the conditions that a lot of people were facing. This is video of residents being evacuated from Sanibel Island.
And we know that the main bridge, the causeway from the mainland to Sanibel Island, was destroyed in this storm. So people have no way of getting off the island to get to the mainland to get help. So that is why the Coast Guard is using this technique to try and rescue them right now.
A lot of rescues still underway. We're going to continue tracking the impact of Ian right after this break.
Stay with us, we'll be right back.
After a car crash, the big insurance companies will try to downplay your case. They say things like, it's only a fender bender, or it's just a herniated disc. I worry that some law firms fall for this BS. Not us. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
It's an incredible 4-day sale at Bears Furniture. Save up to 50% or more, including 50% off all Tommy Bahama for one final weekend. Own this customer favorite for 50% off. Want genuine leather? All Natuzzi editions, including special order, now 50% off. We have thousands of items in stock and ready for immediate delivery. All the name brands, all the style, all marked down this weekend, only through Sunday. Wear Bears.
Just a fever all around my body.
Can health insurance be there for you at 3 a.m.?
Thank you.
With virtual care around the clock, it can. What else can health insurance do? Come find out.
As a veteran of the United States Army, I understand service. That's why after my car accident, I called attorney Dan Newland. That 1-minute call to Dan was definitely the right decision. Dan won my case and got me $300,000.
If you've been involved in a car accident, allow me to fight for you. Call me now at 407-888-8000. That's 407-888-8000.
Dan, your team's service was 5-star. Thank you for winning my case.
The accident wasn't my fault, but I lost control of my life.
Control of medical expenses?
Auto repairs.
Knowing my legal rights.
I want to take back control.
I do too.
By calling Anajar and Levine.
I'm Mark Anajar from the law offices of Anajar and Levine. If you've been involved in a car accident and are not sure of your legal rights, call us at 1-800-747-FREE for a consultation and take back control of your life.
At Toyota Orlando and Toyota of Clermont, new vehicles are rolling in daily. Come get them while they're hot. You can drive a brand new 2022 Highlander L, only $229 a month. And now, you can reduce your time spent in the dealership by 95% using our online shopping tools. You can customize your deal and quickly get your price and payment options. We'll even deliver the vehicle to you. Don't delay, they're going fast. Hurry in to Toyota Orlando, I-4 near Millennium Mall, and Toyota of Clermont on Highway 50 just west of the Turnpike.
As of last night, we've contacted over 20,000 Floridians that filled out a shelter-in-place survey on floridadisaster.org. Over 10,000 have responded, and all 10,000 said they were safe.
The state of Florida is in recovery mode after Hurricane Ian swept through the peninsula. Thanks for joining us here at noon. I'm Sonica Donde.
And I'm Sheldon Dutez. For 80 hours now, we have had all of our reporters and photojournalists scattered all over Central Florida following Ian. And now we are keeping track of the recovery and cleanup efforts. We're going to check in with our team in just a little bit. But first, we do want to start with First Warning meteorologist Eric Burris. And what is the latest with the storm? We know it's headed off the coast now.
It's making landfall these next couple of hours as a Category 1 hurricane, basically giving coastal Carolina about the same impacts that we had in Central Florida, minus one big thing. The storm is moving now pretty quickly, so they're not going to get anywhere near the flooding that we got. And this is going to extend through the mountains, Greenville, Spartanburg, back over toward the Triad. But for us, it's driving in this odd weather. And it's fully okay to say odd. This is not normal. We're not quite to record lows or anything. But man, this morning, was that not something? And it's still. I think a lot of people love it too. My Twitter feed has been filled with people saying, hey, not a bad day to spend the day outside picking up after this hurricane. Look at this shot. There's Lake Eola. The skies are just about clear over top of us. Temperatures are sitting in the lower 70s. This is usually still not quite. We'll go back to you guys at the desk.
Yeah, we apologize for that, Eric, but Orlando International Airport is giving us an update right now, so we do want to listen in.
Be here with all of you to talk a little bit about what's going on here at Orlando International Airport. So earlier today, actually over the last 24 hours, we've been in coordination with our airlines here at Orlando International Airport so that way we can develop a schedule that really transitions to the full schedule that we expect within the next 24 hours. Just to give you a data point, our first arrival flight here today was Delta Flight 1633 from Atlanta. It just came in just a little while ago. Our first departure will be another Delta flight going back to Atlanta at around 1 p.m. today. Right now, our schedule is showing about 494 flights going out of Orlando National today. Now, as is evidenced throughout the region, this airport received a significant amount of rainfall. And because of its proximity in the watershed, actually, we saw a lot of that stormwater coming to this region. We're just downstream from Lake Conway, and all that rainwater came this way. So at one point, Jeff Fuquay Boulevard and Heinzelman Boulevard, which is our main roads into the airport, were closed because water had overtopped both roadways. But as we speak now, both facilities are now open, both roadways are open, and as you can see here with the passengers behind me, they're able to get back into this airport. Our employee lot, which is on the north side of the property, had some water initially, but it's now clear, and so employees can continue to use that lot to come to work here today. Our shuttles are continuing to provide that circulation to and from that lot, both to Terminals A and B, as well as to Terminal C. We want to encourage our travelers and our passengers here and the customers to make sure they continue to coordinate with their airlines as well as their rental car companies. Each one of them has a different schedule today. It's very important that you coordinate with them to understand what's their schedule that they're running today, as well as if you're returning a rental car, to make sure those rental car counters are open. As always, be patient. As we transition back for our passengers here, please be patient. Our partners working with us here at TSA, CBP, and others they're working with us in a collaboration to make sure we can reopen commercial operations here at Orlando National Airport. You know, it takes thousands of employees to resume operations here. It's not a decision just made by this airport authority. It's also in coordination with those partners. We have to make sure Federal Aviation Administration has those air traffic control members in the tower. We need to make sure that TSA is staffed ready to go to receive those passengers. For our international arrivals, we need to make sure that Customs and Border Protection have those employees there ready to receive those international arrivals. So it takes a lot of coordination and a lot of effort to get to this point. I want to thank our airline partners and, more importantly, the staff here at the Greater Orlando Aviation Authority. We activated our Emergency Operations Center earlier in the week, went to a level 1. They rode out the storm. There was a core group here that rode it out. And we're ready yesterday, once the winds had died down, to be able to do the assessments that we did to be able to determine that we can do what we're doing here today in reopening this airport. So thank you again for each and every one of those staff members that did their work to get us to this point. So just to give you a kind of snapshot of what we have going on here at the airport. So because of the inundation of water, some of our tug roads, which is the roads that connect the land side and where the baggage goes to the air side, initially all 4 of them were flooded. As we speak today, 3 of the 4 are now open. The only air side that still has some water in it is air side 4. For those of you in familiarity, that's where Delta is located. So right now, those employees have a different way to get to that air side. And we'll continue to work on reducing the water levels in that tug road. Several of our passenger boarding bridges, or the jet bridges that you guys are familiar with, had a lot of water in them, especially in the motors. We had to wait for them to dry out, for them to reactivate, but all but one now is active and ready to work in accepting passengers. Our federal inspection station here at Airside 4, which is again the Delta airside, had a good amount of water in there. We've been working to get it extracted and getting it open again, and we hope to have that open very soon and dried out for that use. Terminal C, a new terminal that opened just about a week ago, fared very, very well. We had very, very minimal impacts to the terminal, and the facility is ready to accept international passengers later today. Finally, just a couple of things real quick. Our baggage handling system there in Terminal C is operational, ready to go. We have a series of security checkpoints here, obviously, for the screening of employees as they come in. The one of them that's at the Casa Verde Cargo Road intersection is closed because of the raised water in the pond adjacent to it. And so we have been diverting staff to the other checkpoints. And again, all the roadways in and out of Orlando International Airport are now open. With that, I'll open up to any questions you may have.
Any questions at all? You all have to bring in additional pumps for the roadways?
So the question was, did we have to bring in additional pumps for the roadways? We actually had staged some pumps available to us, and then we reached out to our coordination partners here in the area to bring some additional ones in. One of the first things we did prior to the storm is lower all the ponds using the pumps, so that way we can handle this additional flow. But again, you know, think about the rain event that we had, right? 12 plus inches, and where we are in the watershed, we're at the kind of the ends. So as it heads towards Mud Lake and all that, we're at that tail end. So we had to try to keep up with it.
Was any damage to the buildings or runways at all?
No damage to the airfield at all. The runways and the taxiways were fine. Like I said, some of the service roads and tug roads have water on them. Nothing seems to be impacting structurally those facilities. The building here itself, other than some minor leaks, actually withheld very well. All right.
Any other questions?
All right. Well,
We're
thanks for
open
coming
and
out.
operating.
Yeah, we're open and operating. That's right. Thanks, everyone. All right. Take care.
Let me see if
All right, if you're just joining us, we just got an update from the Orlando International Airport. Commercial operations have resumed at the airport. The first flight will be a Delta flight taking off this afternoon. Keep in mind, though, if you do have a flight that's heading out of town, check with your individual airline. A lot of them are still getting caught up as well. So the airport might be back for commercial operation, but some of the airlines are still getting back online.
And boy, will they be open. Almost 500 flights are expected to go out today. And some good news for that brand new, beautiful Terminal C that just opened up. It seems like very little damage, no damage, they were saying, to that terminal. So that will also be ready to accept planes there. All right, Eric, apologize for cutting you off
that's
as
fine.
we sent things over to the airport. Please continue with this beautiful forecast we have now.
I was just gloating for once this week about how nice it is, right? So what I was saying before I was interrupted is just how wonderful these temperatures are. 70 degrees in Palm Coast, 71 degrees in Leesburg. It's 72 in Kissimmee and St. Cloud, 73 back over to Palm Bay. First warning, live Doppler radar is rain-free. There's nothing to track. And as a matter of fact, there won't be anything to track because our hurricane continues to lift to the north. It should be making landfall here any moment now over the next hour or so as a Category 1 hurricane, but it's driving the wind in from the north and northwest. For us this afternoon, you can't ask for much better than that. So all I wanted to show you is this, that 12-hour forecast this afternoon for activities with the family, for doing cleanup around the house. Bright sunshine, lower 80s for our daytime high. We'll hit about 82, 83 degrees on average. And then for tonight, little by little, those temperatures are going to drop back off into the 60s. And as a matter of fact, the 60s are here for the next couple of days. Meteorologist Cam Tran will have that part of the story in just a couple minutes.
All right, Eric, thank you. We're going to start to get a look now across Central Florida as we have been checking in with our crews, looking at all of the damage left behind.
Yeah, and there is a lot to contend with. They have been keeping an eye on the preparation. They kept us updated during the storm, and now they're showing us what's happening in those communities in the day after this storm. Let's get right to the Brevard County and check in with our Bureau Chief, Scott Heidler.
We traveled along with a local water disaster response team for the first time they've been able to go out since Ian traveled offshore. Now that the water has stopped rising, the clock is ticking to act on the prevention of mold colonization in your home. Teams from local Edge Water Company First Response Disaster Team, founded by husband and wife Ken and Anne-Marie Pullen, are clicking into gear.
We couldn't mobilize trucks yesterday, so we were just chomping. We've got probably 350 units that are wet right now, so we're going to have a busy couple of weeks here for sure.
Their first stop, a nursing home. They take readings and start the drying out process. It could take weeks. If you had standing water in your house, you need to start airing it out, and the dry air we have right now helps. Open the windows in your house, and if you still have electricity, turn on the ceiling fans or run air conditioners with the windows closed. Get valuables up and pick up soaked area rugs. And most importantly,
don't panic, number one, and understand that it can be fixed. Don't get overwhelmed. We've had a lot of tears on the phone this morning.
Before a mold prevention or water damage team arrives,
say the couch has had 4 feet of water or 3 feet of water. If it's ruined, get it out of the house, take plenty of pictures of it. Don't throw anything away unless it's photoed, even if you think it's not going to be paid for. Photo document.
Ken also mentioned that a lot of folks don't understand how their insurance policies work, the fine details. He said that while you might have flood insurance for your house, it'll only cover damage to your house, not the contents, not your stuff inside. In Volusia County, Scott Heidler, WESH 2 News.
We're going to continue checking in with our crews all across Central Florida right after this break. Stay with us.
It's our Mazda sell down sale at Boniface Hires Mazda in Melbourne, where you can get brand new Mazdas, $0 down or $189 a month, and we'll give you a warranty forever. BonifaceHiresMazda.com, Melbourne, Florida, home of warranty forever. Thank you.
Slim down for summer. Call Medi Weight Loss, the medically supervised program that works.
Making that phone call to Medi Weight Loss changed my life in every way.
It's time for a happy new you. MediWeightLoss.com.
I'm Marco Rubio, and I approved this message.
Val Demings. She'd be Florida's most liberal senator ever. Demings votes with Pelosi 100%. She supports amnesty and gave stimulus checks to illegal immigrants, supports taxpayer-funded abortion until the moment of birth. Demings even voted to allow transgender youth sports and teach children radical gender identity without parental consent. Val Demings, she's not just liberal, she's dangerously radical.
Ready? It's happening now through Monday at Rooms to Go. Pick from 100 beautiful rooms, each under $1,500. Picture it, your home. Fully furnished in your style, with living rooms under $1,500. Dining rooms under $1,500. Bedrooms under $1,500. So many stylish options, each under $1,500. And it gets better. Finance for $30 or less per month, interest-free for 50 months. Now through Monday at Rooms to Go.
Free is our favorite word, like free shipping. At Morgan & Morgan, our fee is free. You don't pay anything unless we win your case.
Free shipping.
Injured? Call Morgan & Morgan. ForThePeople.com.
At Cool Today, we realize that doing something great today doesn't mean you need to do something epic. There are opportunities for you to do something great every day. And when you make it a habit to look for those opportunities, that's when you truly help yourself and others to get the best from today. Do something great today right now by scheduling an AC tune-up for just $49.
Call today, cool today, cooltoday.com.
It's our Mazda sell-down sale at Boniface Hires Mazda in Melbourne, where you can get brand new Mazdas, $0 down or $189 a month, and we'll give you a warranty forever. BonifaceHiresMazda.com, Melbourne, Florida, home of warranty forever. Thank you.
Welcome back. We are continuing to check in with our crew of reporters, and this time we want to take you over to Oviedo, where the water levels were very high.
Marley Martinez provided this update.
Every house on this street tells a story. That's why this flooding is so devastating. Take that house on the end on the right, for example. The man who lives there tells me his family just bought that house this spring. They moved from California in part to get away from the wildfires, just to be hit by this historic flooding event. And then the house next to him, a woman named Dreama Melton lives there with her son and 88-year-old mother. They were up until 11 o'clock last night trying to put down more sandbags, and eventually they evacuated before the water reached her door. And then this morning, this is what she came back to.
I came here hoping that I would be able to get back to the house. Obviously, I can't. I'm upset, I'm worried, I don't know what to do. It's only my son, my mom, and I. So I'm not sure if the insurance will cover it.
Most of the people who live on this street don't have flood insurance because they don't live on a floodplain. Well, Hurricane Ian changed that. In Oviedo, Marlene Martinez, WESH-TV News.
A lot to think about. A lot of people don't have flood insurance because they don't normally get flooding in their neighborhood, but so many people are dealing with that now, but there might be opportunities for FEMA grants that you might want to look into if you're in that boat. But
yeah, and even if you weren't affected, I know a lot of people are probably now considering flood insurance for whatever storm comes next. So certainly going to be something that I think WESH-TV News will be focusing on.
Oh yeah.
We already had an interview this morning about it. All right, let's get you over to First Warning meteorologist Cam Tran. And Cam, as people are outside today, they're picking up after just so much rainfall.
It is, and look at the rainfall amounts from this storm. You see there's a pretty strict cutoff from areas along I-75 to I-4 here. Along I-4 points east, we're talking anywhere between a foot to a foot and a half of rain in Oviedo, where Marley was. They picked up about 15 inches of rain there along our coastal areas, easily almost a foot and a half. But off to the west here, you can see, especially up to Marion and Sumter counties, a lot less than that, just a half a foot of rain. And as we are seeing that daylight return, we are seeing the damage out there. Right now, First Warning radar, we are seeing dry conditions out this afternoon, and it's very comfortable to be outside, thankfully. 72 right now in Kissimmee, 72 in St. Cloud, 73 in Palm Bay. As we go through the afternoon, we're going to enjoy beautiful sunshine out there and dry conditions, allowing folks to at least kind of assess the damage and recover. Here's the latest on Hurricane Ian. It is about to make landfall pretty soon over coastal South Carolina here. It did pick up in speed at the 11 o'clock advisory, moving off to the north at 14 miles per hour. Right now, sustained winds at 85 miles per hour. And again, expected to make landfall just within an hour or two here over coastal South Carolina. It will move inland and then weaken as it does so and just fall apart as it moves, especially over the Carolinas into Virginia. We still have several flood warnings, though, in effect for our area, including many of the creeks, rivers, and streams. St. John River is one of them. We also have a flood warning in effect for Seminole County for the Little Kiowa River as well as Little Econ. And we're also under a flood warning for Osceola County thanks to Shingle Creek there near Campbell. So several creeks, streams, and rivers still on the high side. We still have a high surf advisory for coastal areas of Flagler County because of some large swells on the backside of Ian. So definitely not a good day to head out to the waters. Take a look at the wind speeds. The winds are coming out of the west-northwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. It almost feels refreshing to be outside. So definitely fall-like out there. And thankfully, our first warning radar not tracking any rain. And that is because, as you can see on our water vapor satellite, all of this dry air coming on the backside of Ian. This is Ian here with all this tropical moisture and it's dragging with it. On the backside of this system, we're seeing very, very dry air, which is why it feels so comfortable and cool to be outside. That will be the case over the next couple of days. Thankfully, as you wake up tomorrow morning, it's going to be a pleasant start still with temperatures in the 60s. Tomorrow afternoon, we'll see those temperatures climb in the mid-80s, staying dry for those of you who are just hoping to clean up and assess the damage. Looking ahead for Sunday, it's also another nice day in store for us. We actually have a really nice weekend on tap for us here in Central Florida, thankfully. Both weekend days, high temperatures will climb into the mid to upper 80s. Pleasant both weekend days as well. We do have a nice dry stretch of weather. This is kind of the glimmer of sunshine after the storm here. You can see we just have beautiful weather, not only through the weekend, but through next week as well. And that hopefully will allow the creeks, rivers, and streams to subside and get below the flood stage. Back to you guys.
All right, Cam, thank you so much. And we've talked about the federal help that Florida is standing by to receive as a result of this storm, but we're also getting help from other states.
Yeah, and Georgia is one of those states. Here's what Governor Bill Kemp had to say earlier.
The storm has continued to move east and away from the coast of Georgia, so we've really dodged a bullet on this one. We continue to have the folks in Florida that have literally been devastated by this storm in our thoughts and prayers. And really at this point, we are starting to ask them if they need any of our potential resources that we've had geared up and ready to go for the last several days, and potentially helping our friends and neighbors in South Carolina as well.
We were just talking about the fatigue starting to hit everybody. Governor Brian Kemp, not Bill. By the way, while Florida is starting to recover, other parts we know Ian is just about to make landfall.
And the Carolinas are bracing for impact right now, and we want to check in with one of our reporters from our sister station in Greenville as they prepare.
Here in Charleston, the rain and wind have done nothing but picked up. It's going faster and stronger in downtown Charleston. We're just outside of the eye wall right now. Hurricane Ian is just off the coast with bands of wind bringing in 50, 60, 70 mile per hour winds. I'll get out of the way so you can see what I've been seeing today. Yesterday, we saw some pretty choppy waves. It was nothing to really worry about, but it definitely kind of was a precursor to the hurricane that was off our shores. Now we're seeing waves wash onto the docks, wash onto these coasts over here, kind of crashing violently depending on how the wind is going. The wind, it's getting out of control. It's pretty strong right now. You can see it in the tree branches. You can see it in the water. You can see it just about any way you look right now. And of course, flooding has always been an issue in Charleston. We're already seeing some streets flooding in our general area. We're going to keep you up to date on everything that's going on. But for now, in Charleston, I'm Peyton Furtado.
That is certainly a sight that we have seen a lot over the last couple of days. The good news, of course, is when Eric Burris was giving us the update on Ian, it's at least moving a little bit faster. So hopefully they don't see as much of the flood damage as we have, but only time will tell.
It will be a concern, though, because they are below sea level. I worked in the Charleston market from 2007 to 2010.
Right.
And I mean, just a regular rainstorm would lead to flash flooding. So if you think about this being a prolonged rain event in any way or getting any type of rain that we've gotten, it could still be intense. So we'll have to see what happens over the weekend.
Yeah, okay. Let's bring in WESH-TV's Jason Guy right now. We know that as you guys are cleaning out your fridges and pantries, if you've lost power, Jason, there are some guidelines that we want to share.
Yeah, let's say you lost power yesterday morning. It's time to throw out everything in the fridge. The clock has been ticking since then. So here's what you need to know. The USDA says generally the fridge will keep food safe only about 4 hours during a power outage. If you have meat of any kind, gravy, pizza with toppings, casseroles, soups, or stews, you got to get those out of your fridge, throw them away. Also, any soft, shredded, or low-fat cheeses, eggs, the milk, any baby formula that's open, you have to throw it away. Fresh fruits and veggies that are cut will need to be thrown away, but maybe you've got some apples in there, they're not cut, and if they're still cool, those may be okay. Condiments like mayonnaise, tartar sauce, horseradish. If you've got spaghetti sauce that's open and in your fridge, it has to be thrown out. What you will be able to keep, this is what the USDA says, hard, grated or processed cheeses like cheddar, Swiss, or Parmesan, butter and margarine, fresh fruits and veggies that are uncut, peanut butter and jelly, mustard, ketchup, barbecue sauce, bread, and rolls. A full freezer should be able to hold a safe food safety temperature for roughly 48 hours, or if it's half full and the doors remain closed, it would only be 24 hours. So some of those freezers are at that point. Keep in mind that food can be safely refrozen if it hasn't gone below 40 degrees, above 40 degrees. So 40 degrees and below makes it safe. You can refreeze it, but the quality may suffer, so it may not taste as good. And you'll want to throw out any meat, poultry, seafood if it's thawed, or frozen egg products. Things like ice cream and frozen yogurt are going to have to go. Do have a couple of things here to tell you about that you can refreeze: cheeses, commercially packaged dinners, and breakfast items like waffles, pancakes, and bagels. Again, if things have not thawed out, you will be okay to maybe, let's say you've got somebody down the road or a family member who has power, you can move it over to the freezer. We're in that situation. We've thrown out everything in the fridge. I say we. My wife is in charge of this right now while we're here, but she's gone through the fridge. Our freezer has been closed. We're hoping that we open that up and still have things intact, and we're going to take them about 5 minutes down the road where they do have power at my mother-in-law's house.
Okay, good plan.
Yeah. The last thing, I mean, we're dealing with so much right now, and so many families are dealing with so much. The last thing you want is a stomach bug or any issues connected to food that's gone bad. So.
Oh, well, my husband has just been cooking all the meat that we have in the house. First of all, he stocked up on like 5 pounds of meat before the hurricane, and now yesterday's dinner was like pork with a side of chicken with some more steak on the side. It's a mess.
Guess I'm going to your house for dinner.
Yeah, come on over, guys. We can feed everybody in Orlando right now. We'll be right back.
At Napleton Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in South Orlando and Claremont, the all-new Wagoneer is here. Come check it out today. During Ram Power Days, we have up to $10,000 off new Ram trucks with leases from only $359 a month. For as little as only $359 a month, you could be driving your new Ram today. Napleton also has 0% interest for up to 72 months available on select models. Or how about no payments for 90 days? That means no payments until Christmas. Napleton Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in South Orlando or Claremont.
Right now at Rooms to Go, get your best night's sleep on any budget with our huge selection of top brand mattresses for as low as $297. Get this mattress, just $397. Or comfort like this, just $497. Great options, just $597. Rooms to Go has them all. A great selection, just $697. And how about these choices, just $797. Choose your perfect mattress from this incredible selection and save. It's happening right now at Rooms to Go.
You may be able to switch to a Care Plus Medicare Advantage plan today.
That's right.
Care Plus offers all the benefits of original Medicare plus more. Like money back on your Medicare Part B premium, help paying for groceries, and an allowance to order OTC products.
That's good. Hannah, don't forget, Care Plus earned a 5-star rating from Medicare. Again.
Call or go online today to enroll.
Don't you deserve a 5-star plan?
Attention, you may still be eligible to enroll in a Medicare Advantage plan that saves money and offers extra coverage. With Simply Healthcare, you can receive benefits like enhanced dental, prescription drug coverage, money for over-the-counter items, a Part B give-back, hospitalizations, and that's not all. You could also receive new benefits like a $1,000 flex card for dental, vision, or hearing needs, and much more. Get free expert advice. Simply contact us today.
Can health insurance speak your language?
¿Y tu idioma? Inalangu?
With agents fluent in 20 languages, it can. What else can health insurance do? Come find out.
Experience paradise at home with a hot tub or swim spa from Aqua Living. Hot tub starting at only $24.99. Check out the revolutionary Tough Top cover with a lifetime warranty. Swim spas that heat or chill the water. Bad credit? No problem. For more information, go to shophottubs.com.
12:30 on this Friday, and we are continuing to follow the impact that Ian has had here in Central Florida. Thank you so much for staying with us. I'm Sheldon Dutez.
I'm Zana Kadange. Here's how we're going to start this half hour. We're going to get a check of our forecast with meteorologist Eric Burris. But Eric, we are expecting to hear from the governor at any minute. We're going to see how far through your forecast we'll get. And we're crossing our fingers we'll hear it all.
It's going to be about the time I start getting going, okay? All right, at any rate, though, it is beautiful. We'll see how this plays out. It is beautiful looking down I-4 through Altamont Springs, a mainly clear sky at this point, and because of all of that sunshine, these temperatures are starting to climb. It is 73 degrees in Orlando now. We're up to 74 in the Villages, 71 in Sanford, and 70 degrees in Palm Coast. Nothing on our visible satellite, nothing on our first warning live Doppler radar. Hurricane Ian is now making its second United States landfall, third overall, and we've got this channel of dry air pouring down the peninsula. So looking at our forecast today, it's bright sunshine, comfortable conditions with temperatures climbing into the 80s. And I point this out because as we check out our data from poweroutage.us, there are still hundreds of thousands of local residents without power. So you take a comfortable forecast, you take the situation and you kind of marry in at least the most favorable outcome. Tonight, tomorrow night, the next few nights, temperatures should be dropping into the 60s overnight. And for one, I got a notification from Duke Energy saying my power may not be on until Sunday night. So at least weather-wise, no rain, comfortable temperatures. Hey, the windows may be staying open. Back over to the two of you.
We made it through.
I'll take it.
All right, we're happy to hear that. When the governor does speak, by the way, from Fort Myers, we will bring that to you. In the meantime, though, we're going to get a check of some of our reporters, and they have been scattered all across Central Florida over the period of the last couple of days, showing us the damage that they've been seeing now that Ian has moved out.
And we want to start this half hour in Osceola County, and that's where Megan Mulatto brings us this report from Pebble Point.
The Pebble Point community in Osceola County saw some of the highest floodwaters in the area. That's because there are dozens of small bodies of water in this neighborhood that, with the large amount of rain from Hurricane Ian, ended up overflowing. Now, some homes were impacted more than others. Residents dealing with the worst of it had water pouring inside their homes, forcing them to seek higher ground. First responders were working restlessly Thursday to rescue those people by boat. Others say thankfully their homes were spared, but their cars that were parked out on the curb were not.
It was very difficult. I mean, it was windy. We ran out of power like around, 2 o'clock in the morning? Yeah, about 2 o'clock in the morning. The power left, and when we got up in the morning, all we saw was all the cars were covered in water completely.
The power went out, so I was like, all right, whatever. Went to sleep, and I woke up, everything was flooded.
Now, I just want to make it clear, those residents you just heard from did not drive through floodwaters. They simply had their cars parked at the wrong place at the wrong time. The second person you heard from just purchased that car. He says he didn't even have a chance to drive it. Now, we also talked to these residents about the impacts from Hurricane Irma. They say that hurricane had very similar flooding, but it wasn't nearly as bad as Ian. We're in Osceola County. Megan Mulatto, WESH-TV News.
Man, that water just came up so quickly, so fast over the course of this storm. And if you parked outside,
Yeah, it's so unfortunate. And in parts of Central Florida, it's just taking so much longer for those water levels to recede if you're in a particularly low-lying area. For those of you who are out and about today or will be over the weekend trying to fix up your home, we do want to make sure you are aware of some scams.
Yeah, you want to be very mindful about people who are not licensed coming around offering to help and so forth. Here's a look at some things that you should consider before agreeing to do work with anyone who comes to your home. Now, sometimes these, and this is according to the Better Business Bureau, these scam contractors typically lack all the proper licensing. They offer a quick fix, and they are offering promises that they cannot deliver on. So to avoid getting scammed by someone who might try to take advantage of this situation, contact your insurance company and ask them about your policy coverage and save all of the receipts for your purchases that could fall under that coverage. You'll also want to do your research and find a trusted business in our area.
Yeah, and also remind contractors to be careful of people who offer to pay local construction companies in order to use their name.
And at the end of the day, just, research. A little extra homework will go a long way in making sure that not only your home is protected, but that you and your finances are protected as well.
Yeah, we know you may be tired, maybe overwhelmed. This is not one of those places to cut corners or to not, put in the work necessary. All right, let's continue our team coverage now with a look at the Arden Villas area.
That's where Bob Hazen is this afternoon.
Some people who live here in Arden Villas said they only had a couple of minutes to get out of their apartments, hardly any notice before they had to run outside. And let me show you what it looks like here at the entrance. You can see there's still water all over the ground, and some people have started coming back in here to check on their things, although there is also a vehicle that's stuck in some water there. And further back in the complex, there are still many vehicles underwater. In fact, I want to show you some video that was given to us by a man who went into the complex earlier on today. Now, people who live here say that they basically got an email from the apartment complex, and then it was only a matter of minutes later that they all had to escape and get out of here because the water was rising so quickly from a creek nearby, as well as some retention ponds. All that water kind of mixed together and rose over their banks during Hurricane Ian. Orange County Fire Rescue also was called in to try to help get everybody out. We're told they rescued dozens of people, over 100 people that they brought out either in boats or in vehicles. And we've been talking to some of the folks who are showing back up here today about what they experienced during that hurricane.
This is definitely the worst hurricane I've been through. It was really weird, really intense experience, to say the least.
It's pretty flooded. The roundabout's fine, so there's cars up there, so they're pretty safe. But everything is like a pretty level layer of water right now. It doesn't look like it's up to anyone's porches right now.
Now, they did have a mandatory evacuation yesterday for Arden Villas. That's why people had to rush out so quickly with help from the National Guard and firefighters. Also today, we have seen several cleaning companies, disaster relief companies going inside, so it looks like they're getting ready to start that process of trying to fix up some of these apartments, many of which have several feet of water that infiltrated yesterday during the storm. Reporting in East Orlando, Bob Hazen, WESH-TV News.
And we're seeing all the damage around Central Florida. Yes, we have the standing water, we have power outages, and occasional trees that have come down in different neighborhoods. But I think a lot of people here realize that we have been spared the brunt of that storm and the damage, especially when you look at the damage in South Florida where this storm made landfall, Sonica.
Yeah, in addition to the high winds that we were seeing, the massive amount of rain, this community also dealt with, deadly storm surge. And when we had heard from Governor DeSantis earlier today, they had confirmed at least 21 deaths and had gone on to say they just haven't been able to get to some parts of the area to confirm any more deaths. Very heartbreaking to see these images. The devastation is just hard to fathom in some areas. Like this shot right here, you've got all these boats that are washed up right up against homes, and we know that there are a lot of businesses, a lot of waterfront businesses. Sheldon, I know that you've vacationed here before.
Yeah, my family, we've gone down to an area, Venice, Florida, Placida area, which is just south of Fort Myers. There are a lot of barrier islands and capes in that area, and you have to either take a barge or a bridge to get to them, and a lot of those areas are inaccessible right now because this storm just broke apart the causeways, the bridges that were the main access points to the mainland. So when you hear about that, it only drives home the fact of just how complicated this recovery is going to be, how difficult this cleanup effort is going to be. And also, Sonica, when we look at some of these images of these yachts and boats just tossed around, it really speaks to how intense the storm was. And I think now that we're seeing this damage, excuse me, earlier this week, we're hearing 150 mile per hour winds, 155 mile per hour winds. It seems so abstract when you're hearing it, in those numbers. And when you see this video, it shows you just how intense, just how ferocious all of those storms were. And another thing that's made it so hard with, keeping track of all the people who are in that area, some of the people who were speaking, I don't want to attribute to the wrong folks, but they were either, I think, local officials or state officials were saying, people might have left to go to a shelter or to stay with family members, or they left the state. There are a lot of seasonal residents who live down there, so they're down there for seasons at a time. So that's also complicating keeping track of just how many people were there when that storm hit. And that's all part of the process that the governor, the state, and FEMA will be working on.
Yeah, Fort Myers Beach City Councilman had this to say about the sheer devastation.
As far as I've walked today, I made it about 2/3 down the island, and I'd say 90% of the island is pretty much gone, unless you have a high-rise condo or a newer concrete home that is built to the FEMA standards today. Your house is pretty much gone, as well as businesses. It's pretty devastating.
Now we know the marina on the shores of Fort Myers is said to be one of the hardest hit areas in all of Florida.
Yes. And the Tampa area was bracing for an intense hit from the storm. It did shift south towards Fort Myers, Naples, and Southwest Florida. And reporter Masa Saidi spoke with some people who were impacted by the storm.
It was scary. It was the worst feeling in the world. We felt helpless.
Is your family okay? Did everyone survive?
My mom wound up in the hospital. They released her.
Tears flowing down her face, Charity Bent recounted the day of terror, locked down as Hurricane Ian battered the only place she's ever called home, Lee County.
My mom had 2 feet of water in her apartment, or in her house. My grandma's house was destroyed. These are houses that I've lived in my whole life.
Now Charity's entire family is displaced. The day the Cat 4 storm hit, Frank Cody evacuated his mobile home park. Before he returned, for the very first time, he stopped to tell me about his neighbors.
It's a proud community, very proud people, beautiful park, well kept up. I'm very surprised to see what it is.
I'm so sorry.
No, they all know I'm a big crybaby.
I walked with Frank through the water to get to his home. Mud and the smell of rot covered everything. Frank and his family were only able to salvage some pictures and a few bags of clothes. The 85-year-old waded through water, leaving his old life behind.
It's going to be a long road. It definitely is going to be a long road.
Where will you go?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, so difficult to think of what's next. We know so many counties have been so terribly, terribly devastated, and a couple of those just completely off the grid. We know Lee and Charlotte counties were thrown completely off the grid. Communication is going to be so hard.
Between seeing the damage and now hearing the stories and hearing the people who were impacted in Southwest Florida, it's very sobering. It kind of just puts things into perspective on just the intensity of Mother Nature.
Yeah, it's just heartbreaking. We'll be right back.
It's our Jeep Adventure Days at Boniface Tires, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, and Coco. We get new vehicles 0 down and financing as low as 0%, and we're the only dealer to give you a warranty forever. Boniface Tires, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Coco, Florida, home of warranty forever. Thank you.
After a car crash, the big insurance companies will try to downplay your case. They say things like, it's only a fender bender, or it's just a herniated disc. I worry that some law firms fall for this BS. Not us. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
It's time to replace your old tub with a new shower. But you don't want the hassle or the worry of getting it finished. You just want to pick a style and relax, knowing that it'll be wonderful when it's done. Is that too much to ask? No, actually it's not. Rebath, from start to stunning. Visit our showroom and save $750 off your bathroom remodel.
Attention, you may still be eligible to enroll in a Medicare Advantage plan that saves money and offers extra coverage. With Simply Healthcare, you can receive benefits like enhanced dental, prescription drug coverage, money for over-the-counter items, a Part B give-back, hospitalizations, and that's not all. You can also receive new benefits like a $1,000 flex card for dental, vision, or hearing needs, and much more. Get free expert advice. Simply contact us today.
As Central Florida recovers from Hurricane Ian, we're here to keep you informed, letting you know where it's safe, where to avoid, and what's next. Stay with WESH-2 News for Ian's impact.
WESH-2 First Warning Traffic, helping you get from here to there with ease. Warning you of delays and giving you the best route. Watch Megan Mackey weekdays on WESH-2 News Sunrise.
At Napleton Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram, we're tripling your rebates. $2,000 off is now $6,000 off. $3,000 off is now $9,000 off. Up to $12,000 off. And Napleton has no payments for 90 days. Napleton Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram.
It's our Jeep Adventure Days at Boniface Tires, Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram and Cocoa. We get new vehicles 0 down and financing as low as 0%, and we're the only dealer to give you a warranty forever. Boniface Tires, Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Cocoa, Florida, home of warranty forever. Thank you.
12:45 on this Friday. I'm Sheldon Dutez.
And I'm Sonica Donge. We want to continue our coverage now of the impact of Ian by turning things over to meteorologist Cam Tran. Cam.
Hey, we are taking a live look right now at Chopper 2 flying over New Smyrna Beach. Thankfully, things are looking fairly quiet here, but they were flying over South Daytona Beach earlier, and we definitely saw quite a bit of flooding. You can see from our Chopper 2 camera, it is sunny out. It's actually quite pleasant to be outside, so thankfully we're getting in some sunshine as we go into the afternoon. Right now, 73 in Leesburg, 74 in the Villages, and it's 70 right now in Palm Coast. As we look through the rest of the afternoon, it's going to be a great one to get outside. We are going to stay dry, most importantly today, and overnight, those temperatures will be falling once again into the 60s. I want to give you a quick update here on Hurricane Ian. It is moving off to the north at 14 miles per hour. It's about 50 miles just off the coast of Charleston, South Carolina, so it's about to make landfall fairly soon, late into the afternoon. Right now, winds with Ian about 85 miles per hour, and as you can see, as we go into this afternoon, it should be making landfall there in South Carolina, and as it moves inland, it is expected to quickly weaken as it continues its path north over North Carolina and then eventually into Virginia. Still expecting a lot of rainfall with Ian, though. Some areas in its coastal South Carolina can pick up easily over ½ a foot of rain, and even inland spots a lot higher amounts as well as it moves over North Carolina and into Virginia. Back here home, though, we still have flood warnings in effect, especially for the St. Johns River here, out in Seminole County for the Little Wekiva River, as well as the Little Econ River, and also into Osceola County, a flood warning until further notice for areas like Shingle Creek there. And that's because the waters will take quite a bit of time to finally subside. In addition to that, for some of our coastal areas in Flagler County, we are expecting very rough surf today and likely into tomorrow. We are looking at rough breakers out there, about 9 to 13 foot surf, and then gradually subsiding again as Ian moves inland and makes landfall. Power outages today still pretty high out there. 87,000 customers in Seminole County still without power. 132,000 in Orange County. We can see Volusia County still over 180,000 customers in Volusia County without power this afternoon. And it's going to take a bit for those crews to finally get the power restored there. Thankfully, they don't have gusty winds to contend with today, and the weather is fairly quiet and nice. Winds right now out of the west-northwest about 5 to 10 miles per hour, and no rain to talk about either. Thankfully, our first morning radar is showing dry conditions. Tomorrow morning, it's going to be a pleasant start as we kick off the morning. Tomorrow afternoon, we're going to see high temperatures into the upper 70s to low 80s. As we go into the weekend, it's going to be a quite nice one out there. We are going to notice, though, as we go over the next couple days, rain chances will be on the lower side. So you can see about 10% coverage on Saturday. Same for Sunday as well. Monday, just about a 20% coverage. So thankfully, we are going to see fairly quiet weather over the next couple days to allow us to dry on out and recover here in Central Florida. Back to you guys.
Cam, thanks so much. And if anyone's heading to the beach, just keep in mind that the surf is still rough along Brevard and Volusia County. All right, we've seen some of the damage here in Central Florida. We want to show you what it looks like right now in the Sanibel Island area. We're taking a live look of an aerial view of that area. And you can see some of the waterways and estuaries that are there as this chopper is trying to establish its shot. But Sonica, we were saying throughout the morning that the main causeway to connect Sanibel Island to the mainland of Florida washed away by this storm, and the recovery efforts are just going to be so extensive for this area.
And we know right now, actually, Governor DeSantis had just made his way down to the Southwest Florida region. We were expecting to hear from him around the 12:30 half hour, but as we know, as you were just mentioning, and as we can see for ourselves, the damage is so extensive there. So still unsure of when we are going to be hearing from him again. But when we did hear from him earlier this morning, this is what we learned. Hardee County, Charlotte County, and Lee County were the hardest hit counties in the state of Florida. As they have been, you mentioned, several bridges there were partially wiped out. They have been able to assess and reopen 67 high priority bridges all across Florida. That does include some of ours in, Volusia and Brevard on our side of the state. In Southwest Florida in particular, and you're taking a look at what used to be the Fort Myers Pier here, if you've ever been to that area. I mean, that's pretty iconic, even if you've not visited, you know what that looks like. 6 healthcare facilities were evacuated in Southwest Florida. There were 117 healthcare facilities who had lost power, but the good news is they've now been restored, and that's been one of the biggest concerns in that area, is trying to get energy back. At last check too, and I don't know if we're going to get an updated number here, Sheldon, because I know that it's going to take a while to filter out the debris and get through all the rubble, but at last check, we have learned of at least 21 fatalities due to Hurricane Ian in the state of Florida.
Yes, including 2 in our area in Volusia County, but the bulk of those presumably are in the Southwest Florida area. And what's making it so challenging to know for certain and know for sure is that they haven't been able to get everywhere. They still have to go and make sure that, like, some of this debris and some of these homes that were damaged, that people were not in them, or that they, maybe left to go out of town. Like, they're still working to do that. And because it is so inaccessible, it's going to be a days-long process before they can really go through and assess all of this damage and see the human impact that it's had.
Yeah, and when we talk about these numbers too, I mean, they're very preliminary. And when we heard from the governor and the head of FEMA there, what they went out of their way to explain is there's a difference between, the confirmed deaths and then the unconfirmed deaths, which is the deaths that were caused directly by Hurricane Ian and the deaths that may have happened in and around Hurricane Ian but may not have been directly caused by it. So hopefully we'll get some more clarification on the exact numbers there. What we do know is rescue crews had to bring in a 20 by 40 spud barge just to get to some of the sites in these hardest hit areas down there in Southwest Florida because the water levels are still so high due to that storm surge that they haven't been able to access a lot of the properties. Through Lee County, they were saying they did one hasty pass over. Now they're going to come in with a fine-tooth comb and get to more of those locations. They talked about this heartbreaking case, Sheldon, and I know you were off the desk at the time taking a quick break. Water levels were above the house, above the roof of the house, and they actually had to send in dive teams to check out the house again. This was one of their hasty passes. And they were able to confirm, this is so heartbreaking, they were able to confirm that there were human remains in there, but they were not able to get down there to assess exactly how many people were in that home. So as we continue to see the water levels recede, hopefully we'll be able to get more information. But in the meantime, it is just such a devastating, devastating situation there.
Yeah, and when you hear stories like that of the search and rescue efforts that are underway, it just, again, it goes to show how intense this storm was, how impactful it's been for so many people in that community. We'll be right back.
Everybody wants them. Only members get them. Beef's Rewards. Earn points on every Beef O'Brady's purchase and double points every weekend. Download the Beef's app for a free shareable starter and let the rewarding begin.
It's an incredible 4-day sale at Bears Furniture. Save up to 50% or more, including 50% off all Tommy Bahama for one final weekend. Own this customer favorite for 50% off. Want genuine leather? All Natuzzi editions, including special order, now 50% off. We have thousands of items in stock and ready for immediate delivery. All the name brands, all the style, all marked down this weekend, only through Sunday. Wear Bears.
After an injury, you may be thinking, well, I'll just pass. But that pain can last for a lifetime, and a lifetime is a long time. Taking a piece of your health forever is a very big deal. Don't wait. Your time to bring a case is limited. All law firms are not the same.
If you are 18 to 82 years old and have kidney disease or kidney impairment, you may qualify for a clinical research study of an investigational medication. You may qualify for this study if you see a nephrologist, have reduced kidney function, low creatinine clearance, or are taking medicines such as the following listed on screen. Qualified participants will be compensated up to $2,500 for time and travel for this study, requiring 8 days and 7 nights in our research facility and 1 follow-up visit. Call Orlando Clinical Research Center at 407-240-7876 to see if you qualify, or visit our website at ocrc.net.
After my injury, I lost control of my life.
Who's going to speak to my insurance company?
I need medical guidance.
I want to take back control.
We want to take back control.
So do I.
I'm Mark Anajar from the law offices of Anajar and Levine. If you've been injured in an accident and are not sure of your options, call us at 1-800-747-FREE for a consultation and take back control of your life.
So you had an accident and you didn't call PENDAS. And it's not going well, is it? But it's okay. It may not be too late. Don't delay. Call today. Accident, just call PENDAS.
Call, click, tap. Call, click, tap. Get your Beef O'Brady's favorites. Call, order online, or use the Beef's app. Call, click, tap. Then pop by for pickup. Beef's on demand. It's the perfect plan.
And we've got our team here. We've been part of this coverage as we've continued keeping you updated on the track of Ian and now the impact of this storm on all of us and all of our lives here in Central Florida.
Just because our continuous coverage is about to come to an end, however, of course, that does not mean that the recovery process has ended. If anything, it is just beginning, and we know it's going to be a long road ahead of us, not just in Southwest Florida, where we were just taking a look, but our communities here in Central Florida.
And I just want to ask you guys, we're seeing damage all the way from Southwest Florida all the way up to Volusia County. I mean, this was just a massive storm.
Yeah, size-wise, it was huge, and also the path that it took. And I want to emphasize, even though it's not raining anymore, we're still going to feel the impacts in terms of our local creeks, streams, and rivers, because they're still at high flood stage. It will take at least a day to possibly even let the waters recede, because the rain stops, but then all the water from the rain, it goes into the creeks, rivers, and streams, and then it'll take a bit for it to recede.
This is the biggest flood event that anybody in our lifetime has ever experienced in Central Florida. Yeah. This is more than Hurricane Donna back in 1960, and that was always the bar for flooding in our area. So to think about that, we're all with you. We're all going through this together. So as we push forward and as those waters drop, WESH-TV is going to be there every step of the way, covering, sharing the stories that need to be shared, and working through recovery efforts.
Yeah, how many times have we heard the words from our crews who are out there in the field saying, we've never seen anything like this, we've never seen anything like this. And I think in the next couple of days, what is going to be so heartwarming to see is all of the helpers that we've already seen in our community step up, and certainly are going to continue stepping up. Those are going to be the stories I think we'll all cherish from this.
It's historic, yeah. And I do want to emphasize, we are looking at nice weather for those of us who are cleaning up and those who are without power. At least we are dealing with very pleasant weather the next couple of days, dry, sunny,
and the 60s at night.
And the 60s at
Got
night.
to open those windows. No power at the house. Stay with us, you guys.
We'll keep you posted throughout.